Welcome everybody to another day of LCK. I'm Valdez. With me is Crumbs as always for the SPO TV broadcast in Nexon Arena. I hope you got your seatbelt strapped in because we're going for a little ride through Gangnam, but also because we got KT versus Afreeca as our first map of the night.
And we're starting to get matches with some serious playoff implications, with KT Rolster sitting at 10-3. If they can beat Afreeca here, they will be tying Samsung and Longzhu for that first place spot. While Afreeca, they sit at an 8-5, and while that might be far away from the 11-3, it's actually one game victory away from tying SKT's record, tying them in 4th place, and that just makes the playoff hype that much more exciting because the weeks are closing in. Playoff seeding is starting to come through, and the top teams that we expected to be there at the top, SKT and Samsung, are starting to falter, and this might just be the window of opportunity that Afreeca needed to make it into playoffs in a solid position.
They're trying to sneak in right before the door closes on them, and I think they're in a pretty safe spot in terms of making it into playoffs, but as you were saying, they want to get as good a spot as possible, and with teams faltering all over the place, it's not only Afreeca who's got a chance. We were talking about this earlier on, Crumbs, but actually Jin Air, who's playing later tonight up against the ROX Tigers, they've also got a chance. It's an outside chance, but they're in 6th place, and if Afreeca keeps getting O2'd, or not Afreeca, SKT, if they continue getting O2'd over and over and over again, well then we might just see Jin Air getting in instead.
Well, banking on the complete downfall of an empire. That might work for Jin Air, but that's just as likely as it is for them to actually sneak into playoffs, considering how tough the race for the top is right now. To be fair, anybody could beat each other at this point. In this matchup, both KT and Afreeca, while KT was inconsistent at the start of the season, right now they've found some more footwork with the meta that has suited them. Allowing Def to play that Kog'Maw over and over has given them some success, whereas Afreeca still as inconsistent as before, but their game record has improved off a couple of nice 2-0 victories.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good spot to make it into playoffs, but as you said, still pretty inconsistent. I'm really banking on KT to take this series. Honestly, KT has looked incredibly consistent, and they're just looking stronger than ever, sitting in 3rd place pretty comfortably. Afreeca, they just had trouble against BBQ. They did win the series in the end. They did take a 2-1, though, after losing game number 1, so I hope we see the good Afreeca today. I want to see game 1 godlike Afreeca. That's what I'm looking for, but if I had to bet on it, I would put my chips on KT's side.
Well, the Afreeca side has 2-0'd SKT, and they did lose that game 1 against BBQ, so I think that they have slowly shed away that meme of being the game 1 Afreeca. Sometimes it is excellent, but other times not so much. We just call them inconsistent for now, although what was consistent before was Afreeca and Kramer specifically played Xayah 3 games in a row, and it has been the first ban out of KT with 2 other AD carries. At least flies through, and there's still the Kog'Maw available that will likely be played in this series.
So, no Skarner this time around, but getting Elise on your side, especially on blue side, we've always seen this as one of the ways to very quick success in game number 1 if you're starting on blue side. Yes, they take away the Kalista, a very scary champion nowadays, also the Caitlyn, but we've said it before, you don't want to let that Elise through.
No, we have seen the devastation she can bring on in the early game, but at least Afreeca is trading smartly. They do get Talia, which is that super contested early game mid laner that allows you to play split push champions. Already their strategy can be either go with a 1-3-1, 1-4, and it puts KT in a situation that unless they get significantly far ahead early on, they're not going to be able to deal with Talia always helping your split push sides, and they commit to it early on. Jarvan and Talia, this combo is so deadly because if you do not have flash, if you're a champion that does not have gap closers to get out of Cataclysm, Talia just comes at you and you're basically in double terrain and you're just ready to be fed.
Yeah, and you were talking about that early game power, but also the split pushing and the late game. If you get ahead on Talia, you can just lock away people with your wall so easily. Want to take an easy Baron? Go ahead and do it. Put down your wall. You're on red side, you lock out the blue side pretty easily. Want to go ahead and take an inhibitor turret? Put down your own wall. They can't do anything. You just roll over them. So really like that pick for the late game as well. And we're going to see Pawn, not the caster. Pawn is going to be on LeBlanc, actually, in the mid lane up against that Talia.
He's going to have a pretty good matchup early on into this, but he needs to make the most out of it roaming. And already KT fully commits to this pick composition. With Thresh, with Elise and LeBlanc, the early game action is going to be all up to them. Already Afreeca, while they can match it, it's going to be quite difficult. These two champions in Elise and Thresh are so powerful early on that you're most likely better off to try to either mitigate that early pressure or to just try to scale. Instead, they will go with the Rek'Sai that will give them a bit of a, at least, front line and engage tool if they get out of the early and mid game, and it also allows them to actually go for some sick counter ganks. Rek'Sai can always tell where you're going, and if she gets a whiff of you and gets a good counter gank off the entire KT, pick composition can falter.
Yeah, and this is something I was talking about with you earlier on before the game started. You know, they're starting Mowgli here, not using their veteran jungle Spirit, and one of the champions he looked really good on, at least recently, up against BBQ, was that Rek'Sai. He was all over the map. He was doing those way from behind ganks on the red side in the top lane and really getting all of his laners ahead. So if you want to have your rookie jungler come in and, you know, maybe put a fire under Spirit's butt, you want to get Mowgli on a good champion that he seems comfortable on that Rek'Sai. So I do like that pick for him.
And I do also love the bans here out of Afreeca, catering to whatever Marin is going to be playing. Both Renekton and Jace would be the likely culprits for comboing with Elise into the top side, easy dives early on, and now we're most likely going to see champions like a Camille, a Fiora, that kind of later scaling top laner that won't have as much pressure into the Jarvan lane early on, so he can be a little bit safer. You can lower the chances of dying into the top side. And comboing back on your point about Rek'Sai and Mowgli, I love when they pick these very easy to execute champions. Rek'Sai is so simple. You know, you go for the knock up, your 3 auto attacks, E, then R, and then you do it again. It's nearly impossible to mess up, and that's also a reason why on 7.14 over in Europe, we're starting to see some more Maokai. He's legitimately quite a simple champion that offers you less chance of making mistakes and as such, higher chance of success.
Curious to see what Depth is going to go with the pick here. First, you see he goes for the Tristana instead of that Kog'Maw, even though he's been looking really good on the Kog'Maw, and an immediate Shen as the follow-up in the top lane, so even more protection for a bunch of the squishy targets that they have, but especially the Tristana on their side.
Wow, this is a really interesting composition out of KT. I did not expect them to run this. The bans might have pigeonholed them into this position, but the mid game, if they are not popping off, they're not going to have a whole lot of damage. Tristana needs some time to scale up. Shen isn't known as a crazy DPS champion in the top side, although we have seen Smeb carry some games with the top lane Shen when the itemization rolls through. That is the most important part. When Titanic Hydra is there, when the wave clear, that physical damage is there, this team can obviously melt you down. And then when you combo Tristana in the mid game with your static Shiv, maybe a Blade and a Hurricane, whatever build she chooses to go, you will have some good damage. But if Elise and LeBlanc aren't popping off, Shen is just going to be sitting there in the lane, not capable of reacting to what Afreeca will be trying to do on the side lanes.
Yeah, I was putting my eggs in the KT basket, but they're definitely going to have to get ahead early. And, I mean, they are a team that's known for doing exactly that, so I do have some confidence in their team lineup. I do like the bans as well against Tushin. Both the Alistar and the Rakan are just looking so scary for this guy. He picks up the Braum, which was another really strong pick, but you can see that they're targeting Tushin rather than Kramer when they have to in the second phase.
And the interesting thing about the composition out of KT, you're mentioning when we were talking about how they have to get ahead early on, but because it is a pick composition, because they have elements that can scale, and they have global. So you've got the teleport on Shen as well as the Stand United, the roaming from Thresh. There's so much pick potential on this composition that even if it goes to the late game, a pick is all that it takes for you to win the game regardless of being outscaled or not. So they're going to be able to rely on the identity of the composition in order to find the victory. Early on, it absolutely has to be them exercising that pressure, looking for advantages, particularly around mid would be where I would imagine they have to go, burn some cleanses, revisit that lane. But overall, it's KT early and late Afreeca.
Yeah, it looks like it's a guys. I hope you're strapped to your seats. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 of KT versus Afreeca. we go, game number 1. Man, Afreeca's got some good cheerleaders over there. Definitely are one of the teams to pack out the house whenever they come down to any of the studios here in Korea. Tons of fans for this team.
And why would you not? You've got Marin, world champion. You've got Kuro, world's finalist, LCK champion. So many victories for this team.
Pawna's going to hop away from there. Seems like he's just fine. But you can continue with what you were talking about.
So many victories. You got Spirit, even though he's not here, starting. Mowgli's there. The team knows that any
he's
tiers
there
that
in
they
spirit.
Exactly. He's right there. He's ready to support everybody else.
Yeah, I actually saw him in the booth before the games even began. Even though he's not starting, he was just talking with the other players. I mean, you got this super experienced jungle. You definitely want to be talking to him before the games start.
Was he giving Mowgli a kind of some early game tips, some massages, some pre-game ritual kind of thing?
I hope so. Gotta get his mind on the game. Gotta get him focused. Because, boy, is this a very high-pressure situation for this young new jungler in Mowgli.
I'm sure he's got plenty of support with his teammates, however, to ease the nerves. He has played already before, and while the implications are there on standings, it's not quite the end of the split just yet. So the matches do feel a little bit higher pressure, but it shouldn't be too much to affect his play.
See, a very interesting small move there by Kuro to put down the ward at the blue buff, just to make sure they know exactly where Elise is going. If there's one way to stop an early game jungler, it's seeing exactly where he's going and just knowing the exact jungle path that he took. So even at level 1, even before he hit level 2, Kuro putting down those wards for his team.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure, but it's no surprise that Score wants to head to the top side, try to find the gank onto Marin. The second this minion wave goes down, they're waiting for him to use spells. Marin already revealed he doesn't have combos, so they can just, he's dead or here.
Okay, the flash cocoon, and oh boy, first blood already at 2.5 minutes into the game. And they should have seen that coming. They should have known.
Marin showed his hand so early. He showed that he didn't have Flag and Drag at level 2. He had just his Aegis, so the second that Jarvan does not have a way of escaping, you just show up, that guy just has to walk back out of the lane. So well-executed gank. They did burn Score's flashes to secure it, but they still have Smebs, so they can easily go for it again. And here we go. They're waiting for the minion wave, but oh, he has W? How about we just kill him now? And so they do just that.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically only 2 places that Elise can be at that moment. It's the Scuttle Crab or top. I suppose you go to Gromp or even Wolves if you're trying to do some weird kind of path, but I mean, they should have had an idea of where he was going, especially after putting down that ward.
Absolutely. You watch KT VODs and you know they're going to camp your top side.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even without the ward.
Yeah, if they have it, right? Even without the ward, you can infer that they're likely going to be going to the top side to finish there. And it also becomes more apparent when you look at what the bottom lane was playing like. Deft and Mata were continuously shoving up. They were just pushing relentlessly. They saw that Tucson and Kramer had to use some mana using that wolf or assisting on the blue buff camp. And so they can continue to push because they know if Rexa were to gank them early on, she's not going to have red buff. It's going to be an easy gank to get out of. It's Thresh Tristana. And that also means that Score can easily path to the top side, secure a kill onto Marin. That every time, he always finds a way to die to these ganks, but somehow he always remains irrelevant in these games. So that gank should not affect Marin too much.
Small little hook here, but they're not really worried. And you can see that Mowgli's coming in from the river. Deft still has this rocket jump and actually going in, trying to do a bit more damage to Tushin, saying, I don't care if the Rek'Sai is here, I'll continue to take this trade.
I absolutely love how KT played that. They didn't use anything before anybody showed up on the map. They were just waiting patiently. Does Mowgli, does the rest of Afreeca want to commit? Because if so, we do have Elise waiting right behind us to make anything happen. The summoners can stall out enough time. And so Afreeca reads that KT is playing a little bit more lackadaisical in using their summoners and responding to what they have to throw at them. And in part, it is because of the champions that they're playing that they can escape, but it's also because they have Elise right there.
Yeah, so far Scorer's presence on the map has been palpable, liking his play, and even getting a nice bit of farm, keeping up with Mowgli at the Raptors is actually going to get ahead. And yeah, just going to be trading here for now. Pawn and Smeb have both already used their teleports, so they're not going to be looking to make any big teleport plays in the next couple of 2 minutes, I guess.
But in 2 minutes, KT's already starting to build a huge advantage into the bottom side. And this is one of the advantages of Tristana that is often overlooked. She can always push without mana. First of all, a dive to the top side. Marin, uh-oh.
Here we go again. The taunt into the chains, but he is within those creeps. Smeb is going to be tanking that. Just a couple more damage should do it. A flash out of the Cataclysm. Pawn makes it away with his life, taking another one on his way out.
Relentless focus into the top side. Marin died the first time without using his flash, dies once again without having the opportunity to use his flash. He was just so dead, and Pawn found a great opportunity to go to the top side, continues to help out Shen, and they have yet to use a Stand United to actually influence the map. They have even more tools available now.
Oh, and they delay this recall even down here in the bot lane. Tushin not going to be getting out of there. And they're just going to continue pushing again.
And I wanted to go back into the Tristana point. One of her advantages in this lane, especially with how KT is playing, is that she can always have pushing power regardless of mana. A champion like Varus needs his spells to push that lane out. 1 second.
Oh, man, the chains, and even with the cleanse. And they're going to go for the Stand United coming on in here. He's under turret, but it just does not matter. Another kill picked up for KT.
This is exactly how you want to be using the Stand United, always aggressively. You don't want to be waiting for your opponent to jump you and then you leave, and it's timed so well as now they can deny a blue buff, and then the next one goes over to LeBlanc, and the KT snowball has begun. This is a great league so far from them.
We need to see a response out of Afreeca. I mean, we've seen Score all over the map. He's creating plays in top. He's protecting bot, and he's in mid, getting that cocoon, forcing the flash afterwards. And what's Mowgli been up to? I mean, he tried to gank down in bot, and that's been about it.
Well, you can't blame him too much. It's a Rek'Sai with not enough lane power anywhere else or enough kill pressure on your other lane, so it's quite difficult for him to make anything happen on the map. And the way that the current meta works, a lot of times supports will find themselves roaming. You see Mata that now has a mobility boost as his first completed purchase. And if you find a way to just completely mitigate what the supports are doing with the Tristana and Thresh, where they're pushing relentlessly bottom side, where Afreeca's bottom lane has to be stuck at turret all the time, you essentially separate the map into two halves. You've got LeBlanc, Shen, Elise on one side, and then Rek'Sai, Jarvan, Talia on the other. But that benefits KT every single time. They're going to be faster to the jump. They've got more mobility. They've got more early game damage. And frankly, more synergy with the way that these champions operate. So as long as they continue to play into the top side of the map, Kuro will continue to die.
Kuro just running straight into it. Going up against this Tarantula in the jungle with the help of LeBlanc is not going to be well for him. And we got a fight up actually in top. Marin going to use his flag to take that one out. And now Pawn jumping in here. He's going to get the chains down. Score makes his way in and will pick up the kill as the trade.
A glimmer of hope in the most unexpected lane of them all. Marin finds a solo kill onto Smeb. The 0-3 Jarvan found a way to kill the Shen that had been assisted so much by Elisa and the LeBlanc, and we're going to look at it again. So he already has a lot of minion aggro on his side, and that's probably one of the big reasons why he ends up losing this matchup. Starts the game out like that, takes too much damage, and then the final spear to the heart.
Well, at least they were able to respond. Score repelling to the cannon and picking that one up, but yeah, Smeb getting a little bit too aggressive in the lane. Eating way too much damage. We're getting a replay of like everything. They got all those creeps, guys. Wanted to make sure you didn't miss it.
You absolutely cannot miss it. Same with the bottom lane pressure that KT is applying right now. They're just all the time in this bottom lane. And you can tell what their game plan is because they've got a control ward in the place that normally should be Kramer or Tusen's control ward in the river. They're just pushing so hard, and this gank is unlikely to work, and KT is orchestrating this team composition to a T here. I love what Tristana and Thresh are constantly doing to this bottom lane, always threatening that first brick. It really shows kind of a new way of using Tristana. KT has done this before, and other teams have attempted to do so. But when you combine it with how well they're playing the top side of the map, it just means that they walk away with a first brick in under 11 minutes.
Okay, they're looking for a fight back here, Afreeca. They need that on Burrow. The taunt away. He's going to flash for it. And the knockback. Do they have enough damage? He's staying alive for an incredibly long time, but they will get it in the end. Mowgli getting extremely low. Looks like they'll stay top, try to take that turret.
They have to go for this, but this opens up the possibility of KT rotating to the mid lane and pushing for this tower. Tristana can secure this on the next turret wave, and they're likely going to be able to turn that death into the top side into the already acquired Cloud Dragon, as well as the bottom turret that was basically already theirs, and now the added bonus, the freebie of the mid lane tower.
Super clean out of KT so far. Should be very proud of their performance up until this point in the game. I'm curious to see what they'll do after this. Do they want to put pressure topside after losing their turret? Maybe try to secure the Rift Herald up next?
That's likely the case. Tristana, the demolitions expert, and now the damage expert, as she now has an Infinity Edge under her belt. So trying to maximize that damage, hoping that she can do some critical strikes here and there. It's not the optimal build for just pushing. A lot of the times we might see a Zeal early, some more attack speed. But hey, if she hits somebody with an Infinity Edge right now and gets a crit, that's a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely adding some damage to what they might lack in the mid-game, as you were talking about before. Definitely can try to shore that up with some itemization. A flash hook on Amada, though. Oh, my words, as you guys can see the glory of that play. That's really nice. Now we got Stand United coming in. They want more kills. Can they actually get it? Doesn't look like it, as enough slows and stuns do keep KT at bay.
The chains of corruption prevent the engage, but that was an ill-advised stuck. Oh, the hook!
Okay,
right,
he's got cleanse, but that was on point.
Afreeca is just jumping the gun there. They try to do Herald without establishing control of the minion wave, so it's so easy for KT to punish. They didn't even secure the Scrying Orb, so it was so easy for them to see what was going on. Mata does not have flash.
He might be able to turn this around, although it is 2-on-3 right now. Def does get that crit, and there is the explosion. Marin getting pretty low, and they will just go away from that one. Don't want to take the fight. Meanwhile, Score going to pick it up with that Rift Herald.
Welcome to the Rek'Sai zone. Both Rek'Sai and Jarvan are heavily countered by a proficient Thresh. Mata has his own world's winning skin on Thresh, so it's no surprise that he can deal with these champions quite easily. You can flay every aspect of Jarvan's Flag and Drag. You can flay Rek'Sai's tunnel as well. And, you know, I haven't seen it been done yet, but I have a feeling that you might be able to also flay Rek'Sai's ultimate.
That would be a sick highlight play. Maybe Mata will be the one to do it. Got an opportunity in this game.
Or maybe it's impossible and we're just shooting for the stars.
I don't know. There might be like a frame-perfect move that we could see out of this Thresh. We'll just have to wait and see. Not 100% sure. Meanwhile, the LeBlanc pawn in the top lane just pushed that in all by himself. Didn't even need the help of the Tristana. And they still have the Rift Heralds here on Score. So if they want to go for a tier 2 early, even before the Baron starts, this is definitely a good way to accelerate the game even more.
Well, Baron is still a long ways away, and what KT wants to do now is that they're utilizing their power spikes to pressure Afreeca, because notice how Mowgli is required to babysit Kuro pushing that lane. That's because that's a 6 stack on the Darkseal LeBlanc with a completed Gunblade already, 2-0-2, to a level up on Kuro, and worst of all, he's got a Stand United to help him out. While the cooldown isn't quite back up, what they're trying to do is you push the waves and then you observe where Afreeca is on the map. Are they addressing everybody one person at a time? If so, you use a Stand United to outnumber quickly, and then you get yourself a kill or net yourself an objective. Here they're waiting for Marin.
Oh, the taunt into the cocoon. Is able to get out of there with the flash just in time to get away from that cocoon. That was close.
Now those Merc-Tres, he is glad he bought those Nikes on. Otherwise, he would have just been fodder to Elise once again. But without Flash on Marin, it's going to be a lot harder for him to deal with the team fighting or even with getting ganked again. The Rift Herald comes out, and look at the way that Afreeca is being run around the map. There are 5 members, or 4 now, responding to the bottom side, and LeBlanc is going to be left untouched top.
Here we go again. He doesn't have the time this time around. Score, though, is not able to put enough damage onto Marin. He's going to try to go for it because he has no other choice. And in fact, Afreeca will be able to secure that kill.
There was a window there, actually, for Score to get out. He had to have repelled immediately onto Kura and then flash away. Unfortunately, he missed it, so he had to commit to going with trying to get a kill onto Marin. At least they do get the teleport, but it's unlikely that Pawn is threatened by this, as he can likely just try to turn, then you stand United and somehow turn things from a 1v2 into 2 kills for KT.
Yeah, Pawn is extremely confident at this point in the game. He's even going to try to go 1v1 on Tamarin, even though he knows that Mowgli is nearby. Now it's turned into a 1-on-2. He's just going to try to dash out of there. Does make it out alive.
There's plenty of magic resistance on these 2 guys right now, so only with Shen, with the chances of him popping somebody, would truly come to life. However, when we hit that mid-game, now we're only, or a little bit later than this mid-game, pardon me, there's a 3,000 gold advantage on KT right now, but they're all single target damage. And they can be CC'd and prevented from dealing DPS. The Braum can single-handedly stop much of Tristana's damage, and if the individual skill shots from Elise, LeBlanc, and Thresh aren't there, Afreeca can find a way to win these fights. So they're still not out for this game because they're so tanky. They'll soak up a lot of the initial burst and allow their solid DPS to go in.
And look at this, Mata going ham, 1v3. Does have that stand United, and the box comes down. Void Rush coming in, he's looking for that kill. Can he get it? Extremely close, but Mata will survive. And they're just gonna pick up that Rek'Sai kill. What will they go for next? Looks like they're gonna stop the top wave and I guess go for this Ocean Drake.
They go for the Dragon right now when they have the chance, and they also got to get Smeb's teleport, but they're not strong enough to make plays on the map on their own right now. So even though they get the TP, Smeb will likely have his stand United back around the time that KT wants to make another move on the map, so it becomes that much more difficult for them to pick anybody up. Afreeca is just being strained in every aspect, and they're not looking for an answer. Right now, all they need to do is just defend objectives, and picking this fight, while it looks appealing, they do not have the damage to deal with this. Without Talia there or Jarvan, you're essentially running a 1 damage composition, and he gets peeled back easily, and through stand United, Mata survives and lives to Lantern another day.
It's crazy that we're not even 20 minutes into this game, and we don't see Shen all that often, every once in a while, but he's already had so many plays in this game. Even just the Stand United to make plays in mid lane, to save Mata in a bad situation, to turn it around and get KT farther ahead, to set up ganks even in the bot lane that they're looking for. The Shen pick is looking really cool today, man.
See, the thing is, Shen has received a lot of criticism, and particularly after Rift Rivals, Soaz was the one that was very anti-Shen. Against good teams, the Shen should not be getting advantages, and that was kind of the sentiment that was shared, and I have to agree, because if you look at the way that Shen has received advantages this time around, it revolved around Marin getting caught out. They had vision. They knew that Elise was there, so he dies. Right there, you understand that you don't have your damage threats. You cannot go onto the Thresh. It's Afreeca taking the bait that KT is giving them, and as such, the Shen looks great. It looks like he's making plays all over the map. Now, to be fair, the composition from KT does allow Shen to shine through, but a big part of his early game prowess has come at the hands of Afreeca over or underestimating what KT can do.
Definitely, certainly makes him look very good, so I'm sure Smeb's pretty happy with that so far. And yeah, I mean, KT, they're running away with this one. They haven't gotten any of the tier 2 turrets, but that bottom one is pretty low. They've been trying to split push decently, put Pawn up in the top lane and Smeb in the bottom lane, and really put that pressure onto Afreeca. But now we're reaching the 20-minute mark. We're going to have the Baron spawn, and you could definitely see KT try to make some plays around that objective as well. Marin trying to get frisky here on the red buff, but in the end, he does not have the smite, so Score takes it away.
But that's what you have to love about Marin, though. Even in the position that he's in, he's trying to get a steal on. He's trying to get an advantage somewhere on the map. He got that early 1v1 kill onto Smeb, And so even though he dies, he continues to try to make an advantage, to create a pressure point for Afreeca to stall out this game. And now they're trying to protect mid lane. They're trying to defend the red side jungle because Baron becomes a real possibility. Not because KT is likely to do it. They obviously have the tools to burn it down with Elise and Tristana, but because they can do this. It's a bait. It's a pick composition. It's more important for them to get a kill before starting the Baron. And here's Mowgli.
Oh, the perfect hook onto this Rek'Sai. He doesn't have Banshee's Veil. That's enough damage coming out from the burst of deft and scores. They pick up this jungler. They're looking for another push.
This is exactly what KT wants. They want control of a side of the jungle and then have Afreeca continue to enter that side and get picked left, right, and center. They can just do this every 10 seconds when their cooldowns come back. And Kramer, he's in trouble.
Gunblade and the Stand United. Can he get away from this one? Tushin trying to be the hero. The perfect exhaust actually will save Kramer. It looks like actually Smeb is going to go down in the back line. Perhaps this time around KT went too far.
They did go too far. They forgot about the exhaust from Tucson. So annoying when you're going for these dives that you always think, oh, I can just get him and get out. But the exhaust was so well timed. And then the backside of that, Jarvan tries to commit onto the LeBlanc, but unfortunately Cataclysm gets dodged by a Lantern, so he takes no damage and then just walks away with full HP due to that Gunblade.
Yeah, so looking for the deep picks. Didn't really help out this time. Let's take another look at how close Kramer got to dying.
So we know that the Stand United is going to come in. This is what LeBlanc wants to do, but it was a bit greedy because they did not have control or vision of anybody else on the map. Notice Elise on the top of the minimap waiting for somebody to approach that lane. Tristana was also there, so KT split their efforts and didn't use the pressure properly. Had they waited to make that play a little bit, a couple more seconds, there's a chance that Braum and Talia would have committed to the top side, to defending that wave, instead of pulling the trigger when there was nothing else to be had.
Kuro kind of in a bad spot. Definitely don't want to be alone in the Baron pit. Clears out a control ward, but burns his Weaver's wall. So will not have that. That's a pretty low, high cooldown, rather. So does get that away. And now Pawn, he's getting collapsed on, rather. 2-on-1 down in the bot lane, but they will have that teleport coming in. Is able to dodge the flag and drag. With the teleport coming in, they are not going to commit to the kill.
It's a good threat there from Smeb, and they are being quite liberal with utilizing their teleport spells. I like that about this team. They're going as hard as they can in order to make things happen onto the map. They do know that a pick composition might struggle when it comes to a straight-up 5v5 between the amount of tanks and Unbreakable that Afreeca can provide. They need to make the most out of this. Unfortunately, the next dragon is an Infernal, so they do have to deter their efforts into the Baron side and focus onto this dragon. It will matter, and so we can expect at least KT to fight for this one, and Afreeca can always opt out against it if they don't feel like they have the items, and to be fair, right now they do not.
Score's going in here with not too much vision. Does want to try to make a play around the blue buff, but Mowgli got himself into a weird spot there. Actually, Score takes away that blue with his own smite, so does deny that from Kuro, who currently is very low mana.
But Kuro doesn't need that much mana. Oh, pardon me. I thought I was looking at Pawn.
Even so, look at this burst damage coming onto Tushin. Deft, he's beginning to get really scary. He gets the kill underneath the turret. Gets extremely low himself, but does pick that one up. Going 1v1, ADC versus ADC.
Gets hit with the crit. Unexpected. 30 CS up on Tristana already, and now they're going to walk away with another tier 2. Marin is next on the hit list. He does have flash and uses his flag and drag to get out. And now Afreeca can only look towards the next game because this one feels like it's escaping them so quickly. The dragon is up next. After the dragon comes Baron, and they lost summoners for this one. They're going to be in such a mess in order to clear out the vision and not get picked off by KT again.
KT executing this composition very, very well and getting the prize they deserve, a very big lead at about 24 minutes into the game. They pick up that Infernal Drake, and Mowgli goes in there, tanks a bunch of the dragon shots, you guys could see by his health, but clears out some vision. Fortunately, his AoE does aggro the Baron, but you can tell that they know what's coming next. But they're going to try their best to stop this Baron. Not sure how well they can do.
They do know what's coming next, and The only thing they can do is what Tucson just did, going for creative vision. Unfortunately, it did get spotted, so we're going to look at that replay once again. It starts with its pawn jumping onto Braum, and so it looks like he's going to go down with another auto attack, and Kramer steps up to try to defend him, but just crit after crit takes him down. Finally hits him with a static shiv, one that does that extra wealth of magic damage to just delete Kramer off the face, off Summoner's Rift.
I mean, kind of looks like he's got some health, but not when you get that much burst damage out of a Tristana. And this is Kramer we're talking about. He's not exactly tanky. So you have to be extremely careful in situations like that. Perhaps just play a bit more passively so you do not get caught out. But you're talking about that creative vision around Baron. There's no vision around Baron now, as Afreeca, they're scrounging to get anything on that side of the map.
Exactly. KT has cleared the entire river. It belongs to them except that one Scrying Lord ward. Oh, Kramer.
Here we go again. I mean, if he could get one crit, that was getting very, very close. Kramer still had his heal. But now Marin gets in kind of a weird spot. The play, it's going to knock him out of that Flag and Dragon. Still on the chase. He's going to flash, but there's the hook from Mana. They secure that kill. What a play from this bottom lane. And they want even more. They're looking for Tushin. Will he be able to hop away? But you can see how confident Deft is now.
And now you see what it's like to be Jarvan when you're dealing with Thresh. It is impossible. Every time you go in, you need to be damn sure you want to stay in.
Deft, he's getting a little bit too confident. Going 1v4, he almost does get the crits onto Kramer, but he almost dies himself.
But they still get objectives, and that's what really matters for them. And even though KT had gained control of the river, it wasn't the time for them to start a Baron just yet. They need deep vision. They need to know exactly what's coming. It's not enough to know that KT or that Afreeca does not see them. They need to absolutely be certain that they understand the time frames at which they can always turn back or decide to make either a commit play, a rush play, or even a 50-50 at this stage.
You can see the pings going down. They want to head towards that Baron. In fact, a lot of the vision has been cleared out of that red side. But let's take another look. Just one crit and already Kramer's at 2/3 health.
He's just so out of position there. The wave is far away, and as soon as they see Marin, they know they can just jump in. His only recourse would have been to flash upwards. There's no chance for this one. And the hook was just beautiful there to seal the deal. It looked like it was about to miss, but unfortunately, Jarvan, he has been going to the gym too much until he gets hit.
And he does. Amada, he's looking for more. Marin, though, coming from the right side. Deft's just playing with fire here, walking up towards all these champions that can flash on him and engage. And he doesn't even have his own flash. So he's going to be rocket jumping in even. Oh, unbelievable. He's relying on this lantern so much. And Mata does get him there to safety. But man, this guy.
It's Marin.
Okay, trying to come in from behind. They know that he doesn't have his flash. They're going to engage here onto Pawn, but it's not enough. The box coming down. They're looking for that damage. Smeb with the big taunt, but in the end, they will find Deft. He didn't have his summoners, but Marin going down on the right side. Everybody extremely low on the side of Afreeca. It looks like this one will turn around. The hook will land onto Tushin, and a double kill going over to Pawn. Can they get the ace? Yes, they can. A third one for score, and that will be the easy Baron for KT.
Everybody on Afreeca just trying to kill Deft. They focus him so hard through Stand United, through the box, through everybody peeling. It just was not enough for them to kill him and still win that team fight. And KT, they had Pawn dealing with Marin on this side. They just stood at the liver. There was not a whole lot of finesse to that fight. It was just button mashing left, right, and center. But the advantage that KT has yields them the victory. And now they have a Baron that will allow them to crack the base. And we're going to look at it again. Remember that KT, that Deft, started this fight being really aggressive. He's going to jump in right away. And so he knows he's in danger. Pops the QSS, gets a Lantern immediately, and this is what Afreeca sees as the window of opportunity. Hook is down, Tristana does not have QSS, this is where they go in. Jarvan approaches, but he's cautious. He doesn't want to use his spells right away because they can get knocked back from Tristana and Threat. And so he waits for Mowgli to go in, but the hook from Mata onto Kramer buys so much time for them to just continue to DPS. Notice Kramer, he flashes to the side. There's nowhere else for him to turn. Pawn has already killed Marin. They're too tanky on Smeb. He will stay alive for this fight had it continued for another minute if that was the case. So KT in the end is now sitting at a 12,000, make that 13,000 gold lead. This game is definitely done.
Yeah, looking like lights out at this point. They're looking for 1 kill on Tapon, but Kramer can't even get it. What a position to be in for Afreeca, as it's now 17-5. And another thing I wanted to say in that big fight that we just had, Smeb with the double-triple taunt wasn't exactly hard to do, as everybody on the side of Afreeca was just clumped up into one giant ball, but at least making that Shen look good one last time before this game ends, I suppose.
Yeah, they made it real easy for him to go ahead and hit those skill shots. And here's another hook onto Kura, but at least they have Tucson with the Unbreakable to help him out. But the base has already been cracked into the bottom side. It's only a matter of time for LeBlanc to hit the top lane, and that's when it gets ugly, when triple inhibs go down and Afreeca is just spread thin.
They're just scrambling around the inside of their base at this point. Just trying to defend all 3 lanes, but they can't. They've put all their efforts into the bottom 2 lanes. And finally, Martin's going to go top, but that means that they should be able to push these inhibitors. Another turret goes down, the flash hook. That one's going to hit Tushin. Tons of damage comes out, and he goes down.
Oh,
and okay.
Crit.
Yeah, I think you were right in saying that was the end of the game about 2 minutes ago.
Hey, I said it about 15 as well.
That's true,
so
that's true.
It definitely looks like KT knows what they're doing, and Afreeca is completely lost here. They don't have any window of opportunity back in, and another hook just barely graces by Marin. That might as well be a bullet with how guaranteed your death is.
Wow, what a clean game here from KT, taking any doubt out of people's minds. Who is the stronger team? Going in now is Pawn, trying to pick up as many kills as possible for his KDA. Kuro trying to trade back, but it won't matter. That's going to be game number 1, going over to KT over Afreeca.
And KT played great, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. Elise is still a top-tier jungler. She will punish you hard. And at the hands of KT, who before the split break, they're playing Renekton and Elise all the time and crushing fools. Yep. Now they're doing it again, but they've added LeBlanc. Pawn has been stepping up. He's now a real part of the mix with KT, influencing the side lanes, allowing him to have LeBlanc and just crush everywhere. And the early game was really what stood out for me. The way that KT understood who can play aggressive, who can play defensively, what kind of style they want to go with the composition, and it worked to a T. There was barring just one minor mistake when they overdove onto the mid lane. Everything else was seemingly perfect, and now Afreeca is stunned. What happened? How did we lose game 1? I thought we were the best.
Well, they might think that, but they need to get a little bit more consistent to be the best. For all we know, maybe Afreeca comes out in game 2 and crushes KT. That's just the team that they are. And I would hope that's not the case, as KT has changed from that type of team into a true top-tier team in Korea. Definitely at least top 3 at this point, especially with SKT and their troubles. Longju trying to make it interesting up at the top, but Samsung having troubles themselves. But KT definitely looking very, very consistent.
Oh, he's opening the bag. That Spirit coming in. There he is. Where's the keyboard? What's in the bag? Just a mouse pad.
It's like, here, Mowgli, you might need this. Now, this is what I was expecting. I think if you throw in your rookie jungler and it doesn't work out in game 1, you just got to switch it up. And they're going to try for Spirit this time around. We'll hope that he has a superstar performance for game number 2.
At least for game number 2, Afreeca will be on the blue side. And I'm not sure if we have enough time to cover it right now, but the advantages that blue side have currently are just so damn great. And it especially is apparent to the current meta with the top side. So we're just going to have a highlight reel about what Elise is doing, but I'll keep going over about the top side with blue side, because the leash that your jungler gives you, that your support can give, means that you finish to the top side much more, you finish so much faster, whereas the blue side leash, you finish into the top side, but you don't have the red buff right away, which makes your route a little bit more predictable, a little bit weaker early on if you are to get invaded. It offers you a window that, because you have Elise as red, anytime you go to the top side of the map, you're guaranteed to find a great timing to getting a kill. Got deleted.
I love how he hooked the guy without the Banshee's Veil there too. I mean, there's definitely a couple of guys who could pick up MVP in this game.
That's a 498 damage crit from Tristana onto Avaris.
Who do you think it's going to be? You think it's going to be Mata for MVP?
I think it's going to be either I think it might be Deft or Pawn.
Really?
Yeah, Deft or Pawn.
I was thinking Score Armada. I mean, everybody on the side of KT played so well, it's definitely hard to pick one.
Well, when you consider MVPs, it's always a matter of who truly influenced the game-winning plays. The things that truly accelerated the game that enabled KT to win it. While everybody did their fair share, I have to imagine that Pawn was doing quite a bit with the side lane pressure early on with the snowballs. It could have been Smeb for all we know. I think that, as you say, it is a bit of a toss-up, but I think the only one that would not make sense would be Mata here with Thresh.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he made so many hooks and crazy plays. He made like the highlight plays, I guess. He's like the highlight MVP for sure. In terms of winning the overall game, I suppose some other guys on their side definitely had a little bit more contribution. But
to be fair, if you're playing Thresh against Jarvan Rek'Sai and you cannot play him out every single time, why are you even playing Thresh?
It's true. I mean, Mata definitely also is one of the best Threshes in the world, if not the best. But seems like we're not going to see the MVP just yet. We're going to have to jump to a quick commercial break first before we get into game number 2. We're back here at the Nexon Arena for more LCK. And man, KT, they were able to crush Afreeca in I think about a 30-minute game. Was not very close. And they definitely showed themselves to be the better team, at least in game number 1.
Absolutely. They got rid of them like a used wrapper. And the MVP will be Pawn. There you go. I stand corrected. That's a 50% kill contribution, but look at the snowball that he started. Going to the top side, making sure that they secure the second kill onto Marin, but that just did not stop there because he was able to exert so much pressure on the map. Once again, another play onto the mid lane, flashing over here when he sees, or dashing, pardon me, when he sees that Kuro burns both summoners, and this was the beginning of the end. Utilizing Shen in an aggressive fashion is always the better way to use Shen because you get that numbers advantage. And we know, I feel like a broken record. We've been preaching about how to use Shen ultimate time and time again, and this right here was a masterclass in seeing that. KT and Smeb specifically utilize Shen to near perfection, barring a lot of mistakes from Afreeca, but I just wanted to point out that before that game, Smeb had a 28.0 KDA on Shen on 4 games.
Wow, that's pretty ridiculous. You don't see that all too often unless, you know, it's a low sample size and you're only doing really, really well, which I suppose is the case there for Smeb, but I still don't feel like it's a ban going into game 2.
Oh, absolutely
It's
not.
just like the way that the game was played and the other champions that were involved, especially the Elise on blue side, the LeBlanc for Pawn, maybe that's a ban that you can throw out if you want to target Pawn, but it's definitely going to, the whole situation is going to be changed because we got a new jungler coming in here for Afreeca. Afreeca's going to be on blue side. And honestly, I don't think KT is going to let Elise be open, which means that we might see Kalista come out. We're definitely going to see a new playing field for game number 2.
They might if they feel like leaving something crazy and have an answer to it, but an issue that Afreeca found last game is that they did not have any way of locking down a champion like LeBlanc. I think that that's a much more suitable ban than anything else because think about how do you kill LeBlanc. If you have Talia, Jarvan, and Rek'Sai, she can dance around all 3 of you relentlessly, and then you have Braum. Okay, sure, you proc the Winter's Bite, but they can still dance around her that way, so you're really relying on only the chains of corruption. So the picks that they had against LeBlanc weren't optimal and allowed Pawn to shine through.
Yeah, definitely will be one of the focus points, jumping into pick and ban for game number 2 and an immediate Tristana ban against Death. They say, okay, well, we know you're good at Kog'Maw, but now we know you're extremely good at Tristana as well, so we don't want to leave that one open.
It's not so much that he's so good at Tristana, it's the champion has a built-in pushing power that requires no mana. If you exhaust resources on both AD carries, Tristana will always come out on top, pushing the way, guaranteeing you have pressure. And if both don't have resources and junglers are accounted for, Trist will win that war every single time. So they're banning this for the early game. It was brutal to deal with. It was brutal to watch the Trist and Thresh pushing so hard and no answer coming out of the side of Afreeca. They got rid of 3 picks from last time around, so they do not want to have anything to do with what KT ran in game 1. So we're going to get a complete toss-up.
Exactly. A totally new playing field. Bunch of new champions should be coming in here for game number 2. KT delaying on their last ban, deciding do they want to let the Kalista through, and the answer will be yes, as they take away Tushin's Alistar once again.
Yes, the Kalista is up, but the Kalista-Alistar combo is one to be feared here. Most likely going to see this champion be locked in, and Rakan remains available, so there are still plenty of opportunities. However, Xayah is not there, so I think that KT might be thinking about picking that champion up for themselves. Even though Depth has not shown to be crazy good at Xayah, the entire of the LCS has risen this champion in priority, and we might just see him put more work in it and make it count.
I have no idea who that is in the picture. Sorry, guys, but said something, I love you too. That's the back part. But anyway, you were talking about that Rakan. They're going to take it away very quickly, as that still is left open. We'll see Mata on the Rakan this time around. Definitely will be a treat for everyone watching.
Give me that Xayah, and there it is, Xayah Rakan. You deny it right away, you keep yourself the combination, and Xayah just like, this is my man, Kalista, we're gonna beat your ass down. How dare you, you home wrecker.
She wants revenge, you know? Spirit is just trolling coming in. We're not playing on 7-14, guys. Don't worry.
Don't you love
Don't
that
worry,
splash art,
right?
though?
Okay. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Should be the Jarvan. Definitely is one of the more highly picked top laners, and Marin has shown that he is extremely good on that champion. And I think it's going to be the Rumble jungle. We've seen Spirit do before, and we've seen other teams even try it as well. I think SKT even threw it in themselves. Peanut had his hand at it. Didn't go so well, but Marin and Spirit, they're the duo to do it.
It most likely is the Rumble jungle, but of course there are crazy opportunities where the Rumble top might be beneficial as opposed to him in the jungle. So you always have to respect the flex possibility that KT can throw, that Afreeca can throw at you, but they will be responding with a Galio themselves, and already they have great team fighting presence. They've got globals just like last time around, and the Lucian ban for the mid lane in order to secure a safe laning phase for Pawn.
Waiting on some more bans to come out here. Going to take away that red side Rek'Sai. Just do not want to see that. Definitely is one of the more strong picks that we have seen in the jungle from time to time. And as Score has not picked just yet, they're trying to cut down on his champion pool.
They're trying to deny any champions that can go in and combo with the Galio's heroic entrance, because Rek'Sai, typically when she goes in, she gets kited out and doesn't do a whole lot, but if you've got Galio to back you up, the AoE stun is significant enough that if she gets kited, the range of the knockup will still be there, Rek'Sai can connect, and then the fight can get started. So they really want to make sure that Pawn has a great time laning here, and I'm curious to see what Kuro is going to play into this matchup. There have been plenty of picks available. Some people go with Corki. There's Cassiopeia as well. Some people even try Orianna. And personally, I want to see him somehow risk a Kassadin into all of this madness. It wouldn't be optimal, but it would certainly fit the idea that Afreeca is inconsistent with whatever they want to play. They just go at it.
Definitely one of the more trolly hover guys. They like to just troll you by hovering picks from the past or from the future, depending on what patch.
They're doing it for you specifically, Valdez. Yeah. He sees it like, oh, I know this guy. he loves my hovers.
I always react to it, but we'll just be the Jace. And we have seen Jace jungle. It has happened. I think that was Marong that did that from Everade, but this should most likely be the Jace top.
That would be just giving up right now. If you go with the Jace jungle, it's Jace top. You got to pick it. You win against the Rumble. You win against the Jarvan. If the lanes are isolated, you can push relentlessly. And best of all, you're comboing with a Galio. This composition already with Xayah, Rakan, Galio needs a wealth of damage. And because they haven't selected the jungle and the main damage dealers in the jungle have been banned away, it's the pick that makes the most sense. Now, Afreeca could have opted out to maybe ban the Rek'Sai or the Jace instead of the Rek'Sai and ban both Kha'Zix and Jace, potentially hindering KT's composition, but we do not know what they're packing here. It could have been a Camille for all we know, so the Jace makes a lot of sense, and now we get to see the final jungle pick, which could likely just be a Gragas.
Yeah, funny to see that pick still open. I suppose it's fallen down a little bit in priority as time has gone on. Definitely seems like the obvious pick here for KT. Gotta wait until they lock it in, though. And there you go. So is going to be locked in. And yeah, we're also going to see Tushin on the support Kennen, which we have seen from time to time. I think the last guy to do it was Snowflower, and he had a pretty ridiculous game against SKT, where he was just going in by himself, 1v4, engaging, 4-man stun, and then his team would follow up. It was crazy what he was doing on that champion. So definitely is coming into popularity a little bit more here at the end of Summer Split.
It's a difficult support to gank, and he combos so beautifully with Kalista. The engage, the AoE that Afreeca has in this comp puts a lot more emphasis into fighting than they had last time around. They can actually make plays happen, and that's refreshing to see, because it felt like last time around they were just gutted from the very get-go. That level 2 gank and level 3 gank onto Marin puts them in a hole. Mowgli was unable to find anything, and it is actually going to be the Rumble top into the Jace. So he doesn't want to get bullied out by the Smeb signature champion. Instead, he just wants to farm from far away and eventually have enough armor under his belt where he's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, the Jarvan jungle coming through again. It hasn't been too great from when we do see it here in LCK, but Spirit coming off the bench, wanting to prove to everybody that he can make it work on the Jarvan this time around.
And we need to see Jarvan go for some early game action. That's what this champion's all about. Go for invades, go for harasses, level 2, level 3, just ganks non-stop. That's the beauty of this pick. However, that is why he's also a high risk, high reward pick, because if he does not get the ganks, he cannot farm to save his life, and therefore becomes near useless.
We'll see if Spirit can execute, and if Afreeca can come back against KT in game number 2. Here we go. Afreeca still with the big fan crowd, trying to cheer them on, trying to get them ahead. But it's definitely fighting an uphill battle at this point. They do have a very exciting bottom lane, at least, and big opportunities to try to come back in this one.
And they at least have damage to make a comeback this time around. All their members can assist in just killing out tanks, dealing with backline. They're all quite capable of playing the fight to any degree that they want to. So a big part of this composition for Afreeca will be that communication. If you have 2 members going for the backline, others playing the front line, everything gets disjointed, and then KT just comes right in and wins the fight. So Afreeca's communication needs to improve from last time. And if they can do so, they can win these fights. But KT is trying to play a kind of a wombo composition. What we saw before with the Gragas, with the Galio. They had Jarvan last time around. This time it's Jay, so he offers a bit more DPS, but less of that combo CC. But if Galio gets a big knockup and Score does too, things can go awry.
Oh, trying to steal some of these Raptors. Only able to pick up 1 on the side of Kuro, but 1 is enough. They do make this a little bit harder for Score. Has to kill this big Raptor. And he's not going to be level 2.
But Jarvan will be in. Let's see what Spirit decides to make out of this lead. We know that Smeb had control of the top side map because he got there early. It is the Jace. He's up against Rumble, who will be pushed in, which can open him to getting ganked by Jarvan. However, it looks like Spirit is most likely just going to go for farming as the wave continues to bounce back.
Tushin very aggressive, even from the get-go. Wants to build up those W stacks. See if he can get some damage down. And Mata going deep here, actually, as he was about to hit level 2. And doesn't really work out in the end. Just trading back and forth.
Uh-oh, Smeb, the wave is gonna hit.
Okay, trying to take this trade. He's actually going to jump in on Tamar, and can he dodge this? Flash it in here. Spirit, he wants to get the flag and drag. Is there enough damage? He misses it. It is going to be the first blood, but it does go down here in a trade for 1-for-1.
And that's huge for Smeb. He's got teleport. He's not going to miss out anything on that wave. Spirit just now donating that kill over to Smeb. That's going to be trouble. At least he was able to walk away with the kill, but look at the position that the wave is in. It is just perfect for the Jade. He has not missed a beat in CS and magically now gets a kill, and the wave is frozen on a sub 30% HP Marin. This is beautiful.
Fantastic start as the gank goes awry, and another early gank up in top lane is a very interesting proposition. It works out for KT with their Elise, but not so much with the Jarvan jungle. And yeah, not going to be feeling too good about that one.
It started out so well, so look at how they play this out. Marin clearing some of the minion wave, going on to Smeb. Unfortunately, he doesn't get all of them, but what I love is how Spirit plays it. Bam, flash him with the auto. You wait for the flash, but he waits too long on the flag and drag. The lack of hesitation, he's waiting for Smeb to pick a side. He tanks too much of the tower and goes down in the end, and that almost was a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Smeb, but he's already in a happy place. The teleports were burned evenly, and now he's sitting at 10 CS over Rumble.
Yeah, he's feeling good. Score wasn't there to pick up the kill on Marin as he got low, but he farmed out pretty much his entire jungle. Going to take the Rift Scuttler down in the bottom side of the map too. And we'll see if he looks for some ganks in a bit. He's going to hit a very fast level 6, I suppose, with all the farming he's doing.
Well, nothing makes you happier as a jungler when you're just trying to farm. You're a later game champion. Your early game is not that strong. And then you see the opposing jungler go for a dive that gets turned 1-on-1. You're like, oh, well, I guess I can just continue to farm.
Oh boy, Spirit going for the engage, gets caught out. The big flash from Pawn, and about as easy of a gank or a counter jungle gank, I don't know what you want to call that, as they could have hoped for. And a bit of a mistake here from our Jarvan jungle, as Spirit doesn't have the best early game coming into game number 2.
He's 0-2 in 5 minutes. If you really want to do the math, the time that you can actually die is at about 2 minutes. So about 1.5 minutes per death on Spirit, and here comes again Konkuro.
No. Does he have his Valkyrie cooldown up? He's gonna flash. Doesn't look like he does. He's not using it just yet, at least. Should have it soon. There it does go. Will use it to get over the wall and actually score, burning his own flash to try to get that kill.
He's drunk.
Perhaps that is the reason. Does make sense. And now they're looking to turn this one around. So they will get the flag and drag after the stun on Tamada. That should be 1 kill going down. Not sure about this teleport. Not really going to work out. It's just Kuro coming back in the lane.
Great collapse there from Tucson to pick off Mata, so he reads the play. As soon as KT's going for it, moves from bottom to the middle, and is able to find a kill. They do get the teleport out of Kuro, but he was just going to use it in the lane. So it's not a big deal. And here comes Score to the top side. They might be orchestrating a dive onto the Rumble. A big reason why you pick Rumble into this lane as well is that you always have that equalizer. If things get hairy, if you're in this situation where they're going to try to dive you,
oh, man. No way! Oh, he does it right into Scar! Oh, no! Scar's like, what the hell? Okay, I'll pick up the kill.
Oh, my God. He doesn't have TP. Oh, look at the fat wave he's missing.
Yeah, that's not a good start here for Afreeca. Not good for Spirit, not good for Marin. And, well, at least they almost trade down in bot lane, as it seems to be going better. Tushin, he's like, God, I have to carry these guys so hard. Why do I have to do all the work?
All the bottom side is just hoping that the top side can stabilize, that the jungler, that the top lane can stop dying for a little bit, but they do recognize that it's going to be tougher and tougher as the game progresses. The advantages that KT have already put them in a great position when it comes to fighting around this objective, and it's only going to get tougher now that Pawn does have that heroic entrance. Score's looking for bottom side. There are flashes on both, however.
Let's see if he can force any. It doesn't look like he wants to make a move, so not going to body slam. Won't cask either. Just scaring them.
No need to overextend on that one, Marin. While he doesn't have teleport, you always have to remember that Kalista and Rakan, or Kalista and Kennen, can be disruptive when it comes to tower diving them. They can stun you, they can kite you around, and if you're Gragas and you miss your abilities, then you pretty much don't have anything else after that.
You're sitting duck underneath that turret.
Oh, Marin.
Not again. Okay, well, he's going to try his best to try to do something here. He's not going to flash. There it is, finally. He was waiting until the last moment to let that one go, but does get away with his life at the end of it all.
But the flash means they can revisit this lane. Pawn's teleport is almost back up. He can just clear some waves, go back to the top side, threaten to dive onto Marin, who no longer has an equalizer. I want to see KT build this wave up, slowly push it, and then go for a dive onto the top side. Afreeca is responding with Spirit ready to counter it.
Does have that red buff too, which would make things easier, and doesn't really seem like Pawn was going for that play at the end of it all, but good response by Spirit. They were thinking on the same wavelength as you, Crumbs, but not coming through. At least Score is going to make his way through a little bit later, looking for a Jarvan or a Rumble. But
here
just
comes
hang
the
around.
TP. Can they 100-0 him? I think they can.
They should be able to. No equalizer once again. He's trying to burn down that wave. If they execute this, should be the kill. They do get the body slam. There's the cask into the wall, and he's stunned up against that one. An easy pickup for KT.
This is why Rumble has fallen out of flavor into the top side. You cannot defend yourself into this with your equalizer down. You're TPing into a crashing wave. Your jungler that was saving your life earlier has just left, so it becomes all too easy for them to put this dive on the map. And now they're trying to go for a turret. Kuro might be able to defend the wave. the turret from dying, but more than that is not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, TP even being committed to by KT. They want this turret 100%. Second they see Kuro coming in, and Afreeca, they're going to pick up a consolation Ocean Drake in the bottom lane, I suppose, but they're not feeling too good about this
I'm
game.
absolutely loving what KT's doing with the teleports, though. So many times before, we have seen teams struggle to find uses of teleport. It was always, you use it to get back to lane, you use it to make a play onto the bottom side of the map. But game one, KT was more creative. The Shen, they were just using it, save everything, save our objectives, save what we can. This time, Han does have flash, so he should be okay. Gets out, but they're using their teleports just like this. They're so liberal with it that because they often utilize them in a quick succession, it opens up more plays for them to make. So it feels like they're always being aggressive. And because they ram double teleport in both game 1 and game 2, it feels like they never can get jumped on. And it's exciting because that adds that kind of new depth to the tempo that KT is going for that makes these games feel like it's 30 minutes in, but it's only 10.
Yeah, it's extremely cool to see. Instead of using the teleport late, you use it early to keep that tempo up, keep that control. And I would expect them to do more of the same. And I feel like Kuro teleporting in on a Corki. Okay, hold that thought. Smeb, he's going to go deep here. Will flash the wall. He's looking for Jarvan. Won't commit to that kill as Spirit makes his way out with the flag and drag. And now Kuro's going to try to come in here. So now we got 1-on-3. There's the packets coming in. Smeb doing his best to trade back this damage. Here comes Score. Can Smeb get out of this one? Not looking too good as Afreeca will pick up the kill in the end.
Of course they give the kill to Marin. Who else? He's probably calling for it. He does get it, so now he's at 2-2-0. He needed that kill to get back into the lane against Chase, but so greedy from Smeb. Flashing over, not even knowing where Spirit would be flashing over. I'm not sure why he predicted that he would be flashing to the top side of the map when there is no turret, so we're going to look at it again. Spirit's like, oh, what's going on? My base isn't here. Casual looking at the shot, but an up flash from Smeb. While he puts him closer to get out of this position, he's getting collapsed from 3 angles, and so the package seals the deal. Can't go that way anymore, and even Spirit gets an assist on that one with a cheeky spear.
Drops the flag too. Adding some damage in there, but in the end, they do try to get their Rumble ahead, and most importantly, their VIP, their MVP, Marin, on this team. They always love to play around this guy, and unfortunately, he's not in a good position this time, as no flash, no positioning, as Pawn should be able to easily secure this one. The equalizer comes down, but extremely tanky is KT, and they do pick up one. Kuro will Valkyrie out of this one, and should be safe at the end of it all.
They do say the red side of red buff is the most beautiful part of Summoner's Rift, so Marin just going for a sightseeing tour on the red side of the jungle, and I really have no idea what the hell he was doing in there. Maybe going for a roam, but it was just not the time. He didn't even have wards to drop down, so Marin, maybe a little bit upset as to how much attention KT has thrown into his lane.
Well, he is definitely part of the problem here for Afreeca, having trouble early on. I suppose that gank in the top side wasn't exactly his fault, as he was just doing Rumble things as Spirit fed Smeb the kill. Smeb just TP'd back to that easy lane. But we got KT in a very good spot here again in game number 2. So looking to pick up that 2-0 potentially.
Both teams are in a good spot, though. We have yet to see the bottom lane truly have any interaction, as it has just been a farm fest between Kalista and Kennen. But we cannot forget how powerful those two can be. Marin getting jumped on, but it's unlikely that he will go down there. He's really tanky, and that's just about how much defense you want to be building into the Jace. Just enough that he can't fully commit on it. Just go for harass.
You can see Tushin making that big rotation as the top, or rather the bottom side turret has gone down. Tushin looking to make his presence felt across the map.
But he gets spotted. A danger ping just went out, and Mata is moving to the top side, and Gallia is also kind of lingering in that direction, so it's wise that they don't overforce this, even though Smeb doesn't have flash and there's an equalizer. Wait a minute. They're getting fancy about it. They're thinking.
Even the scanner there, they say, okay, we're not spotted. They shouldn't know. And in fact, Smeb is going to walk into this lane. We do got this rotation up into the top, though. It looks like they're trying to bait this, and they knew. Here we go. The stun coming down with the equalizer. Will Smeb go down? It looks like it, but they should be able to trade 2 kills. Although here comes Spirit. Score trying to get on top of Tushin, who is very, very slippery at this point. He dodges the barrel. He gets out, but he will go down in the end. That was extremely close.
Oh, Spirit. He missed the combo. He was unable to go for the knockup and get scorer CC'd, so in the end, Tucson ends up going down, but he wasn't spotted by wards. It was the minions that gave off the ping, so KT thought that they have left. They go for the play, but there's just too much damage on this Afreeca lineup, and that's what this team composition had. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. Every member can melt you down, so we're going to look at the start of this fight again with Tucson. He engages with the R, the instant equalizer as soon as he gets done, in a great position there because he pigeonholed him into a corner right alongside the wall. So the combo there from Spirit, not sure what he's been doing. Maybe he needs to revisit the Jarvan a little bit. Traps, I think I want to say he ended up trapping him that maybe Kennen could have gotten out of range. Not entirely sure though, but it's always fun to point fingers at Jarvan.
Yeah, I think he did trap. We could just say that on this broadcast.
Well, that's just mean.
He trapped him, guys. It's official. So, actually, after that play, Afreeca is able to even up the gold score overall, actually taking the slight lead at 200 gold ahead. So this game a bit more even than I had originally thought.
Hey, the blue side, you got to give them some credit there. They've got a great composition this time around, that they have a lot more tools to be proactive on the map, and they have been. Uh-oh. He's got package.
Oh, don't do it. He is going to package out of the way. And this might have just been a bait, as now Mana and Score are extremely slow. The cask will not save him. And here comes Pawn from behind. What's he going to do all alone? He can stun everybody, but it just doesn't matter. He's a sit and duck. Oh! But he will get out there, as no stun will be available to kill Pawn at the end of it and deny that heroic exit in that point in time.
I can't believe he gets out of that one, but why on earth would he complete that teleport is beyond me. Deft was in the mid lane going for that fight, and KT, similar to game 1 where it was clean, but then in some of the engages they got too bloodthirsty trying to kill the Corki. It's really hard to kill Corki when he's got the package. It's so quick, it's so difficult to interrupt. He can just fly right out of there, so them going for that play was reaching too far. It gets punished, and now Afreeca is in the lead.
They're feeling the red side blues, man. Not feeling too good right now. Getting a little bit desperate in some of their engages, I suppose. And that's all it takes. A couple of mistakes, 1 or 2 mistakes, and easily Afreeca can be in a good spot. They got the Galio fed, but that just means he's going to be really tanky. And that's just about it. Deft having a bit of trouble on this Xayah so far. Hasn't really had a chance to shine so far in game number 2. As he did in game number 1.
Exactly. He is required to be next to his team in order to deal damage. The 5-man needs to be there. Jace is the only real threat between Rakan, Galio, and Gragas. The DPS is barely there, so Deft cannot be left behind by his teammates, and it's difficult to say, well, was it him that wasn't there, or was the team engaging when he was not there? And you always look at the waves first. Did they have wave management? Well, Deft was dealing with the mid lane, so you most likely say Deft should not have, or pardon, the fight should not have happened because Deft was busy getting farm, getting control of the lanes, which does not allow Afreeca to react as swiftly as they did.
You can see that KT was trying to set up something around the Rift Herald, perhaps just trying to bait in Afreeca, but at the end of it all, they don't get a kill, they don't get the Rift Herald, and we got a very even game on our hands. That 2-0-1 Corki is going to be very scary, especially now as he has finished that Trinity Force. We have this Kalista already with the Bork finished up. Lots of parts for her next item coming next, whereas just an Essence Reaver finished for Deft here.
And what's really scary for KT is that, yes, they're running a 2-threat composition without any crazy late-game threats. This isn't a Kog'Maw, this isn't Twitch, it's a Xayah, and it's a Jace. So Jace needs to be rotating with the team. They're not playing around him, but Afreeca has so many tools to ignore every peel. Oh, Marin, no!
Okay, we got that flash. Marin gets out of there by the skin of his teeth. That frame-perfect flash at the end of it all.
Goodness, Marin just loves playing with fire. This guy is Evil Knievel of League of Legends, and Pawn, once again, getting harassed in mid lane, but he will just flash out of this one if he needs to. There he goes.
Yeah, dodges that burst damage at the end of it by Kuro. So, gets away with his life.
What is
Deft
going on?
Okay. There's the teleport coming in. They're looking to get Tushin, and Candidate stun comes out. In comes Mata, and all of a sudden it looks like KT want to turn this around, dodging that shock blast. And the rest of Afreeca was ready to rotate up, so KT just back off after picking up 1 kill.
Where was the Fate's call? Kennen should not have gone down in there, but he does. And it all started from a bizarre reverse flank at a depth, waiting in the brush, basically taking the role of a Garen. And it was Xayah instead. Mata getting collapsed on. He does have Mobies, and Spirit is swift, but instead he's going the opposite way. He's running them around the Rosie, and he should be able to dash out of here.
He's going to try to dash between these turrets. Okay, he's going to suicide, but in comes Tushin with the flash, and Mata even flashing out after the auto comes in.
This is slowly devolving. We're seeing a degradation in League of Legends here, burning his own flash just to not give the kill away to the support Kennen, who also, by the way, burns his own flash, not as if the flash from Rakan or Kennen are incredibly important abilities that are worth way more than the kill inside the base where there's no objective to take after. So both of these players going with bizarre choices. You would have gotten the experience out of it. That's already a good enough advantage.
Mata kind enough to trade his own flashback. And now it's Kramer and Tushin versus Pawn and Score. The rest of these teams are rotating up. KT wants to make a defense at this turret. Don't want to give it away for free. And Jace is actually getting decently fed on the back of this. Already has his Yomus and the Maw. So definitely will be hitting like a truck.
He hits like a truck, but he's not there to hit anybody. He's the split pusher. And KT does not have any windows of fighting against the likes of Afreeca. They don't have enough damage. Xayah is the only one. They can dive her like crazy. How does Xayah protect herself? Wait a minute. He's got package, though.
They're trying to turn onto him. Can they burst him down? It's so close! Oh, he gets away! Oh, man, that must have been around 20 health as he gets out of the fight just barely using the package.
And Kuro's packing the world's most dangerous package there as he plays with his own life. Now goes back with a rapid fire cannon, but I'm surprised at these uses of Corki's passive, to be honest. They have all just been a way of playing with fire and escaping out of the grasp of KT.
Well, definitely is an explosive move, so he's definitely playing with fire as he does get out of these plays, but still alive. So I suppose it's working for him so far. And you can see KT, they're just looking to set up picks as Meb does push in. Marn smartly this time around says, okay, I think something's going on here. And even Spirit's going to make his way down. So Afreeca, as a team, will save their bottom lane turret.
I think he knew something was up the second he places that ward over the wall and sees that it gets denied by a control ward. He knows that his own try is fine, but did not check the doubles brush, and that meant that KT was constantly looking to make something happen around the bottom side. You infer that Gragas is likely to be there, as you are basically a sitting duck, and the itemization is going to help him survive in that. The Zhonya's just got completed now. Liandry's he has had for a while with the Tabi, so he's doing plenty of damage, and he's just doing his job, surviving the lane, waiting for Afreeca to build enough damage items to just force a Baron play, look for a team fight that they can easily just dive the backline and wipe the floor with the remaining tanks.
So the Baron is up. We're sitting at 23 minutes in, and Afreeca is going to make a big move towards this Ocean Drake, which should give KT some time to clear out some vision around that Baron, but they are getting behind ever so slowly. And after they take this Ocean Drake, that will be Ocean Drake number 3 for Afreeca. So when you get 1, yeah, it helps out in the lane. It's pretty good. 2 is obviously better than that, but 3? That can make your pushes last for so long, especially if you're ahead. And Scar, where are you going? Heroic Entrance is going to come in and knock up 4 members. But again, Pawn is alone. Here comes Met from the right side, but the fake skull is going to knock him out. He doesn't even have time to do any damage as he goes down. And now Kuro fighting his own fight on the left side will have the help of Mata. But in the end of it all, Pawn will go down as well. And that's going to be 3 kills against KT for just 2 on the opposite side.
One by one, the members of KT trickle in in just to give their lives a blood sacrifice to Afreeca here. The equalizer does get the flash out of depth, but now they're on the hunt. They want to kill everybody here. This is a bit strange. They might be able to get death in the end. Are they possibly thinking about a Baron, though? Score is up in 5. Oh, yes, they are.
Immediately go for it. Here comes Score. He's running his fat little butt over to that Baron. We'll see if he can make it over in time. Deft is too low to steal this Mata. Can he pull off the heroic delay at this point?
There is Rend, so there's a lot on the line here. They should be able to rend it down. Smite is up from Spirit. Yeah, this is there.
Smite and then the Rend is going to make it easy. Mata is going to engage, though. How many kills can they get on the backside? Teleport coming in. Shock Blast will miss Spirit on the run. And actually now Smeb is going to be turned on. Kuro gets a kill onto Mata, and he's looking for more. And the double kill there onto Smeb. And Score will get away with his life, but this game is running away from KT.
Afreeca got so much out of the blue side, turns it into a Baron, and gets 2 more kills to boast. After that, they also get teleports. It could not have gone better for them, and all started around the blue buff. All because the heroic entrance completed from Pawn, because Score body slams over the wall. They had no vision. They see that Dragon was taken, and we were wondering, where are they going to rotate to next? It's either go mid or go bottom, and KT did not respect any of that. The lack of vision got punished immediately, and it was just their individual play that ended up yielding even more advantages to Afreeca.
Well, this is the Afreeca that we want to see. Well, it wasn't the cleanest early game, but they're dominating on the blue side. As it turns out now, they have made less mistakes in this game. That's definitely one thing that you can say about this Afreeca team. Let's see what happened here around the Baron once again.
Well, they just don't stand a chance at this point. They cannot jump onto Kalista. The CC isn't there, and the damage is even farther away.
He flashed after the auto again. Oh, man.
Well, you know, this is what happens when you're running these compositions. They were getting ahead early. We were thinking, okay, they can continue to do this, but the second that it stopped happening, it just was too far gone. Look at Marin. He can just do this because these guys can't kill him. He's so tanky, he runs 2 people out of the jungle. Sure, he had backup, but he's just so strong. But KT, you know, Jace needed to get so far ahead out of the Rumble that they had to continue to dive him, and they slowed down. They were unable to cleanly get ahead. It bought enough time for Afreeca to get their items, get their spikes, get the turrets, and now they just have way too many threats to deal with when you have such little damage that is allocated to 2 targets and so much CC that, again, can only be comboed.
Well, at least they do have a decent amount of wave clear, so they're going to attempt to stick in this game. They have the Shock Blast, have the Jays, they have Barrels, they've got, of course, Galio, but Afreeca, they're going to be looking to accelerate this Baron as much as possible. They've still got a whole minute on it, so they're looking for their 3rd inner turret, their 3rd tier 2, whatever you want to call it, and KT just trying to hold on. They've got basically one hand on the cliff, and slowly, one by one, the fingers are going to start slipping.
To be fair, I believe that this one has already slipped a bit too far, and they're just falling, grasping at the branches that are along the way down, because this composition needs a whole lot more damage. The Jays needs to have like an infinity edge for them to bop everybody, and they need to be looking for the 5v5s. They need a crazy wombo engage, but I think Afreeca's is just too strong at this stage in the game.
Look at Deft right now. I mean, that's just the poke damage from the Corki. That's basically it, and he goes down to 1/3 health, and you can see how much their wave clear is doing for them when they're going up against Baron, and that's not all that much. And the poke is pretty insane out of Afreeca, too.
And just think about KT and how they can kill Kramer. You need to land Gragas or Galio onto him, or Rakan, unlikely, as QSS will come out as well. Here we go, though.
And going for it, the redemption is going to come down. This is the full-on engage, their one chance. Martin with that last-second Zhonya's is really going to stay alive for way too long. Kuro, he's so safe in the back, and a really nice equalizer does come out from the Rumble. And nobody dies, funnily enough, even after that full engage. The re-engage now, the burst damage out of Jace, and everybody's getting super low, but still nobody dies. How is this possible? They take out the inhibitor too, and Afreeca will get away.
And you're asking, how is it possible? Because KT's composition just cannot deal with these backline threats that bounce around so much. How do you get onto Kramer? Okay, Mata hit him. Pawn was able to there. Score hits him. But can Smeb follow up with a Shock Blast? No, I don't think so. There's too many people in the front. Can Zaya do anything? She doesn't have the crazy range or ability to follow up so hard onto these tanks. So the carries just go around bouncing, dealing as much damage as they can to the tank. Sure, they're still tanks. They're still really tough to kill. And we're going to look at the engage again. The charm hits both Corki and Kalista. Beautiful. How much better can you get? But look at the damage. Jarvan is distracting Jace. The Slicing Maelstrom is distracting Zaya. And then nobody can follow up. That's all the damage that the tanks were dealing. Here at the end, we finally get what it could look like if Shock Blast were comboed onto it, but that's because there was a straight line of fire that no other tank could stand in front.
Yeah, keep in mind that that push went on for an extremely long amount of time in the bottom lane, and they were going up against Triple Ocean, so had it been something else, maybe KT would have had a better chance, but again, I suppose they're just happy it's not Infernal or something like Mountain. Either way, Afreeca now, they pick up their own one Infernal at this point, and they want to go for this open inhibitor because they know they're super far ahead right now. They have to engage while they are ahead and look for more objectives.
Afreeca understand that. You saw Tucson going on the side lanes looking for the control. They've got double controls on the right sides of mid and the left as well. Now that they see all 5 members of KT, they no longer have to worry about a crazy engage that can surprise them. Score no longer has flash too, so it'll be a matter of time before they utilize the wave, push in here, and oh, they don't even need a wave. They're just going to go ahead, straight up and take it.
Pawn taking a ton of damage from Mata on the right side, Marin rather, trying to get that damage down. The Slicing Maelstrom is going to stun up a bunch of members, and in the end, Kalista will go down, funnily enough. So KT does hold on with that kill, even with how low Pawn did get. Now they're on the chase here from Marin, trying to slow him down. Can they actually commit to this one as the rest of Afreeca? They're coming in from the left side. This may have been a little bit too much, but the heroic entrance will get a double knockup. They're looking for more. There's the grand entrance, trying to enter on as many things as possible. Def by himself on the right side, trying to micro here. Kuro getting a little bit too low. Now Smeb's coming in. They want to turn this fight around. Can they pick up anyone? They're looking for that Shock Blast. They're still on the chase. Oh, they're still coming in here. Gonna get that damage, but it's only gonna hit Spirit, and he's so tanky. Can they actually pick anyone up here? This fight just never ends. The huge grand chase down through the bottom lane. Looking for Tushin, and finally they get one. Will they get another? Is the big question. Still very tanky on the side of KT. Not able to stop that flag and drag. In comes Smeb. They're gonna take out Spirit, it looks like. But it will be only 2 kills, as now they're gonna try to back out of this one. Oh boy.
The great rat race there to the ends of the world. They'll chase Afreeca to try to get something, but it finished into the bottom side of the map. So Baron, the only objective that they could have legitimately capitalized on, is way far away. So all they can do is just buy some time to refresh the inhibitor waves, to push out and prepare for the Baron. Here comes Mata to ward it up, to make sure that if Afreeca is to start it, that they can respond with those double teleports. But what started that fight that went so well for KT was all about Score. He hit a beautiful cast that knocked Kramer into the team, deletes him instantly, and then the fight is basically won at that point.
They need a couple more of those plays, or maybe more than just a couple. I mean, they have to get Kramer over and over and over again when they are this far behind. So it's all on Score. This guy is a veteran. He's pretty good, I've heard. But we'll see if he can make the heroic play. Fight after fight after fight here would be a nice streak for him to have. He would certainly get MVP. And there are other options. I mean, maybe you get Pawn to knock him up if he gets out of position, but it's basically up to the Gragas. And here we go. Coming on in. You're going up against a Kalista. Looks like they're just going to let this one go. Although Score, he does body slam into Tushin, funnily enough. And throwing his cask out into mid-air. A little bit drunk at this point, I suppose.
You've got Kalista, Jarvan with a smite, and somehow Rumble still gets it. Those are the moments where you're a jungler, you're thinking about the steal, and you think to yourself, damn, if I played that a little bit better and got in there, I might have been able to steal it, because if Rumble got it, anybody could have gotten it.
Very true. And, well, now they're going up against the Baron. 2 inhibitors do go down, but 1 does respawn in the bottom lane, so they have a saving grace, I suppose, at this point, if they can somehow stop this long Baron timer, this long Baron push from coming in, then they still do have a chance in this game. But this is really crunch time for KT. They got to stop this push.
There's a fat wave amassing into the bottom side as well that they can utilize when it crashes. It's going to meet up with another one, so they're going to go straight to the turret first. The wave has not hit just yet, though, so they are susceptible to getting chunked.
Look at Kramer. He eats so much of that chunk, and Deft is able to Featherstorm out of the engage from Spirit. And, oh man, that poke. Kuro is so on point with his missiles. He's targeting Deft every single time. If he can just zone him out, it's so fantastic. Now that he's out of the fight, immediately Afreeca can engage. They take out that inhibitor very, very easily. But they got to be careful about sticking around. There's the big knockup. They get Kramer, and they get Tushin. That is what they were looking for. It looks like this time Mata's going to be the one to step up to the plate. And they do get that knockup, so they hang on to this game.
He sees the opportunity and he takes it, but we gotta wonder, why does Afreeca keep giving these opportunities? You already got the inhibitors, you've got flashes. What is the point? I guess the point is they want to have a longer matchup against KT. They're learning something here. Like, we gotta make the most out of this. We gotta drag them down. We heard that if the games get extended against KT, there's a chance that they tilt. Maybe that's what the strategy is. Who knows why they keep getting caught going like this, but we're going to look at it again anyways. Inhibitor is down. You don't need to do anything else. They're not committing to end the game, right?
Go home.
Yeah, so here they are. They are a group like, all right.
Look at that. I mean,
just a beauty. And Corky's not in range to follow up. There's nobody there to stand and block the Shock Blast. Picture perfect for what KT wants, and now they've got their sights set on an Elder Dragon, which can stir up a fight, although they do have to deal with Kuro, with Teleport, with a Baron buff up into the top side that will be met by Galio.
They have delayed so much time from that Baron, and with that, I mean, you do have this one push that's coming into top lane. They're going to try to stop this push, but Kuro, I think he's pretty confident to just poke this one down. One going to make it interesting, but I think they might have to give up this Elder Drake.
They're giving it up and they're going to go for a Corky. Kuro has flash and TP. Let's see if he's got some antics, though.
Okay, the Shock Blast miss is unfortunate. Flash coming in, though. The follow-up flash from Smeb and a teleport coming in from Marin. And that means that they will get the Elder Drake and deny the kill onto that Corky. So now we got 4 Elemental Drake Elder here for Afreeca for 2 minutes.
They committed to going for Kuro, but they forgot that Marin's teleport can also help them out. And that was great. That's exactly what KT was doing with their TPs. We see it time and time again, usually in the laning phase, but in this late stage, it helps to deter the full-on engage onto Kuro, secures in that top turret, and now they're pushing in for that inhibitor. That's Elder, that's Baron. What more do you need? Afreeca, it's there.
It's there for the taking. The banana is ripe. Pick it off the tree. Oh. They want red buff.
No.
Well, I suppose they've gotten a lot of gold. I don't know. They just decide to go against it. They still do have a lot of time on this Elder Drake. So I suppose they're saying, okay, everybody go home, get your elixirs, you know, do your nails, do whatever you got to do.
Do your nails?
I mean, what else are they doing, right? Am I right? Like,
I mean, that's kind of
hey man, I'm not judging.
A female thing, isn't it?
They can do whatever they want to do.
All right. Yeah, I'm just tossing questions out here. I'm not judging.
It's all right. I won't judge you for judging. But okay, now you've got a minute left on the Elder, and that was the timing, right? What did they go home and get at the end of it all?
Well,
maybe someone had an item. We should have been paying attention to the items a little bit more.
I did, though. You can't assume. Then you make an ass out of you and me. There you go. Kuro got a complete static shift. He sold his D-Blade, got a brand new static, so he's doing a lot of damage. He's got an elixir there to lifesteal as well. So they're decked down, but they're not going to be able to make too much out of this Elder Dragon, although it should at least yield this inhibitor.
Should be. They catch Deft in the back, but another big engage by Mata isn't enough. Another good cast, but they can't get Kuro in the back here. Mata is going to go down. Tons of damage coming up. Marin with the perfect Zonius here. The Shock Blast comes in, though, and does pick him off, but it looks like too much from the side of Afreeca. Kuro just doing way too much damage in the back line this time. Looks like we're going to a game 3, girls and boys. Quadra kill for Kuro on the Corky.
Welcome to the Callista Zone. There's a reason why this pick is so heavily contested, and Kramer shows up right at the end. He's able to team fight just so well. Nothing that KT could have done. The engage was right onto the backline, but unfortunately, the front line from Afreeca can deter anybody that wants to follow up. So it just becomes a simple cleanup for this bottom lane.
KT, they wanted that perfect engage again, and as you said, it's extremely hard to pull off. They do it a couple of times. Afreeca hand those two to him. They make the game a little bit more interesting towards the end, I suppose, but they do pick up the win that they deserved from their good early and mid performance. So Afreeca, they bring us to a game 3, and both these teams have looked very, very good on the blue side so far.
I really like what these two compositions are developing into, where you have one team that has a lot of engage, but for the most part, the biggest factor in this composition, the biggest attribute is a ton of damage. What Afreeca run was just that, whereas KT's is more structured, is not as flexible with the ways that they want to play a team fight. It always has to be engaged on these guys, make sure that you hit them. We don't have enough DPS to follow up on everybody else, and when these two compositions clash, you get games like these that you have 18 to 16 kills. A lot of blood for an LCK game, and so it always gets to be exciting, even though they make some mistakes here and there.
I loved the chase down the bottom lane as KT gets to get engaged, and then for about a minute, they were trying to pick up as many kills as they could as Afreeca retreated, but didn't end up mattering too much at the end of it all. Just a small amount of gold given over to KT, and lots to think about going into game number 3. I don't think we're going to see Elise given over to KT once again. The Callista, definitely a very scary pick. The Kennen, seeing a lot of success so far, although we didn't really see those crazy engages with the slicing Maelstrom like we did out of Snowflower from Tushin this game.
Here's where Smeb started kind of trolling. He had a big lead. He was in full control at the top side, but tried to go for a little bit too much, and the collapse was imminent from Afreeca. They respond, and everybody got a piece out of this kill. Assist for Corki and Jarvan, and then Marin, who was a little bit far behind, ends up securing the kill with that final Harpoon. And then off that back of the fight at blue buff, they turn into a Baron, which then results in 2 more kills. Mata goes down here to Kuro, who, I don't know why he chose that spot for a base. Questionable at best, and now Kuro, that's where he gets so fed, and I think that he'll likely be our Game 2 MVP. Even though the engages that Mata had were stellar, look at Jace. He's trapped inside a Cataclysm. Xayah, so far behind, she just cannot get in range, and it's a simple matter of if you got CC, but if there's nobody there to follow it up, did you ever really lock them down?
A very philosophical question, I suppose, at the end of the day, but cool engages there from Mata. They make it interesting. They bring us to this late game. You try to get that knock up into the cask, but easy QSS, you hop away, and Kramer and Kuro in the back line doing crazy amounts of damage. No way that KT could win this fight from that position.
When we observe fights, for the most part, you always just want to be looking at the carries and see who's permanently dealing damage, and that's typically a good way to figure out who's going to come out ahead. And when we look at that one, the Equalizer zoned off the whole damage dealers out of KT, whereas Callista simply QSS and started to rack up those spears onto the Galleon. 42,000 damage onto Kuro. Lots of poke that came out from him, but the damage dealt to champion stat. When you're laning against a Galio, when you've got Gragas as well to just shoot rockets into nonstop with his passive, then your damage numbers go through the roof. But he did play quite well, and teetering on life and death.
For sure. A lot of his missiles were definitely, they did make a difference in that game, especially in their pushes. His poke was really consistent and fantastic. So shout outs to him. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break before we go into game number 3 of KT Rolster versus the Afreeca Freecs. If only you guys knew what kind of commercials we had to deal with. You would be happy with the sound of silence.
Commercials.
You would be happy with the sound of silence. That's all I'm saying. We're here. It's tied 1-1. KT versus Afreeca. Kuro, the obvious MVP with his ridiculous quirky performance. Tons of damage coming out of this guy.
And a heads-up play there to start the ball rolling on their mid-game comeback there, catching onto Smeb, and so gracefully did he donate the kill over to Marin, and then once again baiting so much of KT to try to somehow go catch the package Corki, and ends up getting a kill onto Mata as well as Gallia, which we did not see on the screen, but we just want to tease you with the replay. It was a good play.
So much more to show.
It was a good play, guys.
Oh.
You're going to have to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, it's the teaser. Go ahead and rewatch the whole VOD. Definitely would make us happy. But guys, we got game number 3, KT versus Afreeca. This time KT will be on blue side again. Both these teams looked very strong on that side, and I'm just wondering which Afreeca is going to show up this time. Game 1 Afreeca or game 2 Afreeca?
But this game 3 is far beyond game 1, 2, or 3 Afreeca. It's all about the draft that it's going to come down to, because game 2, they banned Tristana, Thresh, and Elise. They were so obviously not capable of dealing with that combination. But now they're on red side for Afreeca. Do you ban Zac, Caitlyn? You most certainly do, but that leaves up a wealth of champions still available. And KT can opt out to ban some of these power picks that they themselves play, or leave everything up, and that's the one thing that we know will happen. There will be OP champions played on this game, and they're definitely going to dictate a lot of this game. I think that they'll stay away from Galio, look more towards those playmaking mid laners. I think LeBlanc might even be a good final ban from the side of Afreeca. They do not want to deal with those champions, because if you give up Elise and then you no longer have tools to deal with LeBlanc, champions like Lee Sin aren't really Spirit's greatest hits right now, so we might see that ban go through, and I sure would hope so that we have a more competitive game 3.
Well, here we go. All will be revealed as we jump into game 3 pick and ban phase. I think it should be pretty similar out of KT, what they do want to ban out. They start out with this Xayah. Will they mix it up?
I think Xayah, Rumble, and Alistar from KT, and just let Afreeca decide what poison they want to deal with. And there are plenty this time around, so it's going to be up to them. They are still leaving Zac up. Here we go. Zac is up.
I mean, in one fell swoop, you could let them have Zac and take away Modest Thresh. It just doesn't seem worth it, because Zac is just too strong. But you think about like one of the counters if they want to go down that path.
But you can trade Zac for Elise and vice versa, and I think that's really the best bet here. No, they're giving up Elise. Okay, so no crazy engages. You're giving up Elise. Alistar is still available if they really want to. It was banned in both games 1 and 2 if Tucson really fancies playing that, but I feel like denying the Thresh is or has to be a priority here for Afreeca. Instead, it looks like they are thinking about going to the same formula that has worked with them so far. The Jarvan for Marin, and at this time at least, they are going to add that Thresh. You know they have to take it. You say you don't talk about the hover, but it's going to be locked in here. It just makes no sense for them to give it away, as they saw how vulnerable Marin was made when dealing with Mata.
Yeah, so they do counterpick that away from Mata. As I was talking about, they don't give away the Zac. That definitely would be pretty scary. Marin gets his Jarvan once again. He's going to play this 3 times in a row, and it does make sense. Or there, no, Marin played Rumble in game number 2. My bad. Give that Jarvan to Spirit, game 2. But
it appears that somebody has opened an entire jar of fresh anchovies inside the studio.
I smell that.
You smell that?
What the what the hell?
Yeah. What's going on out
What
there?
is going on?
Who is doing this? Why? So fishy. Well, hold your breath in.
I wasn't even sure if anyone was recognizing the smell, but then you just called it out. You weren't scared to make it known to the entire world.
No, it's a stenching aroma. But Tristana does get locked in with Braum, so those two are a 2-man army that can peel for everybody else. And Twitch right away. Whoa, that is bold. at least he's going to be able to be a great late game insurance for Afreeca. But when you're dealing with how Mata and Death play the Tristana lane, you have to wonder what can Twitch do in here. If he runs out of mana, his wave clear is not going to be nearly as impactful as Death's. And if Twitch ends up getting pushed in 24/7, he doesn't have the opportunities to go roam and be that playmaking AD carry that often puts enough pressure on the map like an Evelyn. So this is a bit of a risky move from Afreeca. They're going to have to address the pushing power of Tristana early on and swiftly. Otherwise, they will lose that first break in under 15.
Yeah, once again, a bunch of jungles will be banned out from the side of Afreeca. They want to take away all those red side jungles, take away the Rek'Sai. Already got that Gragas banned. Already have the JAG banned, at least taken away. So options slowly, one by one, being ticked off the list. And double pawn bans as Talia, Cassiopeia are going to be banned out here by Afreeca.
But it feels like KT might be just throwing away their jungle bans, because remember, last game, it was Spirit that played the jungle Jarvan, and sure, mechanically he wasn't there, but it allowed that late game to be crazy good. So having the Jarvan at least gives him the option of saying, well, if the jungle bans are too much, we can always just move the Jarvan over to the jungle side, and Marin will have no problem with going with another pick. He doesn't have Rumble, and the Kennen got banned out, so KT is at least considering the possibility of that it is a jungle Jarvan, and that they do not want to deal with a split-pushing Kennen on Marin. However, he has not found a lot of success recently on that pick, and
yeah.
Whoa, Kassadin. That's bold.
This is very bold. I mean, they know they're going up against the Corgi, but they say, okay, we are fine with this matchup. Pawn can just chill, farm up, wait until mid-game and go into a side lane, I suppose, but definitely going to be waiting on that pick to have some potential. I'm trying to remember what they brought in for game number 1.
Game number 1 for Pawn? He was LeBlanc. He was LeBlanc.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But
Makes sense.
the boldness of the Kassadin means is because you're up against a Twitch that in a fight, if you don't find him and he gets to position himself better than you Rift Walk in, you get shredded down immediately, and the Renekton at least allows KT to have early game prowess in top and bottom. And with that side lane pressure, it should ease Pawn's laning phase, because Tristana will push relentlessly. Renekton will be camped by Elise, so you have a lot of kill pressure with the Gnar you have kill pressure onto the Gnar with those 2 picks, and that makes Pawn's life a lot easier. So it's going to be a lot about score, ganking early, and we hope that this time around Afreeca at least shows some respect to what KT's doing. That we saw a million times what they do with Renekton and Elise. If they fall for it at minute 3, then they just must have some sort of Alzheimer to not recognize that it happens every damn time. Every time. That's the only thing anybody in the world does with Elise Renekton. You camp top. It's been happening for like 4 years now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You put down a ward, too, and you know where she is. You know what route she's taking, and you still fall for it. So what does it take? How many wards have to go down? How many calls have to be made for Marin to just take a step back during that timing? It's not the longest timing in the world. Elise is not going to sit in the brush for a minute or 10. Just back off, play it safe, give up some CS so that you don't die and you don't get the snowball rolling.
We're going to take another look at the compositions. Full on early game for KT with the insurance of Tristana and Kassadin. So a great pick composition can surprise you out of nowhere over the wall. Everybody can get, so it will be cool to see that. And then Afreeca going with a more standard flavor of the Jarvan and the Corki. But they do have Twitch that is a huge late game monster, and then the Gnar that if he gets out of control, he can decimate a pick composition like what KT's running.
Yeah, Tucson had his own nice little troll with the Malphite hover. Everybody on the Korean side was fooled by that one. I wasn't fooled this time, Crumbs, thankfully. I kept my cool. But either way, guys, we're going to be jumping into game number 3, KT versus Afreeca. Game number 3 starting up match 69. Perfect as we jump into the decider for KT versus Afreeca.
You know that Kassadin skin, I think was, it's Australian. It's supposed to be Australian. Or at least to celebrate something Australian.
What is it exactly? I didn't get to see what it is.
Something of a Southern Cross, maybe. I think that's what the name is. You know, I don't want to step over any offensive boundaries here, but that definitely has something to do with Australia. So I think the Australians can rejoice when that skin comes out, or like when it's played.
All right, cool. I'll just assume you're right. I have no idea myself, so I will just default to that. Kuro had to take Valkyrie level 1. That kind of sucks, but it's not going to be the biggest deal in the world.
Oh, but it is. It actually does hinder a lot of the pushing power that Corki has. It does make him safe against Score, but it does mean that Kuro, the Pawn's laning phase, will be a lot easier. He doesn't have to deal with Gatling Gun Harass or Frost Bomb, so he's going to be A-okay, and Marin gets a cheeky trade onto Smeb, but he does have a D-shield, and that's just the cost of getting that red-sided ward. And wait a minute, Spirit, what are you doing at level 2? You went for a gank.
Well, they want to put pressure onto this Kassadin extremely early, and
the Valk follow-up.
The Valk follow-up. That was pretty.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. That didn't work at all, as Pawn was playing nicely safe, actually, back in the lane. Just not even trying to take trades. I mean, this is a Kassadin at level 1. I suppose they were waiting for him to run up and Q the Corki, especially because they knew that Kuro did not, you know, he had to start the Valkyrie, so I guess that was the idea, but definitely is going to delay the route here from Spirit.
Well, you've got to be realistic on Kassadin. No matter how much harass you get onto the other guy, you don't have kill pressure pre-6, so it's always easier, and Spirit's going to find Score.
Okay, misses that knockup though. Pulls it a little bit short. Will it be enough though to pick up this kill? Is he even gonna flash? There it is. Gets the cocoon down, trying to get onto that blasting plant. He's away for now with the flash coming in into the rappel. Spirit going way deep here. And now he's on the run from the big croc. Will he be able to get out of this one? He doesn't have flash, and that will be first blood. Smeb picks up the kill and double buff in the top lane.
What does Spirit have against Martin? Why does he keep making his lane so much harder? Double buffs now to Smeb, and he didn't even have to burn flash for that one. It's just a free kill for Renekton, and now Nar is in a heap of trouble. He's going to take that much longer to scale, and oh, Spirit. Why? So he misses the combo, so he short sides it. So no longer does he have some serious kill pressure. He's thinking, okay, maybe this is the time. Gets that auto. I think one more auto could have done the difference had he flashed right away instead.
Yep.
Waits to go for the flag and drag here. But he forget about the repel. He is lucky that that knockup hit on Smeb, and he still has to slice and dice to follow through with the auto attacks and just have that free donation. And my God, that must be so annoying if you're Marin.
It's just really tilting overall as a team. I mean, you have your jungler kind of mess up 2-3 times in a row mechanically, and now get extremely far behind after missing a level 2 gank in mid against the Kassadin. It's not looking good against the very early game team of KT.
Oh no, Marin's gonna get dove here. He's gonna die.
Oh no.
Look at the fat wave. TP's down. He bought a deep blade. He's not that tanky. Mininar just work. Okay, he's checking the brush. So wise.
Yeah,
so
very wise. And he does get cocoons here, but again, 1v1 Score can't take him out. So this buys enough time for Spirit to make his way up and try to redeem himself. The flash in, though, into the stun. Will they have enough burst damage? Flashes over that wall, trying to repel in, but it's not enough to kill him. And the TP comes out here from Kuro to make sure that they don't go any deeper, but that kill will not go down onto Marin.
Oh, I have so much respect for Marin at this point. This guy has had the worst luck in the lane, with both Spirit just donating a bunch of stuff early on to his opposing laner. Okay.
Ooh, that max range, and can they take the kill this time? Yes, they can. And they do it. Nicely done. What a play by Score.
What an angle, just threading that one through the needle, through all the minion. Times it so well with the teleport from Smeb, and you know, still I want to hold praise to Marin because he has had so much crap happen in his lane that he's still capable of thinking, all right, am I going to get ganked right here? Am I in danger? Spots the gank out, and while he did die initially, he was able to buy out time to stall out everything. We're going to look at the angle here. So they see What's going on? What? Okay, so I guess they just don't respond quickly enough because he steps forward, but it was very well done from KT.
Yeah, good execution. Pawn actually teleports back in the lane. That should force Kuro into kind of a sticky situation here, although he's sticking around. But you can see that Score is making his way towards mid. And finally, he will back off. So look at that top lane difference right now. Already over 1,000 gold ahead is Smeb with 2 kills and almost doubling the CS.
And almost doubling the gold too. You say over 1,000, but contextually, that's 2,600 gold to around 2,100. Oh, was 2,100.
Yeah, well, Deft, he's going to get locked up here. Not much that he can do. He's going to CS his way. Trying to pick up as much gold as you can on the way out. Nice job by Tushin. There was a sign in the crowd during pick and ban that was like, just believe in Tushin. Tushin fighting. He is the answer.
Was that his mom?
What?
What?
Might have been.
Often it's mothers that have so much support, but a beautiful hook there. Hits Deft, and with the Lantern to boast, this is really important for Afreeca. The fact that they're getting a kill now onto the Twitch, who was previously losing the lane in CS, now gets to go back, will have his completed Cutlass, and their life just got made a whole lot easier. So annoying, Mata. But it's, you know, it's annoying, but it's the right play because it buys time, and that time might mean 1 or 2 CS that he misses, that becomes experience, that adds up, that's gold, it becomes a worse base spike, it lets Tristana have more time to get a lead. So always stalling out bases when you know it's safe to do is the right choice. Unless, you know, you go crazy out of your way. You have throwback to Elimination Days, taking 5 turret shots to stop somebody at base.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not worth it. You got to play it by ear. That time, obviously worth it. And now Score is going to be invading. But look at Tushin. Again, he's up here in the top side. He's like, okay, we got that kill. Now I got to make a play up in top side. I have to help my team. Won't amount to much, but at least they save the red buff. But they will lose this bottom lane turret.
This is why Tristana is so damn good right now. She's not that carry champion. Sure, she can hit that late game where in the right hand she can do a wealth of damage, but in the laning phase, she hinders anybody from roaming. If you do roam, you're gonna lose your tower. So you isolate the top side of the map, whereas the bottom side needs to always be thinking about her, and that just makes it that much harder. It should be fine.
The read here, can they put enough damage down Kuro? You can see Pawn just very, very calmly trying to turn it around onto Kuro, forced to flash away. Ooh, getting a little bit overconfident there. But now it's time to pick on Marin again. Flashing on in. Here comes Score. That's another kill for Smeb, who is now 3-0 on the Croc.
Well, we knew this was going to happen, and we see it happening right before our eyes. That Elise and Renekton are completely over Marin. Unfortunately, we want to wonder what could have happened in this lane if it wasn't for Spirit's generous donation.
Yeah, he's just trying to help out, and he actually gave a bit of an embarrassed smile after that whole play went down. I mean, this is a guy who has Mowgli breathing down his back every time. Now it's Smeb's turn, who's going to jump into Spirit, saying, okay, can Mata actually save his life? They're trying to trade this one, but here comes Kuro. Immediate exhaust. They will push him away. Just a little bit more damage. The blasting blade, throw the cocoon. He saves his life. Score gets in there, and now they're looking for more kills. The canceled TP from Marin saying, hey, I'm getting the hell out of here. Now Deft is on the chase, trying to get some more. Spirit even going to flash here, but there's the follow-up.
Oh,
nice
Lantern
lantern, though. Tushin, I'll say it again, he's trying so hard to carry. He wants it so bad, but his team won't let him have the win.
It's weights, like, it's adaptive weights. They get heavier the more he tries. It's so unfortunate. They just don't have enough damage right now, but unfortunately, Kuro did miss some critical rockets there on that play, but it felt like they did not commit wholeheartedly onto going for depth, and we're going to look at it again. So we're waiting, okay, is he going to think about flash play? How are they going to stop them? Instead, he jumps onto Spirit, and they could not have expected that one, so they're trying to get as much damage as they can, and while Kuro does join, the exhaust stops a lot of damage, and here at the end, that final rocket just barely gracing depth keeps him alive. It definitely would have but it does get Kuro killed, and Spirit miraculously lives. But, you know, it's not miracle, it's Tushin.
Yes, very true. Tushin, the miracle worker for his team. The show of the supports. Mata, they're helping out his teammate, getting him to safety. The nice Glacial Fissure into the exhaust combo to keep him alive for long enough to allow Kuro to make that mistake in the play. Now it looks like they're on the chase for Pawn, but again, you're chasing a Kassadin, a very hard thing to do. That look! What the hell? What is that? He's trying to turn it around now, but he can't.
Oh, holy moly!
Who is this guy?
Holy crap! That hook!
Oh man!
That was insane! Oh my god!
Get out your cameras, boys and girls. We got a highlight reel for you tonight. Even if Afreeca lose, man, this guy is on fire.
He is trying his darndest, but the rest of KT is too far ahead. Marin almost is being doubled in CS right now. He barely has a phage, whereas Smeb already has a cleaver. They're just so far ahead. They've lost their tier 1 middle, their tier 1 bottom and top. It's all just falling apart, but they have tools to stall, and you can always bank on Twitch into the late game. So for now, Afreeca needs to go in full-on defensive mode. And we're going to look at the 1v1 between mid laners, but Tushin is going to be the standout hero for this one. The turret does regenerate, so Pun has to return for some more, but it buys enough time for Thresh to make it into this fight. But just wait for the hook. It needs no introduction.
Really sick. Point blank and perfect timing too. Right before Pawn actually jumped the wall. Very well read. I mean, he saw the little movement back that Pawn was making, and so he had a way to predict that. But you know, it's easy to see the play in slow motion, but to actually pull that off, very, very hard.
And that's exactly how difficult it's going to be for Afreeca to stay in this game. They don't have a single completed item just yet, except for the Cinder Hook onto Spirit. But it's the Jarvan. He's utility at this point. He's never going to be the one to single-handedly carry, no matter how great his knockups are, which they haven't been. But they still need damage.
Yeah. Well, these teams haven't been getting too lucky with the Drakes. We do just have a lot of Ocean Drakes after laning phases end. And again, it does help out the long-term push, but not what they're really looking for. Would like some Mountain Drakes to really push this game, get it to continue to accelerate.
It would be nice for them to have a Mountain or an Infernal, but the hand they're dealt will be sufficient. Box comes out.
Tushin's like, well, I may have gotten myself in some trouble this time around, but I'm good enough to play them away. Not the hardest play in the world this time. But KT, they don't want to go super deep. Just looking for that pick, and at least they do get the box out of him.
You know, that could have legitimately been the window that Afreeca was looking for. Meganar was about to come up. You've got the spray and pray on Twitch, but I like the restraint that Afreeca goes for. It's not unrealistic to think that the Unbreakable could have stopped much of Twitch's damage, that the teleport from Kuro would have come out, pardon, the teleport from Pawn would have come out and made a big difference. So instead, they choose not to fight and guarantee themselves the game to stall out a little bit more. Herald does get used, and I think it will yield this tier 2.
Yep. It's got the full health charge, at least for now. And they won't get it on this push, doesn't look like. Yep, this is going to go down, and immediately KT does back off. So at least getting a ton of damage very early on in this game. Keep in mind, guys, that we're still below 15 minutes, even though KT is 6,000 gold ahead at this point in time.
A big part of that chunk of change is on Smeb, though, so it's not the champion that is optimal for you to carry a game. Look at him right now, 6,200. He's about 2,500 up on Marin, so it's a big part of their advantage. And Renekton right now has an easy time in making the most out of his gold, but when it hits that late game, he really just becomes a big tank that is unlikely to close the gap onto Kramer, onto Kuro, and that just means that is the window that Afreeca want to go for. They just need to buy time any way that they can. Don't look for any fights. Make sure that Pawn or the rest of KT overcommit. They have done so twice. In Game 1 and Game 2, they made mistakes in going over Zealous for some kills, and they paid heavily in Game 2. Game 1, they're too far ahead to do so. It feels like that's the stage that we're at right now, but because this time at least Afreeca have a late game insurance, we know that they can still put up a decent effort into winning.
Kuro in a pretty rough spot, even 15 minutes into the game, no Trinity Force, so no spike for him. Nothing that they can really play around in terms of the spikes, and as you're saying, they're not really trying to. They're just trying to sit back, relax, farm, maybe, you know, sip on a cocktail on the beach, just wait it out. But we'll see if KT allows them that room, as you can see they're trying to get some vision down, maybe push the top lane, take out that top turret. But as I say that, a big rotation down into bot for 4 members, so they're going to leave Smeb up in top and bring the rest of them kind of as a roaming crew, see what they can see, pick off who they can pick off.
But because KT is invading the jungle, they have amassed a pretty big CS lead in literally every role. 40 in the top lane, 13 in the jungle, 30 in the mid lane, 30 in the AD carry. So they're still getting gold, even though they aren't pushing for objectives yet. So they're okay doing this. They're just saying, you know what, we're getting to the point that we want. We know that Pawn is going to be able to decimate Kuro later on. So we have no problem playing this time around. We can respect the Twitch, and right now he's nowhere near as strong as he would have to be for us to respect him and be truly scared of him. So let's just play this way out. We'll get our tier 2s, and then we'll think about Baron. I mean, it hasn't even spawned yet, so this is perfectly fine for them.
Yeah, this time the rotation is in top. Going to bring 4 members, and again, just leave Pawn into the bottom side. Just pick up a Sheen for now, but no big picks. Still looking for it. Would really love that top side turret, and it looks like with Deft up here, they're going to make a big play. But again, rotation's coming up. Kuro still does have his teleport. No big ward, though. And looks like KT will just be deterred for now as the rest of Afreeca make their way up.
But look at how KT actually played that out. They rotated the dual lane, which was in mid to bottom side. They realized, okay, there is not an opportunity here. Corki's wave clear is too good. Let's try to go top side. So they go top. They try to get the turret. They see Afreeca respond. And then in return, they send Smeb to the mid lane so that he controls the wave, so that they're always farming 3 lanes at once, get as much value out of the pressure that they have. And now the gold lead that was previously about 6,000 is now a little bit over 6,500. So it's building without getting any kills and without getting any turrets.
Yep, just the slow play here from KT. Sometimes teams can get out of hand if they get impatient and begin diving turrets, as KT has done, but realistically, as long as you keep this lead alive, you do have a late game yourself, so you can wait it out. And, uh-oh, Mata in a bit of trouble here, is going to be death sentence, and they're going to use everything onto him, but here comes the Glacial Fissure, and all of a sudden, this is going to turn around. 1 kill onto Kramer, and that should be the push onto at least 1 turret.
It's just so hard not to take what appears to be somebody on KT getting out of position. You see him there, you think you've got the damage, but exhaust comes out. The rest of Afreeca cannot follow up with enough damage, while KT can. The cocoon hits, there is exhaust to top everything off, and so they lose a member. The tier 2 cracks, and what appeared to be Mata getting caught somehow ends up being 2 turrets and another kill going to KT that is just going to snowball this one out of control. And here comes again. The hook is out. Great, but there's only 1 damage dealer. It's Twitch. He gets knocked up, exhausted, cocoon, and then the concussive blows to top everything off.
It's almost like he's baiting it. I mean, he has to know where Afreeca is on the map. You know, people always used to compliment Mata on his crazy game sense, and you have to know where they're at. You're putting down one of the deepest wards in the red side jungle that is possible, and you get caught out. You know you're a super tanky Braum. If you want to force a fight, maybe that's the way you do it. You have all your summoners up. You know that even if you die, your team can convert into a big play if Afreeca gets out of position enough. So whether it was on purpose or not, I'm not really sure, but it was definitely a good play for KT at the end of it all. And now they're really looking to accelerate. We got the Baron finally up here at 20 minutes. And they're looking for a pick in the red side jungle.
It's quite possible, yeah, right. that he knows where he's at. He knows where his allies are, that they have mobilities, that Tristana's range to follow up is huge. But it's also a weakness of Jarvan. Jarvan jungle, you do not have any kill pressure with your support, so you have to be all about that team play. You have to wait for everybody to be there, and you as two people just can't kill anybody, whereas you've got Braum and Elise who offer not only more hard CC, but way more damage.
Yeah, definitely is the case. And KT, they're looking for that top tier 2 again. I mean, this has been the play. They take out all the top tier 2s finally, or not the top tier 2s, but all of the tier 2 turrets. And now it looks like they want to get onto this pawn. But again, it's Kassadin. You got your team nearby. They use the package, trying to get some damage, but in the end, Kuro takes more damage than anyone else. Spirit smartly evades a gank from his own jungle. And KT just really going ahead with this one. They're 9,000 gold ahead now and looking to take the series.
They're going to get this quick dragon. It's a freebie whenever they can, although they are thinking otherwise. They have Baron as a possibility there, but they will need multiple members in the area. And while they did acquire some vision on the red side, Afreeca has had enough time to both not only establish some of their own, as we have Tucson going into the river to get some vision out, but they also will have time to clear out the vision that KT has placed. So they've got a timer on this one, and they're going on to Marin, but this will not yield a whole lot. It's just a Renekton. You get burst, and that's it.
They're really trying to set up this play, though. I mean, they ping out the ward that was in the river, and here we go. Deft coming over the wall, and here comes Smeb too. There you go. Enough burst damage coming out from both Deft and Smeb. Will pick up the kill onto Marin.
Pings onto Baron are coming out. They haven't done enough to clear the waves. Topside is pushing in the favor of Afreeca, so KT will need to be thinking about their next move carefully. Looks like they just want to control the waves, buy some time. That will retreat. They know a little bit better now. This is Mata. He's tanky. He gets out.
Yeah, again, he gets caught in the same position. That time, I don't think it was on purpose, but again, he's super tanky, has all of his summoners, has the flash to get out of there. And he is super fine.
Well, that time there was also a lot more Afreeca members to actually kill him, so he would have gone down had he not used his own flash. So he uses it wisely, and Death finds Tucson.
Yeah, definitely the case here. And trying to get the knock up really nicely, picking off Tucson at the corner of that Glacial Fissure. Does pick up the kill for the Tristana. And Spirit's up at this point. He can try to go for the steal, but KT way far ahead, and they might just go for this Baron.
Yeah, these picks have just become all too easy. It's all about Spirit. Can he go for a steal? But he's got to deal with a flanking Kassadin, with a Renekton that's thinking about going for a deny onto him, and then Tristana, who's got Buster Shot as well.
Yeah, look at Smeb. He's like, yeah, I dare you to come in. But Mata is getting low. The Cocoon doesn't hit Spirit. A nice knockback there onto Smeb. And in fact, it looks like they want to go onto Spirit here. They're very careful, very cautious about this Baron. And finally, it will go down to the side of KT. But it was getting close. Here comes Deft, though, for the kill. And Pawn hopping that wall. They're looking for more. Kuro getting extremely low. Gonna hop it with that exhaust. But this time, he goes a little bit too far.
The TP.
Yeah, they're looking for Kuro here. Doesn't have his Valkyrie. That's going to be the kill. So 3 members of Afreeca are down, and Baron goes over to KT.
Yeah, this one is over. You don't want to say it, but it's already happened. The Kassadin has gotten too far ahead, and the windows of opportunity for Afreeca to make it back are about 2.5 items away. That is just so damn much, but their base is already in shambles. They have to defend against the imminent 1-3-1 that will come out, and that's going to be way too difficult. We're going to look at the Baron replay again, and the way they peel against Spirit is great. You've got Tristana autoing over the wall, and Kassadin harassing the backline on the side. Score can easily stay inside the pit because Tristana's range at level 13 allows her to hit that Baron from the backside. So secures a kill, and that's just the beginning of the end. The exhaust is going to be critical in keeping Kuro alive as he so gracefully dodges out of what Tristana's range is, but
yeah,
gets picked off by Renekton in the end. And now that's a 5-0-1 Crocodile who is up against a 0-4-1 Gnar. That's not a very threatening Yordle.
You ever go in those really small bathrooms that have tiny windows, and you're like, I wonder if I got in a lot of trouble, could I escape out of that window? That's what Afreeca's feeling like right now. They got this tiny little window where they're like, can I squeeze myself out of this if need be?
I was seriously wondering where you were going with that.
The answer is no. I mean, unless you're like a gymnast or you have this, you're extremely thin or just a very small person in general, that's the only way you squeeze yourself out. And basically, Afreeca, they're going to need a similar miracle. Somehow they're going to have to turn into that kind of composition here. And they're down 13,000 gold. They need the gold for this Twitch. They need the gold for this Corki. The best hook in the world at this point couldn't bring their team back. Sorry, Tushin. You had a very highlight-filled game, but it's not going to help your team.
And Twitch at this one is not going to help them either. And to answer your question, yes, I have been in those bathrooms. Has the thought come into my head if I could squeeze out of there? Kind of, but that's not really how I view it. I'm more like well, I could break this window and then maybe I could fit through here. And if I don't, then I will accept the consequences of whatever actions have led me to try to escape out of a tiny bathroom.
I mean, it's all about the process. You got to break it, you got to escape. And now Smeb, he's going 1v4, and he doesn't really care. He's got Dominus up, he's got the rest of his team. This is going to be the cleanup. Bring out the mops, because KT, they've all turned into janitors. They want to take out all of these members. 4 go down. Marin says, oh, I'd like to save my KDA, so I'm just going to wait in the pool. You guys can go die. I don't really care, because my team already lost. KT looking to take the 2-1 victory with the sweep here at the end.
Saving Marin's KDA at this point is... Oh, he gets the kill onto the lasers. Well, this KDA is still in ruins, though. I think he is 0-5-2 or 0-4-2.
Well, he got that kill, so at least he does get the 1 kill. Either way, guys, what really matters is that KT picks up the win. And Afreeca, they had their game 2. They had their moment to shine, but KT, in the end of the day, will be the better team. So a very important win to take over Afreeca. Definitely one of the harder teams here in LCK. And KT, they're just trying to secure their spot up at the top of LCK. So any win that they can get at this point, it's going to be really good for them.
Of course, now that places them at first place, tied with Longju and Samsung at 11-3, and Afreeca goes down to 8-6, so a bit farther away from SKT, although that game 3 in particular, I wonder what could have been. The donation to Smeb. I don't really, how hard could it be for you to go ahead and do something like that? How could you?
How could you?
That's all right. Well, we've all been there. And then Dustin's like, man, I was the one guy that was relatively unknown. I'm trying my hardest, but these veterans, what's up, guys? Come on. You guys have been playing for years.
Maybe we need a role swap. Perhaps Tushin, he's got to play Thresh jungle, and we get Jarvan support here for Spirit, because, I mean, as I was saying before, I didn't really have a lot of time to say it, but you got a couple of pretty weak games again by Spirit after they started Mowgli, and he didn't have a good game in game number 1. Kind of a weak one for him, too. They don't really have a jungle to rely on at this point. It was like, okay, we got to light a fire under Spirits, but we got to get him fired up. We got to get him angry because the sub is coming in instead of him. But then he comes in after the sub doesn't do well, and he has a couple of not so great games. So what do they have to rely on in the jungle at this point?
Well, not their jungler. The draft is what they have to be looking for, and we're going to take another look at some replays here. This is a mid-game fight where Def just barely lives by the skin of his teeth, and you'd think that Spirit would die as well, but actually he does not. Smeb, for some reason, path to the left, and that might have... Wait, you don't get to see it, though. You didn't subscribe, did you? Well, we do get to see Kuro going down, or taking down Pawn with a beautiful hook from Tucson. But wait a minute. What is next? Is it a full replay? Do we know? This one might be the one. Mata gets hooked, but he's going to stay alive in this one because we know what happened. We watched everything. The exhaust comes out on Kramer, but they're already too far behind. Looking for action at this stage in the game was not the right call. They lose 2 turrets off that one, and this is the back end of the Baron play. This is where KT was sealing the deal.
Seal that envelope, get that win, make it into first place. KT, they've got to be feeling pretty good. They did lose, I think, that one series to ROX, which they might be kicking themselves for, but outside of that, they've definitely become a lot more consistent compared to spring, and they're looking pretty good going into the later weeks of LCK.
They absolutely are. KT's now finally showing what they can, and it might just be their time to shine now that SKT is struggling so much. Without SKT in contention for first place, maybe that's the sigh of relief that KT needed to say, yes, we're the best when they're not around. Daddy's not home. They can trash the place, and now they're shooting for first. Look at the damage on Jarvan. He did less damage than Braum. You know why? Because he missed all the abilities.
He also went 0-2 in about, what, 5 minutes?
That was game
definitely
2.
Doesn't,
yeah, that was the game 2 0-2.
Yeah, well, either way, Jarvan not having a good time. We're going to throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Hi, this is Ji-sun, your translator, and here we have Pawn for the interview. So, how you feel today? I think I performed really well in all 3 sets, so I feel really good. Personally, I think I've been playing really well, especially I don't die during the series, so I think my performance is on such a level. So in the first set, Smep followed back to you to save you, but Smep was left behind and died. What did he say to you? Well, that wasn't my shot call actually, just Smep said he will come for me, so I wasn't really sorry. Well, and it was really close. I could get him for sure, but their backup was really strong. So, in which situation do we play LeBlanc? Well, our jungler got the OP Alice, so I thought we could carry in the mid jungle synergy, so I picked LeBlanc. Then what kind of feedback did you guys have after the game 2? Well, we opened fights when we didn't really have to open it, so we trying to just stay away from the fights. Then let's check out the MVP.
Well, let's see who it is going to be for game number 2. It is Score on the Elise. 71% kill contribution, did not die a single time, and he escaped.
Escape the grasp of Spirit here. Just whacking away at the spider. That's when you start whacking it with your shoe and it just doesn't die. You're like, you know what? I'm bringing out the flip-flop instead.
It was game 3 where Spiro went 0-2.
He did that in both games.
Oh. Oh, man. Poor guy. We're going to head over to the translation again.
So we're back with Score. So I haven't got many MVP points this season, so I feel really good right now. Any message for Score? It was a rough season for you, but thank you for playing so well for us. So how was the game 2? I think actually MVP points are like meaningless unless you are in the first place. So we actually wanted Smap to get the MVP points to fight with the Crow, but I'm sorry that I got the MVP points. So your ganks in the early game made a lot of points. Was that planned? So when you're playing Alice, the gank is really strong compared to other junglers, so I think I capitalized that. Well, recently I haven't been landing my cocoons really well, so I practiced a lot for today's match. How was Score's play in the game 3? At the end of the game, I saw he had more gold than me, so I think he played the game really well. overall, I didn't really make a lot of super plays in the game, but I just got lucky to get the MVP points. So it was my lucky day. So last message for your fans, please. We'll be working hard for the upcoming matches. So we will go to the higher ranks. I think we are kind of lacking in the win points, so we will try harder to make 2-0 games and make it to the first place. And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much, Ji-sun, for helping us out with that one. And it was funny to hear how they were like, oh, we wanted to give Smeb the MVP points because it doesn't really matter if I get MVP points at this time. We want him to challenge the other guys at the top. But unfortunately, he didn't play good enough, even on the, what, 5-0 Renekton?
And they wanted to challenge Kuro on the opposite side of the Afreeca Freecs, and now they're sitting at 8-6. So 1 win and 1 loss more than SKT, 1 win less. Scratch that one. So they are now sitting at a comfortable 5th place, and Jin Air plays later today against ROX Tigers. That they are, you know, they're coming in as favorites, but there is also a chance that they do lose to ROX Tigers, whereas KT has now solidified themselves in the 1st place, but with a tie, a 3-way tie. So that's a lot of action that will separate all 3 of them.
Yeah, you can see the indicator points on the right side to kind of rank where these teams are, but as you're saying, they have the same amount of wins, the same amount of losses, and yeah, I mean, ROX is a weird team. ROX could show up tonight and maybe kick Jin Air down here, because Jin Air, they need to win basically every game to have a chance, and they need Afreeca to lose. And as I was talking to you before, actually before the game started, is the last matchup is Jin Air Afreeca that Jin Air has and that Afreeca has. That's on the last Saturday of all of it. So it really could get interesting if, you know, Afreeca loses a bunch of games and Jin Air wins a bunch. We could have a big upset towards the end. I think it's unlikely given these 2 teams, but it's possible.
Well, Afreeca do have some relatively easier matchups. They do play up against Samsung in their next showdown, but then they have Ever 8, MVP, and then Jin Air. So statistically, it's 3 people that are below them with 1 above. So that's a pretty good record for 4.
Yeah, definitely is. And I would root, or not root, but I would think that Afreeca would come through here over Jin Air to make it into the playoffs. I think we do have our top 5 pretty much set, but we'll see if Jin Air can try to break in there. But guys, we are going to go to a quick break before we get to that matchup, so see you soon.
the golden lead. Got battle for the soothing beats. Don't make the light wrong. We're fighting war. Love ain't no game, 'cause brave feel the same. Don't make the light wrong. We're fighting war. Love ain't no game, 'cause brave feel the same. The light wrong.
We return to Gangnam for the second series of the night. I am Valdez, with me is Crumbs, bringing you Jin Air versus the ROX Tigers in what should be a Jin Air favored matchup, but the ROX Tigers, we'll see if they can fight back.
It should be, especially when we look at their track records. Jin Air just came off a 2-0 victory over SKT. They played a beautiful series against them, and yes, SKT was struggling, but it does not take away a lot of the credit that they have shown in the way that they played the macro game. It was just so beautiful to watch, and that is the story for this team. Their macro play can be excellent at times. It's just that their compositions often falter, and sometimes they just completely drop the ball and we just don't get anywhere. Whereas the ROX Tigers got 2-0'd by Ever Aiden. I gotta say, I am surprised to see Shy in the starting lineup right now. He was starting for, or Linderang was mostly the starter, but they are putting him back in and maybe giving him a better chance than the Jarvan and Trundle game that ended up kind of trolling.
Definitely trolling, for sure, in game number 2, but ROX is in an interesting position as a team right now where they can't go to relegations, they can't be put down into promotions, and they can't make it into playoffs. So they're just kind of sitting there, and they're like, well, what do we do? Should we put in Shy? Should we give him practice with Lava, try to stick with one group as a team? Or do we try to switch it around and really, you know, create some mix-up in the top lane?
But you see, that is the sweet spot for pro teams, when you can't get relegated and you can't qualify in the playoffs. So you don't really need to try because you're not going to get kicked out. But if you try, there's no effort. You can never get to the top, so you just relax. You go full-on relaxation mode. It's like, you know what? We can take a vacation. We know we're not going to the tournaments post the regular season. You've got so much free time. Smiles for everybody. They get to go home, see their families. 7th place is really where everybody should be shooting for if you care about your personal life.
If you care about your personal life. If you care about your LCK life, I guess, well, it's actually not bad because you stay in LCK and your life isn't that bad.
There you go.
You're hanging around, you're picking up salary, you're doing this, you're doing that. Shy extends his pro gaming career another year, which is always nice to see. So, guys, we're going to jump into pick and ban for game number 1. Jin Air will be starting on the blue side.
The Talia ban coming out right against Lava. Don't want to let him get that pick, but we have to address the champions that have been appearing in other games. The Caitlyn, the Zac, and most of all, the Elise. We have seen what Umti can do on Elise. I really do not want to see ROX Tigers give that pickup. Enough is enough. Both these teams can make the most out of this champion. Her early game prowess is unrivaled. Her synergy in compositions is spectacular, and it just makes games go out of control in a heartbeat. One kill that she gets, the jungle becomes hers, and you do not look back.
Kuzan fighting. Kuzan had some pretty spectacular performances in the mid lane against SKT.
Did it take 4 signs to say Kuzan fighting?
Yeah, they actually needed more signs, but they made fighting into a smaller form to just fit it. But Kuzan is only 2 syllables.
There it is.
Made it work.
At least first pick. Pack it up, boys.
We're going home early tonight, guys. Yeah, I mean, this is no surprise, really. And yeah, you have to question, right? I mean, how many times is it going to go to a blue side and have that blue side just smash face with that Elise?
See, the thing is, okay, Caitlyn, you're definitely not giving up. That one we understand. Zac, definitely not giving Zac up. Kalista, I think, is the one that you can question with Elise as well. Do you give up the Kalista and Elise to try to counter one or the other? And at least Kalista is contained within the laning phase and in team fights, whereas Elise influences every single element of the game, and that's why I hold her in a higher position than Kalista, because she can just do so much so often. Her synergy with everything else is perfect. And then you've got Cocoon to top things off, where mid laners are forced to take cleanses. If QSS isn't bot, then you can just get popped right away. She can kill all your tanks. She's just so powerful as an all-around jungler and as a first pick because it hides everything.
This guy says, again today, let's see some King T. So, I mean, he's probably going to get it for game number 1 with this Elise. And you guys can see that the ROX Tigers did fight back with a Rek'Sai and Xayah pick on their side, but immediately going to go over here. We will see Teddy on the Varus and Snowflower on the Braum.
It's really curious to see so much attention to the Xayah. I thought that when the Kog'Maw meta was starting to hit, that teams would be prioritizing that pick, but it seems like the attempts from Afreeca to make Xayah as meta as possible have paid off, and everybody else is trying to pick these champions up. You have the value in this, but it feels like the Kog'Maw has an easier time executing damage when it comes to a team fight, whereas Xayah is so much more reliant on keeping track of your feathers, of utilizing your spells properly, and so far the champion is cool, but it feels underwhelming. I don't know if you're on the same boat as me on this, but it really, like, for the priority that it's been given, I don't think that the results are there to match.
It's an interesting spot because it's an 80 carry. You know, you look at Featherstorm and it's kind of like a built-in long invulnerability stage. So it's like you don't have to build this gigantic front line to keep her alive. You don't have to play around that Xayah pick. So she's kind of just like a backliner that does consistent damage, can root people, and actually do a nice job with her Featherstorm at times when you are ahead in fights. But when you're defensive and you're trying to get away, the Xayah basically doesn't or can't get focused down just because of that ability, and definitely allows you to be a bit more safe from the 80 carry position.
True, but then you have a pick like Tristana, who has a better laning phase for just pushing out, and then defensively she can jump and use her Buster Shot to peel for somebody else as well, whereas Xayah is a completely self-peel champion. I do think that that's why we have seen a little bit more priority in that one, and KT prioritizes Tristana over the Xayah. They did lose that game too with the pick, so I'm really hoping that Sangyun pulls through here. ROX Tigers has been focusing so much on making him the star of the team now that Mickey has left. So if anybody can do it, it could likely be the ROX Tigers to finally sell us on Xayah being as godly as she has been with the first and second picks in every single time that she has been rotated, at least as of recently. But instead, they will have the Jarvan, and they have some great synergy with engaging so far.
Yeah, but still liking the side of Jin Air. You got the Renekton pickup for that very common 1-2 punch in the top lane. Renekton Elise is one of the easiest ganks to just line up onto pretty much anyone. It's going to really rely on Shai being on the ball and knowing the rotation times and stuff like that, gank timings. And Kuzan, we saw his Lucian before. We're going to see it again here. He did play it in game number 1 against SKT, I believe, and really did pop off. So.
And I like their Lucian pick because it's with the Braum. Normally these double AD carry compositions struggle a lot in the mid and late game to make anything happen without any engage. But when you have Braum, you're guaranteed that multiple members can start proccing those passives as quickly as possible, and they just start dropping like flies when you can do so much damage, keep everybody at bay. So I like that fact, and then it's also combined with the Renekton and the Elise topset. However, the mid and late game from Jin Air might struggle when you're dealing with the Karma mid. The heavy amount of shields that are going to be going out, and how difficult it might be to latch onto an individual target because these are short-range AD carries. It might prove that the 5v5 for ROX Tigers will be in their favor when you consider that Shai will itemize almost purely armor with maybe Merc Tread. Actually, not even Merc. Let's go with Tabi all the way. Full armor Jarvan, and he's going to take a long time to go down.
Yeah, full armor. Gargoyle Stone Plate eventually, and definitely will be a scary Shai, but he has to get there. He has to make it into the late game. He has to survive. He can't really get ganked. We know that Jin Air is going to be focusing him down, and the question really is can they survive past that point in time to make it through? ROX, they haven't been the most solid team in LCK so far, but I hope they remember just this one idea, because we've seen teams from the top to the bottom have trouble with this.
I hope they remember, but I'm feeling Jin Air on this time around when you have the Lucian that's taken Ignite into a Teleport Karma. She doesn't have cleanse and she's up against an Elise. If she does get hit with a Cocoon, she is fodder, and if Lucian starts snowballing, the Rek'Sai will not have a chance of actually ganking this lane. He'll just dash out and turn it. So Jin Air have so many tools early on. It's going to be up to whereas for them, for the ROX Tigers, the laners need to play safe, to play very respectful, and preferably wait for an item time where someone has wards and can keep track of everyone.
Well, here we go, guys. Starting up game number 1 right now. Jin Air GreenWings versus the ROX Tigers. Jin Air, they basically need to win every single team. They have to beat every single team to get into playoffs, and even then, they're not guaranteed a spot.
You ever do a push-up like this?
Yeah, with the giant chimney on my back, of course.
Yeah, one
Who
hand.
hasn't?
One hand.
Wearing a giant Santa suit?
You haven't?
No, I'm saying I have.
How many
Did you have
reps?
the 2 energy balls, though, that help him out?
Oh, I definitely had that.
I think that's the coolest part. He keeps going, man. He doesn't even look tired at all.
I mean, look at the, honestly, calf size. I'm trying to see if he's skipping leg there or not. I feel like he's an upper body kind of guy. I don't think he's been skipping that, though. When you're lodging around a big-ass fireplace, you inherently get some muscle down there, vascular.
I mean, you have to, right? Even though it doesn't quite show on the model. It's actually very weird. He looks very skinny from behind. But we don't really need to get a close look, as the biggest leash you could ever hope for is in store for MT as they leash Raptors into the red. Although they're not going to stick around for all too long, so they'll leave the rest of the red to MT.
Yeah, goodness, that was a big leash. Typically, you see the dual lane just get the red buff as low as possible, not help with the Raptors and the red buff, so they went for a little extra something to make sure that he gets off early, and it's exciting because now we get to see what he can do. We already know that tempo-wise, he is going to be ahead of Seonghwan. He's already on the 3rd camp, where Seonghwan is just about to finish his 2nd. He does have a good angle into the top side after this, and this might just look just what we saw from Score and Smeb against Smart. That's a level 2 Rek'Sai. Wait, he's got XP on this.
Yeah, he must. I mean, he's going straight for the Scuttle Crab. There's level 3, and the fastest top side jungle that you can hope for coming in here, but just pings down MT and backs away. So knows that the Elise is not top at this point in time, at least, and so they will just go back to farming.
You typically see that experience thing be run on the red side in order to keep up with the acceleration that the bottom lane can give to the dual lane, because if he hits level 2 off that Raptor, or he stays level 2 off that Scuttle Crab, he's going to be quite weak. He's not going to be able to provide a whole lot for his team, and now he gets to see heading over. This is a fresh tunnel. Oh, they're thinking about someone.
Yeah, it seems like Jin Air knows that they were spotted too, and just going to lay down a couple of wards and confirm that someone was up towards the top side. So no action just yet. Both of the junglers going to go for a decently quick recall. You can see the ward over there placed by probably Snowflower. Does spot that no one's over there just yet. So they know that he went for the recall.
One of the most obnoxious things about Rakan is just how flashy this guy is.
I mean, he is wearing a giant cape, right? That's what he's.
No, I mean,
that's what he's known for.
He's like filled with light animations that might blind you if you don't see what's going on. Someone is not burrowed. He's gonna get cocooned here.
Yeah, the spider goes in first, and there's the cocoon for the follow-up. We'll see if he decides to tunnel flash away. Is going to tunnel into the knock-up and then flash away. Nicely done Bison want to make sure that he survives, but at the same time, Umti will pick up the rest of his jungle.
That was a very smart flash. He knows that Umti would have been able to follow through with his own flash, so he keeps himself alive, but does lose out on those two camps. And this now means that Jin Air's got a timer on both these objectives. They are going to be able to push into the bottom side a lot. The Renekton, while you would have expected that lane to be focused, might now be just a lane that you let push 24/7 while Umti focuses on the bottom side of the map. This side can now yield significant results, and if you can deny a blue buff from Karma consistently, you can grow the lead that Kuzan has already amassed. He's 15 CS up on Lava, and he has yet to use his teleport, so he's just not capable of last hitting that well into the tower.
Yeah, well, Lava just maybe a little bit too much respect, but it's the respect that's needed when you're going up against this Ignite Lucian in this lane. But Kuzan quickly becoming more and more consistent in a lot of these games, really does win his lane a lot of the time. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I just get that feeling watching him in recent times. Definitely becoming a lot more reliable as a mid laner. And even picking up new picks and stuff like that. I mean, now bringing in Lucian, showing that he can play the Lucian very reliably as well. Not something that everybody can do from the mid lane.
Yeah, he has played the Lucian before, though, so it's not a complete new pick for him. But he is up against Karma. Come on, out of all champions, Karma mid without teleport. With teleport, she has to respect the Ignite, as you said, but she only has one damage spell. If she messes up the wave with that spell, by the time that it crashes to the turret, which is what Lucian's been doing all game, she's not capable of last hitting because the damage is not there. She's waiting on her cooldowns before she can start autoing and prepping, because Lucian just walks up, zones her away, gets some damage with the cheeky Q, and as a result, he's 14 CS up.
Yeah, playing the lane well, and nice double knock up here from Key, but not going to amount to anything just yet. Feather's not in position, but they do a nice bit of damage. And you can see what MT's trying to do from the mid lane. He's trying to invade, trying to get those wards down, but someone's doing a nice job so far of just avoiding MT and saying, okay, you're not going top, can't really find much success anywhere else. I know you might come into my jungle. Let me just play it a bit passive, farm it up, and we want to push this one towards the later parts of this game.
That's exactly what the ROX Tigers wants to do. Early in the game when we saw the draft, I was saying the ROX Tigers need to get someone to get some vision. You don't let Elise have early game action, and then you're in a much better spot. The lanes have found themselves a little bit behind in CS, and now they're thinking about diving Shai. That's 100-0 on a Jarvan. This is going to be a little bit tough, but they're going.
Okay, here comes the stun. Immediate teleport in from Lava, but look at that burst damage coming out. That it will be the first blood. Does go over to the Elise. And MT will finally get that kill on the top lane.
I get the feeling Shai wanted to die in that one. I think he could have outplayed them so hard. He still could have just used his flag and drag to save that. He had his flash available to flash out of a spell. So overall, I do think that there was a lot more that Shai could have done to avoid dying to that. He does get the teleport out of Lava, which is unfortunate, as now he's going to be even further behind in that lane against Lucian. And while Rek'Sai holds mid lane, Umti gets to steal. This is why you never, or typically avoid going for holding turrets as a jungler, because you give your position away, they can plan your next route, they track you out where you leave, they see your itemization, they pretty much know so much about you, and the opposing jungler can do whatever he wants. And a big part of that is that counter jungling, and I hope we get to see a replay of that dive, because I do think that Shai could have been able to outplay that.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, he just, maybe it was a bit of panic as they both collapsed on top of him, and he didn't really react in time. Sometimes when you're dealing with a lot of stress, sometimes you just shut down. But Shai, he's a big veteran. As you were talking about, I do want to see the replay to just confirm exactly what that was. But either way, another thing that happened was the Karma actually used her teleport, which we don't see all that often when the Karma does take teleport, but it was kind of funny because she got there late, even though she teleported in right as she could have. Wasn't quite on time.
She didn't get anything, and now ROX is going to go for the swap on that one. It's a good move. They don't want to start bleeding away any advantages there. The CS has already been amassed, and it's a good timing because the bottom lane from Jin Air has also paid, so they're not going to miss a whole lot out of this. And although it is a 4-man against Sohan, which if he isn't there, they're not going to be able to kill anybody. I want to point out the Elise purchase, the boots, because he had boots before he got a kill. So he was just roaming around, looking for anything he could find, because all the lanes were already pushed and accounted for. So the likelihood that he would die to a Rek'Sai is minimal. And he gets to set himself up for the dive that we saw into the top set, where he was there first, even though Rek'Sai was around. Lava.
Oh boy, he's going to get double hit, and the Ignite should tick down. Lava, man, just not respecting that Lucian as we thought he would be.
And you just don't think you'd live to see the day where Lava is set on fire and it actually dies.
Yeah, that was the case there. Poor guy. But not much he can do. And all of a sudden, Sungwon in a bad situation. Snowflower is going to exhaust, but doesn't really get anything down in time. He's not level 6, so he couldn't go for any Glacial Fissure. Meanwhile, MT just soloing the Infernal Drake. And ROX doesn't even have vision over here, so he should be able to take this one down.
This has been great from Jin Air. They are playing the macro quite well with the lane swap call. Now the dual lane had no choice, and we're going to look at the replay onto the mid lane. This is after he went for the call. So even though Lava gets to flash out of the piercing light, he does not walk away immediately. Instead, he lingers, gets hit with the double tap, and ends up dying. Otherwise, he would have lived.
Okay, now it seems that ROX is respecting the possibility for MT to come over here, and they do see him moving now, so going to go back on that dive. Not going to do it this time around. Although MT is sticking around, wants to steal this Gromp. Immediately, Shy makes moves over towards here, and MT will respect it and back away. But as I say that, Kuzan makes his way over. 3 men are coming in, and they won't find any kills.
Yeah, but they do find pressure, and that pressure I want to see be used into the mid lane. I think Kuzan is going to be the window for Jin Air to just crack this game wide open. He's already significantly far ahead over Karma with a level up, almost a Blade of the Ruin King completed, and he's just built for complete combat, whereas Karma, she's just waiting for her to get the Morellonomicon. It's going to be a good purchase for her, but the second that she's in range of Lucian and he has enough backup, he can just dash up, go for the all-in immediately, and as long as Elise is there, then Jin Air will win this fight every time.
Roaming here from Snowflower. He comes up with Teddy up in the top lane, maybe a response to that swap that we saw out of the Tigers, and they start the Rift Herald, but it will not be focused down. Lots of plays that teams are trying to make, but respect shown here by Jin Air as they are only about 1,000 gold ahead, so not going to go for any crazy plays just yet. And I mean, the mid lane kind of feels like when you're in solo queue, you have a player who just like picks himself into a counter pick. You know, he counter picks himself in a way going into the lane, and then he just gets crushed, and you're like, well, I don't know what to tell you, man. Couldn't really help, and so on. He hasn't really been helping either. Doesn't seem like they're confident to take the 2v2 potentially with the Elise around, so they're kind of just letting it happen.
You pretty much never take the 2v2 against Elise. There's few champions that can actually beat her, and those are typically Lee Sin, the Kazakhs, just a lot of overwhelming damage that can dodge her initial kind of rotation. But that's what happens when you're up against Elise. You understand that you don't have the early game. This early game does not belong to ROX Tigers. Their composition will come online when they can group as 5, when a Mantra, when the Inspire is huge and allows Rek'Sai to get into the fight, for a Jarvan to combo in with a big Cataclysm, and ideally then you have an Inner Flame to just burn everybody inside the pit. But the amount of steps that are necessary and the amount of things that Jin Air have to do to allow that to happen are so drastic that we can almost never see that play happening, just because of how rare it is. You know, every member barring Teddy can dash out a Cataclysm.
Yeah, Teddy's going to have a ton of protection too. I mean, you got a decent front line of the Braum Renekton that will get in the way, and they have a lot of CC, so even if, you know, he gets trapped in, he will have people to help him out. And it's kind of hard to even set that up. And Shy might be trying to dive the back line if he really wants to get onto the Varus that badly. So we'll see if they can actually execute when it does come down to the team fights, as we do get later on in this game. Jin Air already picked up one Infernal Drake, and we got a second one on the way, so not the best Drakes for the Tigers. If they wanted to just totally concede the early game, they would definitely hope for something a little bit less daunting, such as 2 Infernal Drakes early on.
Watch this. They're going to dive Shy. Does he respect it? He has a feeling. There's an inkling. All right, so he backs away. But Jin Air making, once again, great moves. They are going to be trading towers, though. Jin Air might try to defend this. Oh, the TP.
Oh, they are committing to this hardcore, but the big glacial fissure, and look at that damage. The Void Rush coming out here, but Songwon, he's getting so low. They can't quite take him out, though. In comes Songwon trying to join the fight. Will be able to take out Key. Meanwhile, it's Teddy versus the world. We'll pick off one. Songwon trying to get out of this, but uh-oh, it's totally turning in Jin Air's favor now as Kuzan enters the fight. Shy gonna get stunned up there as he goes for the flag and drag. Doesn't look like they want to dive here. And Songwon actually will get away doing the wolves. It looks like they'll just let him get away here.
It was one big counter jungling scheme. That's what the ROX Tigers wanted to go for. We got to let Songwon get those wolves, but they also lose a tier 2. The red buff on Elise actually allows her to push down this tower. She's surprisingly good at taking down turrets. The attack speed on Skittering Frenzy plus her red buff and the little spider links do so much damage to the tower, so Jin Air just blow the game wide open from a play from the ROX side. 3 turrets?
What happened?
Jesus.
Well, they got the bot turret, and then they got the bot tier 2, then they got mid, and now they're going to get top. They saved their top tier 1. They get, what, 4 kills? 3 kills, it looks like? The ROX Tigers only get 1 kill for that entire play. And you guys get to see it all happen once again in 1080p HD.
So the teleport ward isn't optimal, and the great Glacial Fissure knocks up 3 members, but they play it right. They stand at the tower, they wait for everybody to come in, and that's how you want to do this when you're Jin Air. And they recognize it, but they have every member possible collapsing onto this play. Even though Songwon does get to make it out with his life, Sangyun is not so lucky, and Shy, well, he gets cold.
He was
in
lucky.
the end, he gets to walk out as well. He is tanky.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, the door is wide open. All that Jin Air has to do is just walk in because they took out all of those very important turrets. They have a big push potential now down in bot lane. They can easily send Elise over to get that Infernal Drake, maybe even after that rotate over to Rift Herald, because Tigers, again, they conceded early game, and now they're 7,000 gold behind. So now they 100% concede early game, and maybe even mid game. Might look like a Jin Air game from spring, where they kind of just like were passive and let everything happen. They were like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing, and kind of just died.
Well, but Jin Air has definitely changed their style as they are just crushing ROX here, and I gotta say, it's pretty much over at this point. They don't have an answer against Kuzan, and they're so far behind in CS, and you know, I hate when I do this, when I have to always criticize leaving up Elise, but there is currently no early game jungler that has an answer to Elise, especially on blue side. Stop doing it. That's it.
You got to create a public
it's time
service
to
announcement.
Stop. You cannot leave. My solo queue people ban Elise more than in LCK.
Yeah, it's actually kind of true.
Yeah, it's like permaban in solo queue.
Yeah. Then again, all 5 bans are at the beginning, but either way, I would agree. I think you gotta begin taking away this Elise.
The thing is, it's the flexibility that this champion has that makes her so powerful in the draft. Sure, as a fighter, as a ganker, as a jungler, she's so strong too. But because you lock in Elise, pretty much any composition you draft around her, as long as they have a nice mix of damage, is decent. You have CC, even a poke comp does make some sense because she can cocoon and keep people at a distance. But a champion like Rek'Sai, yes. Rek'Sai, if she jumps Elise, it will kick Elise's ass any day of the week. But her composition needs to have so much more attention to the synergy that you have with Rek'Sai in order to make it work, that it becomes almost a burden or a liability when you have these drafts that just don't allow you to do as much as you want or be as creative as it would be beneficial to the way that the draft is shaping up to. And until teams recognize this, I think we're still going to see Elise dominating games time and time again.
Yeah, and I'm sure there are some people out there that are like, but the Elise is only 1-0. But they're definitely ignoring a lot of points that you did just mention. I like how the Rift Herald was pulled super far out by Jin Air. They're really not taking any chances, and they know the leash range on that. So pretty cool to see this team being so well practiced coming through.
It does have a leash timer on it.
Yeah. So
you kind of know.
You kind of just get it, I suppose. I just wanted to, I just really like their play. Either way, they do have the Rift Herald. They're going to be pushing into mid now and shouldn't do all too much damage as ROX is grouped up as a team and it does kind of turn around here midway. But they're just trying to follow up on that damage now as a team. Just begin poking in, begin pressuring.
It's unfortunate that they used the Herald when the minion wave wasn't there, as it just got deleted instantly. Had it been with the minion wave, there's a good chance it could have blocked a lot of Lava's spell damage. You could have potentially taken the turret in a faster time window, as now they have to wait for the third wave to crash into this tower before they go for it, but it's likely that they'll get it here. Snowflower will block the Q.
Even the Chain of Corruption, they want to take out this jungler. He's extremely low, but he does flash away. Good engage here from Shy, but he runs into the Unbreakable, can't make it through, and he will go down to Guzan in the end of it all with assists from everybody on the side of Jin Air. So they get that one kill, but a lot of them are low. We'll see if they continue pushing.
That was so close to being a hideous play from Jin Air, but they hold the aggression. They do not overstep. They deal damage to whoever is closest, and now they get a kill. They also get the turret, and they get to retreat without losing anything in return. So overall, the patience that this team is showing has been paying off. That's a 9,000 gold lead. Okay, 8,400 for those mathematically proficient. But still, Jin Air have been playing so well this game. They're playing the macro, and that's a strength that I like about this team, and it shows again. Even in their micro, the decision to focus on the objective is always there. Chains of Corruption starts when everybody's clumped up, so it forces the Xayah disengage immediately, and while the Cataclysm does trap everybody and Teddy is forced to flash, Renekton and Braum can easily get out, and the hero at the end ends up being Kuzan, going with that love tap onto the Jarvan, getting him a kill, and that first tier 2.
Yeah, I like that target selection. Like, someone just gets a tiny bit out of position. They're like, no, you're dead. We just have too much pick. Unfortunately, the Cocoon did miss from UMT. Had he put that down, they could have potentially gotten someone too. And that could have led to greener pastures, perhaps. But still in a pretty nice spot here is Jin Air. They got that third Infernal Drake about to spawn. If I were them, they're just in such control of this game. You might as well just wait till that spawns, take it, and then say, okay, ROX, what are you going to do? You want to fight us? Triple Infernal. We're 8,000 gold ahead. Go ahead. Take a fight.
Their team fighting right now is really strong. They're super spiked with the Black Cleaver and Blade onto the Lucian mid, whereas Karma just got Merc Treads and Morello Nomicon, and it's curious to see these Merc Treads purchases because there is a lot of stuns, right? You've got Braum, you've got Elise, and wait a minute.
Okay, Snowflower immediately puts up that Unbreakable. Look at how tanky he is. They can't do any damage to him. It looks like he might go down in the end, but they're certainly going to trade kills. Lava is going to eat it as well. Down go 2 members of the ROX Tigers. That should be a pretty nice Baron. We'll see if they immediately go for it. They just got to zone out someone here, and it should be theirs.
And that's what happens when you're running these compositions that don't have a lot of damage. Xayah takes some time to start cracking people. Karma wasn't there. She's the main DP. Well, she was, but it's just one damage spell. She doesn't have anything to actually kill anybody.
Felt like she wasn't there.
Yeah, she's going with the Ardent Sensor now, so there's just no looking back for ROX
Now she's
Tigers
not
here.
there.
They have gone with a free fall, a free dive into the Abyss here. No DPS, and Shy's hacking away at the dragon, but it's a consolation prize. Before, it was the treasure of Jin Air, but one man's treasure is another man's garbage, and so they discard it and get a Baron instead.
Yeah, there are bigger fish to fry here for Jin Air. And that immediate Unbreakable, seems like he kind of knew that was there. And yeah, the Xayah damage is just not enough. That one Manta Q almost kills Snowflower, but is it worth it in the end? The answer is no.
Never worth it. Never worth it. Just pick damage dealers, guys. Don't give up Elise.
Yeah, there's definitely some work to be done from some of the lower half of LCK teams. Definitely drafting problems, decision-making problems, and definitely see a couple of them here. I mean, this game was blown wide open when the Tigers committed under turret to try to kill the Braum, and like 3 of them just got knocked up, and then all of a sudden they were in a terrible spot. And obviously their draft is not really working out for them.
This is one of those VOD reviews where you go into it and then you're thinking, all right, how bad was it? And then coach tells you, well, you know, up until the 15-minute mark, you guys are actually only about 1,000 gold behind. Oh, and then what happened? Well, you lost like 8K instantly. That's where it all went wrong.
Yeah, 4 turrets and 3 kills.
On the bright side, it makes your VOD review pretty short, although I do not think that the ROX Tigers will have a short review for this one because they need a little bit more work on what they have been playing so far. I think that the draft, again, is a point of question for this team. The Karma mid lane, I truly do not understand in combination with the Xayah, but an engage.
Yeah, they get onto Teddy here, but is it enough? No, the heal comes out and immediately Jin Air says, okay, come at me, bro. See what you can do. And smartly, I think here, ROX just does go for the disengage. Not enough damage follow-up once again, and that means that the top inhibitor will go down to Kuzan.
Yeah, this is just a classic 1-4. They can do this now. Like what Umti's doing, he bases or goes to the wave, speed it up with the Baron, make sure that you can put as much pressure as possible, make the most out of this Baron play. And now they're going to do the same, but with Jin Air, Lucian in the mid lane.
And he's even going to rotate down here to make it like, okay, you're going to engage. Well, now it's 5v5. So he tries to go for the Cataclysm, but there's just no follow-up. You get the Braum in the front, and, well, you can't really kill him fast enough. So the push continues. So that's a nice field of wards. At least they're warding a lot.
You gotta subscribe to the school of thought that if you're really far behind, you don't buy wards because you need as much damage as possible. You need all the gold you can to deal DPS. That's a terrible idea, by the way. Nobody ever do that. That was sarcastic advice.
Yes, public service announcement. We want wards in our solo queue games, please. Thank you.
Oh, I mean competitive. Solo queue is a different game. It's completely different. They look similar. It's like a manual car and an automatic. They look the same on the outside, but the reality of it is that they're completely different things. One is for filthy casuals, and then the other one is for people that truly believe in the machine.
Yeah, I guess that is true. Definitely a lot of filthy casuals in solo queue. But definitely need vision in solo queue. I feel like your bots that are on your team, the bots that you play with, sometimes they like to run into bushes if they're not warded. So definitely make sure to buy those wards so that the bots on your team know where they're going.
You're playing as bots?
No, the teammates, my teammates, they feel like bots because, you know,
I see.
They run into unwarded brushes and they're like, you know, team, where were you? Although bots don't say that, so I like bots better. Either way, we still have this push going on. Finally, it looks like they want to group up as 5 and go for this. And a big pick. That's all the pick of Jin Air that you're going to get. And make that 2. Can we get a 3 for all? Let's see if we can. A nice charm there on the backside, but not enough. And he's going to get locked out too. Oh, the burst damage onto that guy. Kuzan is just going to rock this team.
Oh, they got him.
They actually did get him, so the ace comes through. Jin Air is going to take one of the most one-sided games we've had in a while. And that will be game number 1, going over to Jin Air over the ROX Tigers.
Easy peasy for Jin Air. They barely struggled in this one. They had full control and never let go. So the result was just as expected. 2 kills and 1 dragon away from a perfect game. Great macro is what has defined this team. Great understanding of compositions and how to utilize their spikes. They do so once more. It worked against SKT, so you're gotta bet that it's gonna work against ROX.
Yeah, these guys are on a roll, and that's why I always say, don't forget them. They are in 6th place. It is gonna be hard, but they still have a chance. They're still in this one for now. And if they win every single game and they get up against Afreeca in the last week, mean, this team definitely looks like a team that can take out the Afreeca that we've seen in the past couple of weeks.
Well, they do have Longju as their next matchup, which is
That's the big
one
hurdle.
of our #1 teams.
The big hurdle, for sure.
And the hurdle for ROX is themselves. Laughs all around. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was funny. All right? That was a funny one.
That was funny. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yeah. I just want to see Shy troll again at this point.
Just the champion priority needs to be reassessed for the red side. It's made blue side so inherently strong with the crazy amount of OP champions that are currently available that it forces teams to practice heavily against one if they want to have a solid chance of it, at least even draft.
So these guys definitely have a lot of thinking to do as they go into game number 2. Let's take a look at some of the replays here. This was Kuzan getting ahead after dominating his lane.
He didn't even need to flash out of that one, actually. He probably could have just walked out, but this is where it all went wrong. It started with the dive from the ROX Tigers that while the Braum does go down, and while, oh, actually, he lives so long. Yeah, sure, he went down, but the rest of Jin Air was able to collapse, and they just cleaned everybody up. Look at how much damage every auto attack from Renekton does. And he flashes, but you know, somehow he flashed into the direction of the enemy team as opposed to running away from them. So this just meant that with that 8,000 gold lead, Jin Air could go for these sick tower dives and not over chasing. This is what I loved about their play. They never overcommitted, and even when they face checked, they were able to somehow walk away victorious.
Well, that's Braum for you. He's got a big shield, and he knows what to do with it, so you got to make sure you're not running into that shield.
Jesus.
Well, I'm just telling him like it is. He's got a big shield. So this is kind of the end where we're getting the summing up. Honestly, it wasn't the most exciting game we've had. And oh, Kuzan, he decided to stop playing there right now. But anyway, lots of Infernal Drakes, lots of fire, but not the most fiery game we've had. Almost a perfect game for Jin Air in 28 minutes. And those
They're
graphs are almost touching.
It's ET.
It's so close. Just like a couple of pixels apart. If you cross your eyes, it almost looks that way.
Yeah, but look at that. Rek'Sai 2.2 thousand damage done, 1,000 less than Braum, and 1,000 or 100 less than Rakana as well. So impressive stuff.
Good stuff. That's what I like to see.
I had not seen that before, so this is a new experience for me. That's what I'm putting it down on the checkbook. Be like, new experience.
We saw that.
Rek'Sai.
We saw that out of Spurt's Jarvan in
yeah,
game
but
3.
that was a Jarvan. That's a different case. This is a Rek'Sai.
Okay, I see. I see. Either way, the Rek'Sai play needs to get a bit better. But as we jump into game number 2 after a quick commercial break, it will be the ROX Tigers on blue side. We'll see if they can turn it around after a quick commercial break. We are back at the Nexon Arena for what could be the last game of the night as Jin Air, they crushed the ROX Tigers in game number 1. It was not close. Wasn't one of the most action-packed games we've ever seen. Wasn't one of the most competitive games we've seen either, but it's definitely exciting for Jin Air fans as they're crushing face regardless who they face. SKT or ROX Tigers, it doesn't matter. They're looking good.
And it all started from the solo kill onto the mid lane from Kuzan. That was a great one to start things off after a previous harassment with a call, but overall Jin Air played the game patiently. They waited for every opportunity that was there. They played the macro as well as we expected, and ROX Tigers did a little bit worse than what we could have foreseen, and so Jin Air walked away with a near perfect game, only 2 kills and 1 dragon given up.
Yeah, and after seeing game number 1, I don't want to take away too much hype away from the ROX Tigers, but I'm feeling hyped personally for Jin Air. They look so good. I've said it many times, but don't count them out. They're still in it. They need to win all the games. They needed to get past ROX Tigers first, but then Longju, and then one other team, and then eventually Afreeca to make it potentially into playoffs, especially based on those 2 games against the other top tier teams. But looking good so far. And most importantly, they're consistent. They go up against SKT, they take the 2-0. They go up against ROX Tigers, they look like the same exact team. They're not like some of the other teams in LCK, rather, that show up one day and then drop the ball the next day. At least that's been the case for like the last
2 days.
2 days. 2 weeks. 1
no,
week.
No, they got 2-0'd by a BBQ. BBQ rocked their boat, rocked their airplane.
It was a turbulent flight for sure, but yeah, I mean, I suppose they're just building off the energy from that win against SKT. So maybe I'm getting a little bit too hyped, but I want to see these guys perform. I want to see them do well.
You got some airplane miles on the line or what?
Perhaps. I've yet to fly Jin Air, actually. I still want to try it out, see what it's like, you know, support esports. But haven't had the chance just yet. But guys, we're jumping into game number 2, pick and ban. In just a second. It's loading. There we go.
We're into the P&B, which technically should be B and P as bans comes first, then picks. But it's already been ingrained in the minds of all of us that it is picks and bans, and the first ban will be Kuzan's LeBlanc. I like this ban. He is on red side. You do not want to let LeBlanc go through into the hands of a proficient player, and I am curious to see what Jin Air does to the question of Elise and Kalista, because both have had incredible success with Zach and Caitlyn becoming permabans, which means that they're going to have to decide one or the other, or leave both and maybe show something brand new. I'm kind of hoping that they have something crazy in stock for us, and with ROX Tigers not banning any one of them, we're bound to see one of them slip through.
We do see that Braum ban by ROX Tigers. Snowflower played a pretty sick Braum in game number 1, but kind of just taking what they gave to him at the same time. You know, running straight at a Braum when you have 3 members in a line. It's not exactly the most difficult glacial fissure that we've ever seen, but still giving respect to that pick.
Oh, are you serious, ROX Tigers? So Kalista and Elise were up, and Kalista is a huge pick for Sangyu. We all know that, but instead they ban Elise, so they know that Jin Air's response is, you know what, we're just going to leave both banned out of, we don't have to worry about this, and we'll trade it for a Thresh. So instead of playing with fire, they played it the safe way. Tigers did not want to have to deal with that, so Jin Air responds, and we get ourselves a game that isn't as action-packed with OPs as we would have loved.
It was, we got a shot of the Jin Air booth actually after that Elise ban, and he was clapping. He's like, yeah, yeah, and he took a deep breath of air. He seemed pretty happy with the fact that they didn't have to make that hard decision and potentially give over the Kalista.
Exactly. Think about how difficult that would have been if you have to make the choice of Elise or Kalista. Personally, I would have sided with the Elise. You let the Kalista go through, But then you do what? Jin Air would lock in Kalista Rakan or Kalista Thresh, so you already have a very brutal bottom lane to deal with. But alternatively, you could have also just banned Thresh as your final ban, force them into a Rakan Kalista situation early on that can go into a rabbit hole of different scenarios into the pick and ban. And don't get me started on that one because I can go on forever when it comes to picks and bans.
Yeah. Saying something about his son growing up and coming down to the studio. Not sure 100% what he means. I don't think he's the father of any of the players in the booth, but I could be wrong. Pretty early Orianna pickup for Lava on the side of ROX.
Already the composition can shape up to be a protect, a carry composition. Sang Yoon obviously can do the Kog'Maw, the Twitch. So much is available to him, and I like the Rek'Sai pick so far. So ROX is going with a much more standard composition here that has more tools to make plays happen, unlike the Carmen to the mid lane that I will always hammer into when there are better options. There are times, of course, where she is quite viable, but last game, maybe not the right time, and Jin Air do respond with the Rakan. So we've got the Lovers bottom lane and the jungle Gragas.
What does it say? Translate it for me, Crumbs.
Oh, that's Chinese, though.
The first part is China. I know that. I don't know the second two characters. But he's saying something about China. He's got a Chinese flag.
Oh
and,
my God, is he triggering people now, saying that China's the best region?
But he does it in Chinese in Korea. That's so clever. The look that Crumbs gave me. Well, we're going into the second couple of bans here. And you can see that they're taking out a bunch of the, or at least one of the hyper carries. There's a second one in the Tristana.
Yeah, really respect those bans. They see what ROX is trying to do. They know that Sang Yoon is the main carry. Get rid of the picks that would allow him to do just that. But there's still plenty of other champions available because with Thresh and Orianna, your AD carries can always play a little bit further up, allowing you to take the role of a higher DPS champion, and inadvertently you become kind of like a hyper carry. Oh no.
I made a little face.
Oh no.
Towards the Malzahar.
Don't give me the Galio. No.
Well, he doesn't have LeBlanc, so has to resort to another pick. We don't really see Vladimir anymore, which is another one of Kuzan's favorites. So it will be that Galio.
This is exactly what KT ran in Game 2, if you remember. They had the Jace top instead, but it was Xayah Rakan with Gragas jungle and Galio to the top side. But this composition, we saw what the issue was against these late game or compositions that are having carries that are able to dance around. It becomes so much tougher for them because there's not enough damage. But ROX Tigers will change things up with a Jax for Shy, and we've yet to see Jax truly be used in a fantastic way. It's always either Jax gets fallen behind and he's very useless, or he gets super far ahead, like when Khan played it and the game is over at level 1 because a Renekton skilled E. I still remember that.
Never forget. It was sometime in July 2017. Never forget. And speaking of no damage, we're going to have a Renekton come in here for Jin Air, potentially. So just adding to the problem.
Oh boy, yeah. Jin Air have a tall order to fill in this time around. They have all in on the early game, and the late game is pretty much just Xayah. There's not enough damage here that the Jax is going to be able to tank them for days. So Xayah needs to get ahead. They need to start making waves early and quickly because the ROX Tigers will have a pretty big advantage when it comes to the 1-4 split pushing from Shy. The Renekton is not going to be able to hold the Jax eventually, although he does have heroic entrance that does separate the compositions significantly enough so that Thresh, Varus, and Orianna can engage onto Xayah Rakan, and we all know how that turns out.
Kind of funny to see another ban pick here where we don't have Jarvan be banned or picked. Doesn't happen very often, but definitely one of those big meta picks in the top lane. And, well, if you're Afreeca, you try to play him in the jungle, and, well, it doesn't work. But just not picked or banned by either team, deciding to go with other picks this time around and picking the Renekton over the Jarvan in the top lane for Jin Air.
And without the Jace being there, the Jax now becomes a great pick. They have many win conditions. You've got Orianna, you've got Jax that can always leap in. He's a fantastic ball carrier. And then you have Thresh to offer a lot of support when it comes to lancering them out. Whereas Jin Air, they absolutely need to crush Shy early on. Gragas and Renekton, they have a big window of opportunity there into the top side. They have to use Kuzan as well at level 6. And that means that the plays that they make will have a higher risk than what they typically go for because of the implication of hitting that late game where they're not going to be able to split push.
Well, I'm very interested to see how this one's going to turn out. Can Jin Air win the early game and potentially take this one 2-0, or will ROX Tigers tie it up? Let's jump into game number 2. As you guys can tell, still very big crowds for both of these teams, as they do have a lot of fans here in Korea. Doesn't matter if you're sitting at 7th place as ROX Tigers, you'll still be pretty supported by your fans.
Look at the beautiful dance. It's the mating call of these two.
There's a distinct lack of music.
Music is within their hearts, Valdez. That's what love is all about.
I see. You just made me think like 2 levels deeper. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
They stopped dancing though, so I'm a little bit disappointed. That's okay. Maybe we'll get it a little bit later on. Snowflower's looking to get hooked here by Keith. We're gonna have a blue buff start from Sungwon.
Just not wanting to get spotted out, I guess. Likely just going for some sort of farm route on the Rek'Sai. It will be in their interest to slow the game down. They do know that late game is all about them. Although that does stop Shy from being able to have significant control in this lane, because typically if you are the Jax, you can walk up to the Renekton early on, just like he's about to do, but you don't have the minion aggro to turn back onto. Because level 1, Jax will win. His attack speed steroid with the Fervor stack, with the counter strike, forces Renekton to back away, step away from the minion wave, and then you can have a huge advantage early on. But because he opted out not to, or he opted out to leash, that means that he loses that, and so he has to play defensively in the lane, and it makes Sohwan's life that much easier.
Sohwan having a grand old time up in top, pushing that one in. And down here in bot ROX, they hit level 2 first, but not able to convert into anything. Sohwan doing a good job of denying all that farm. And here comes Sohwan down towards the bot side. Gonna pick up the Scuttle Crab. And actually move in to try to find Umti, who's a bit low.
He gets to go in because his bottom lane is pushing in, so he knows that he's safe. He's got Thresh there if he needs to get out. But oh, they're looking for Gragas. There's a ward, though. They did see that ward be placed, so I'm curious as to why they're actually trying that.
Next level plays.
All right, let's see how good Sohwan is at harassing the Jax under the turret. An annoying thing that you can do as a top laner, or just as any laner, is that you can try to just stand as close as possible to the minions that he's about to last hit, so that you force him to auto on you and miss some CS.
Shy did a pretty okay job up in top. Someone kind of messed up the timing and took a turret hit, so he wasn't as aggressive as he could have potentially been.
But at least he got the teleport out of Shy early on, and that's pretty big. He at least went back and bought items that suit the play that he just made, with going with a Doran shield to match the Corrupting Blast in order to stay in lane as long as possible. And that he can stall out Sohwan's recall as well for not getting another item to start punishing Jax a little bit heavier. Then he's going to be in a great spot to catch up and farm, although both junglers are sniffing something up here.
Oh, Sungwon, he's just going to... Oh, Thought he was going to face check that one, but a nice ward does make sure that he is safe.
Well, it's not just a ward. If you look at how Sohwan actually played that out, the second that Rek'Sai started moving up there, Sohwan started moving away from the minion wave into the right-hand side of the lane, a little bit further down, closing that distance. And that's an indication that, okay, this guy knows, and there's likely to be somebody else here that knows why I'm doing this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be walking up to 1v2 me. He's got to have some backup. So he sees that opportunity, and instead, he just walks back right away. And just some cheeky trading to the bottom lane, but we all know that's not going to turn into a kill.
Yeah, not too much. Snowflower just using a bit of his flair. He is Rakan after all. But all is fine down in the bottom side. Jin Air with the small lead already. Just comes down to the CSing in the mid lane mainly. Small lead up in the top side as well for Sohwan over Shy. But Shy's keeping up.
Oh, you're trying to make so much happen. Game 1, rushing Mobies without any kills did pay off, but it was an Elise. Now he is playing the Gragas and also rush the mobility boost. And we need to see him find something on the map. At least he has the Machete and Talisman to speed up his jungle clear, but with Mobies, he needs to start getting the ball rolling because his team fighting is so much weaker like that.
And comes Sohwan again. Down into the bottom side, so really keeping tabs on that bot side. Wants to make sure that his bottom lane that's pushing in pretty heavily is definitely safe. Consistent ward over towards that blue buff. Just to lay that down. And oh, okay, level 6 hit here by Sohwan. God, these guys' names are kind of confusing. But yeah, just pushing Shy back, forcing him to play a little bit safer. Use that counter strike to stay alive, but up comes Umti, and here comes Guzan. This could be the first kill of the game as they collapse onto Shy, who is still level 5. He's not backing off. There's a ward, but it might be a little bit too late. He's jumping to that minion, and it looks like Jin Air, they're not going to quite go for it. Just going to zone him out of the wave and kill him that way.
Yeah, they're going to be able to zone out 2 minion waves out of Shy. The vision is there. Unfortunately, the Dominus was used early on, and Shy was able to get out. So now they have a much harder time to get back into this lane. But ROX is trying to answer bottom side, but I don't think they're going to be able to get a whole lot. There's still Galio, and he's in position.
Yeah. Galio's in position. Good read there by Jin Air. And now, I mean, you can see what Shy's trying to do. He's trying to get back to the tower, but he can't. There's the flash. Nice follow-up flash, but I think this guy is in a ton of trouble. Will jump to the minion, though. Not a lot of mana here for Umti. Sohwan eating a bunch of damage from that turret, and they might just have to let this one go. The Jax gets away, but again, he's still losing money. He's still losing experience in the top lane.
Welcome to the Gragas that's got Moby Boots. Sure, he can be there, but he can't do anything. They're going to try again.
Okay, well, he's got one body slam, I suppose. Counter-Strike is a little bit early. Now they're trying to turn around, but again, it's Jax. He jumps to the minions, and he doesn't get any farm again.
What a fiesta up here. 35 CS now onto Sohwan, though. So, sure, the kill should have gone his way, but that's what happens when the teleport comes out. It's an engage into the bottom lane, but he just dashes out so effortlessly, so majestic. Looked like another one of his dance moves.
Pretty cool to have him do that. He couldn't get in position in time, and you can see that Guzan was nearby for the heroic entrance, so they didn't want to all in anyway. Still a nice little lead down in bot lane for ROX Tigers. They do have that going on for them. Already 16 CS ahead is Songyun over Teddy.
Yeah, they're doing great, and the bottom lane can just push. That has been the trend so far for a lot of these bottom lanes. Just push, push, push. As long as you can defend yourself for the dive, for any ganks. Your roaming supports, they do make a difference, but typically they're there to just prevent any aggression from happening onto the bottom side of the map. Thresh is great for that, and Vara is playing kind of like a Tristana, where you just push relentlessly and don't let the opposing top AD carry base. You get a nice lead that way. You get your own item spike that you want. Oh.
These guys, they really want to fight, but just a response, ult for ult.
Jax doesn't want to fight Renekton in the minion wave. You're going to give him a little bit more heal, so he has to just back off.
This is Farm Fest 2017. No kills coming out, no matter how hard they try.
To be honest, I don't think they tried that hard to kill
Jin Air
Shy.
tried.
To kill, it was...
They kind of tried. I think it was Shy's majestic plays that got him out.
They've done better.
Yeah, they got to work on their form.
Here it is, though, the first blood incoming. T-minus 30 seconds.
Shy doesn't have flash. All someone has to do is land the stun, and there it is, the follow-up with the body slam, and that's going to be enough burst damage. First blood with the cask. Goes over to Umti.
Dies in the drink. Just a great cask immediately to make sure that his leap strike does not fall through. No flash on Shy, and that's going to be first brick as well for Jin Air. So the attention into this lane was what we were looking for in this draft. That Jin Air needs to start shutting down Shy if they want to have a chance in this game. They know that their late game is going to be weaker just because of a lack of damage. So they punish right away, and now that's a Renekton that is almost double the CS. So we're going to look at it again. The Gragas just barely sneaks in, and Shy doesn't get the counter-strike to dodge out of the stun. Instead, takes 2 stuns to the face and a cask to seal the deal.
A very flashy death, as you were saying. Dies mid-drink as the wine spills everywhere.
But, like, even though the execution wasn't there, this is what people should be getting excited about Jin Air. They're playing macro well. I've been saying it for weeks now. They understand what the compositions allow them to do, the time windows that they need to accomplish these things in, and they were able to shut down Jax. Then they're able to transition into a Rift Herald because they need to start cracking down those mid lane turrets. They crack out mid, and then it becomes a whole lot easier for them to go elsewhere. And now, if they can succeed in identifying what they need to do, we can expect a Rift Herald into the mid lane, maybe some action against Lava, who has been relatively passive, just farming away, has those Sork shoes to keep farming and dodge out of Galio, but that's what Jin Air needs to be doing. They want to be going for some towers, and it appears that instead they're going for the first Infernal Dragon. So the Dragon is in their favor, and Jax is not going to accomplish anything teleporting in here. So even though they are in sight through a scuttle, it should not deter them from completing this objective.
Yeah, phase Jax is not too efficient. Doesn't really do much. Kind of just sits there. So even under vision, they know what's happening. There's not much that the ROX Tigers can do, and it's basically take all the objectives is the game here for Jin Air. They get the top turret with that first blood. They get the Infernal Drake. They have the Rift Heralds. They can push either mid or bot if they want to. And you can see what Shy is doing. They know that they've kind of, again, conceded this early game, so they're like, okay, I'm just going to freeze the wave for a bit, farm up as much as I can, try to catch up. And he's not as far behind as he once was in this game, so at least he was able to pick up a bit of farm.
He got some farm, but look at what Sohwan did with his time. He left topside when the wave was at the tier 2. He got Herald with the jungler, then he got Dragon with the jungler again, and made it back to the top side to not miss a single minion. He didn't lose a cannon to the turret. He got them all. So he maintains a CS lead and allows the team to snowball the game. Instead of being selfish and staying into the top side, forcing dives over and over onto Shy, which repeatedly become more difficult as he gets levels and is closer to the base of ROX Tigers so that they can collapse. He instead takes a more altruistic approach and now is even counter jungling. So Sohwan is playing this game out so well.
Altruistic indeed. This guy is a team player. You gotta hand that to him. He's doing quite well for the team. Definitely has to be kind of a switch up in the way that they just work as a team. You know, communication, the macro plays that they're making. It's a team effort. It's not just one guy. It's not just the shot caller. So gotta like what they're doing. Now ROX is trying to set up a dive into the bot side. Teddy doesn't have his ult at this point in time. The TP comes in. There's the hook, but they're going to turn this onto him as, oh boy, that did not work.
All right, well, that's a dive. Jin Air saw it. You know, he placed a ward in front of the tower in order to get anybody ready to teleport if the situation needed to happen. And ROX felt safe going for the dive because they saw that, okay, Orianna's low. They're invading the blue side. It looks like they want the blue buff. That means that Galio is not going to be ready to go for a heroic entrance. The teleports might be the only thing, but there's no follow-up onto the Rek'Sai knockup. They're too far back. It's too difficult to kill them. And they don't even burn flashes. That was just a freebie. He's doing a Spirit cosplay.
Just a different champion, I suppose. The Rek'Sai
Look
I
at
mean,
this. Like, they're not going to go through with this. Look at where the ward got placed right away. This dive will not work. You only have 1 TP when you're risking a double TP. You're going to get 4-man yanked by Galio and Renekton. A Renekton that is fed, a Galio that can also save with her heroic entrance after teleporting in. You forget about going for that move.
Yeah, it's just desperation at this point. I mean, it's might just be lack of attention to detail at the same time, as you were mentioning. I mean, it's 1 TP versus 2 TPs. It's not the hardest math in the world, and you got to know that Jin Air is going to be on that because they saw it coming a mile away.
Exactly. They're being aggressive on one side, so you expect the opposing team to be aggressive in the opposite side. Just basic League of Legends there that has been escaping ROX Tigers for Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, so just trying to hang on from here. Seems like Sungwon really didn't want to concede the early game, but he will have to concede his Raptor, the big one, as Kuzan just walks on in and takes it.
Oh, it's cool to see how Renekton has now changed his itemization. He's going for a Blade of the Rune King against the Jackson. I don't think it's enough for him to 1v1 the Jax, but it does offer him a defensive tool in terms of running away. When he jumps you, you get more sustain when Jack's trade pattern goes onto the engagement. Wait a minute.
Okay, Snowflower being jumped upon here. It's Kuzan versus the world at this point. The Void Rush over the wall. Love to get a shot of that. Someone has to burrow underneath now. The Featherstorm coming in. Does a bit of damage, but here comes Lava. You can see there was a trade going down up in top side. So ROX, they couldn't get any kills down in bottom, and it looks like a turret might go down here for Jin Air.
Some more focus onto the Jackson. There's nothing he can do. They're not strong enough to take on this 2v2 no matter what, because then you also have to consider the Galio. They try to have a fight into the bottom side of the map, but they're just too slippery. Great hook.
Oh, boy.
The hook lives after he dies.
All right, guys. Pack it up, boys. This is not going well. Oh, man.
Oh, Saruhan is here, too. Is he gonna die?
Oh, that was a good TP from Shy. He held that turret, that minion for about half a second. Someone now in a ton of trouble is going to flash the wall. Snowflower trying to be flashy himself, but can't make it work. So push going down in the bot lane as everybody from ROX have burned their summoners. They're very low. Everybody has to recall, and Jin Air looking to accelerate even faster.
Yeah, they are snowballing real well here, but it looks like they're simply outclassed the ROX Tigers. It looks like there are 2 teams on 2 completely different levels of playing League of Legends. ROX Tigers are still dealing with the basics, whereas Jin Air is focused more on the execution as well as more aggressive kind of plays. And I don't really know what they're trying to accomplish there. They thought maybe they could get that Xayah, but she also has flash. Rexa was coming in from the backside, just underestimating her damage. And to be fair, it is a little bit confusing at times to look at when Xayah's going to be able to crazily burst you down and when she just hits you with literal feathers. So I can kind of understand why they're going for that. They're a bit desperate, but it shouldn't have been their MO to be this aggressive without enough preparation.
I like the calmness, too, from Teddy. You were talking about how he had his summoners, but he's like, nah, I can just kill you. I mean, if you want to walk up to me, I can just kill you. I don't need to flash the hook. I don't need to be flashy. I can just do it straight up, and it's pretty cool to see. Teddy has been one of those shining lights for Jin Air in terms of mechanical skill. Always was looking at him in spring as his team kind of fell apart around him, and, well, things are really coming together for this team, which is pretty cool.
I want to get excited about Jin Air, but it's unfortunate that if we think about the playoffs picture, you can't have everybody. So if Jin Air is to qualify, we would lose somebody else. And at this point, the bottom one is Afreeca. So it would have to be Afreeca who they face. But for Jin Air, like you said, they have to beat Longzhu as well. So it is quite unlikely that we see them entering playoffs, but it's always fun to see them play League at this level because it makes us happy that a mid-tier team has macro skills that are far above what you would expect out of their standing situation.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool if basically every team in LCK could live up to the standard. You know, you were talking about, hey, it's a mid-level team. Finally, they're learning how to play solid macro at a very high level. Well, it would be cool if everybody could do that, and it really came down to the crazy plays, the small advantages. That would truly be the highest level. I mean, it is already the highest level, but I wish we could elevate that level. as, you know, across the board.
You want to
for all
go
these teams.
higher.
I want to go higher, not deeper. Not in this case. But,
Well,
Jin Air, they
no
look
better team to go higher than Jin Air, right?
It's true. Fly to the sky, Jin Air. I think their motto is fly better fly. We say that in the StarCraft broadcast.
Fly better fly?
Fly better fly, Jin Air.
What is
don't
that
like it?
translation? Is that a translation?
That's the motto. I don't know if it's a translation error or what it is, but okay. He's just looking to party.
Guys, I brought the
He wants
drinks.
to go down.
I got the cask. I got the keg. I'm here. Oh, we left. Sorry, dude. We've moved on.
They're going to the cooler party. They want to go home first. Sick Shockwave cleaning up those back creeps.
What's going on?
Yeah, this is weird. I'm really excited for that Longju Jin Air game. Do you know when that is, actually?
That is on Thursday, the 27th.
Okay, I'll be tuning into that one, just like any other broadcast, but that'll be definitely a nice treat. Would be a pretty sick upset. Definitely is an upset if Jin Air goes against Longju and defeats them. Don't want to, you know, overhype this team too much. They still have to prove a little bit more.
Something else that they'll have to prove is I don't think these compositions would work against a team of a higher caliber. So if they are getting away with murder here, but it is a struggling ROX Tigers, so we commend them for taking advantage of the situation and going with this draft. Although it is not over yet, there's still a situation in a world where Jax can get out of control, where an Orianna Shockwave and Sangyun's strength can shine through, although we are still a long ways away from that one. Probably 20 minutes until we actually get to that point.
Yeah, only 3 kills so far. So, again, not the most action-packed game that we've had in recent times.
And I actually want to go and dive into why I say 20 minutes from now, because it's a bit of a, you know, why such an arbitrary number of just 20 minutes? Well, 20 minutes from now would be about 42, and because Baron has yet to be started, you can expect Baron to probably go down or at least be tinkered with within the next 5 minutes. It usually takes teams about 2 or 3 more minutes to actually seal the deal on that one. So you can expect that Baron and be done in maybe around the 27, 28 minute mark. And if that's the case, then the next one would be around 35. So I'm just saying it would take about 2 Barons before the game goes down. Or before either Jin Air wins or for ROX to stall those 2 out and then they're be in a good position.
Yeah, and they certainly have to just sit back and stall it out. You can see that at least they're not doing the MVP thing where they have Jax joining every fight and going in and dying or anything like that. They're literally having him freeze lanes underneath tier 2 turrets and just say, hey, farm, we don't want to see your face for the next 20 minutes, because that's what they need Jax to do. Here comes the TP from Sohwan, and should be Kuzan as well coming in, looking for as many kills as possible. Key in a ton of trouble. You can see that actually Sohwan gets very low himself, but not going to go down at the end. Meanwhile, Shia is going to take out this turret, so that was only 1 kill on the support. They really need this Baron to come through for them.
Whoa, he hit him with dope.
The Void Rush comes in. What the hell? Sohwan, he's going deep. One in that kill, but not quite enough. At least he gets them off the Baron.
That was a good move there from Sohwan. Instead of going for a 50-50, forces everybody to peel off to try to save the Renekton. And it looked like it would have been a throw, but he uses his flash to get out of that one. So overall, ROX played it decently well. And you're saying that Shai just doesn't want to join the team, and the Jax is the perfect pick for him because his teleports in the last series were just all about ditching his own team.
Yeah.
We're going to look at it again. They focus Key. He's so far out, just gets knocked back everywhere. Didn't get to use his own summoners, and sure, they get some poke out, but we are not going to get to see the Rek'Sai going in as it wasn't deemed worthy.
Yeah, throw out the tape. No one wants to see it.
Scratch that VHS.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people watching here would actually know what a VHS tape was, or a cassette.
I'm sure they've seen enough. Only 90s kids will get this memes because they certainly use the internet. if they are that young, that they don't know what those are.
Yeah, but you don't know life from memes. Memes don't teach you about the real world.
They teach you what video cassettes are, or rather cassettes and VHS, but oh boy, Snowflower getting in a lot of trouble here. The flash over, they really want that kill and they get it. Meanwhile, Shy gets away. Slippery little Jax we got down here, and all of a sudden, ROX, they're starting the Baron. The teleport is coming in from Shy, so this time, 5v4, they want to force it, but Kuzan, he wants to stay. No, he wants to get in there. They're looking for this engage. They're going to taunt up too. Lava getting a little bit low, but the Baron will go over to them. The Shockwave is going to hit Kuzan, and where was the rest of Jin Air? They need to get in there, but it might be just too little too late, as ROX is going to successfully disengage.
It all started with Umti. What the hell are they doing? Trying to gank a bot lane champion when the opposite team is around Baron. They can do Baron, and your junglers know where they're, and they got a pick, so the Tigers find a way back into this game. That's 4,000 gold now in the favor of Jin Air, but with this Baron, the Jax becomes that much more powerful, and this is exactly what this composition needs. Now Jin Air is wondering, damn, how are we going to win these team fights? The gold lead is surely going to go down, and if Jax pops off, he can just jump into everybody, survive all the CC, survive all the damage with the Counter-Strike, and then just wreak havoc.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about before. This is why you can't get out of hand with your hype about a certain team. A team that gets O2'd by BBQ, they still have a lot of mistakes that they make. They get a little bit overconfident, maybe even cocky. Umti totally out of position. They need their jungler there. They need to stop that Baron, but they just can't with that kind of positioning, with that kind of play. So immediately the game is turned around. ROX Tigers aren't really that far behind anymore. They have this Baron. They can push turrets. They can even up the gold count. And Lava, I mean, he's doing pretty decently too. He hasn't died. He's been farming up very nicely. The Jax is looking good. Varus, sitting at the highest farm in the game, has a kill now and is nearly on 3 items. So we have a game for sure.
We do, and here is when it comes down to execution. Jin Air sees that Jax is split pushing. They see the 1-4, and they need to fight. They can get a numbers advantage before Jax can join because he doesn't have teleport, so they're trying to get themselves in position. But it looks like ROX is not going to give them the light of day, as they're just backing off. They're letting Shy do all the damage onto the tower. And even though they are mostly in the mid lane, their main goal right now is a top tier 1. Once they respond to this, then they'll go for the tier 1 into the mid lane tower. Although I would like to see Jin Air. Wait a minute, he's caught.
Oh, he's caught. This is his death sentence for sure, as Thresh Key can line that one up, and they feed a kill to Lava. This game is running away from them.
The King is getting dethroned, getting caught out of position twice, and that's going to cost them huge, the tier 1 mid. It's going to be now a tier 2. Hell, it might even be more. That's a big death timer with how fast these guys are pushing.
Yeah, ROX Tigers, they never gave up. They waited for the mistakes. They sat back and farmed. They played extremely passively, and Jin Air just could not execute in the end. The game isn't over, but definitely a gigantic turnaround, as it's less than a 3,000 gold lead and massive carries on the side of ROX. So the push coming in, they still got 40 seconds on the Baron.
TP.
Okay, TP coming in, they will respect this. Trying to disengage, it's only 4 members, but in comes Jax from the top, and this means that Jin Air, it's their turn to disengage. Although ROX, they want to turn it around, and there's that hook onto Kuzan. Someone getting extremely low. Big shockwave in the backline is going to keep Jin Air at bay, and now Solon pretty low. Shy, will he jump in? Doesn't look like it. We won't have any kills in this fight.
Oh, he just cannot resist joining the team instead of trusting the call. Could have gone for the tier 1, but now he's grouped up. They want to go for that tier 2 into the mid lane. This is more important than the tier 1 top, and they are going to get a party cast to let everybody know that, yeah, dude, you guys got this.
Yeah, dude, party.
Cheers. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers to having you take game number 2 away from us. But definitely a rough position now, as Shy very confidently is going to be farming up now near that Titanic Hydra. But let's take another look at this fight.
The TP comes out, but Rakan is unable to hit them with the charm, even though Orianna still had a cleanse out of that one, so I'm not sure what they were thinking of how that was going to go. And Kuzan tries to get a taunt, but the area just doesn't build quickly enough. Songhwan is too tanky, and they're forced to run away. The play has already faltered. They've got no more business to do there.
So now ROX looking to run away with this one. They get the gold difference in their favor from the Baron. And they're looking to push top. It's the last tier 1 turret that's left over. Just trying to even up this gold score. They're very close to doing it, but still respecting the engage potential from the side of Jin Air. They still have this kind of wombo combo move where they have Renekton go in, Galio with the heroic entrance, always Rakan to follow up or even start the fight for you, and Teddy and Umti to lock you down.
Yeah, they're respecting the engagement. It's going to be big onto Umti to find a way to knock some carries into the team. There is no other chance. Here we go.
Okay, the knockup, they get Varus. That's a huge pick. That's exactly what they wanted. And even Lava in the background, a big shockwave. But can he get away? It looks like the slow might be enough. They're looking for this play, but it looks like Lava will get away. At least they get 1 carry, and Jin Air, they're still not out of this one.
That was really close, but that is what we need to see. They burned so many summoners to get that, but unfortunately it yields nothing but stalling out the tempo, buying them some time. Jax is still pushing into the mid lane, and now they're hammering away up to this turret. They just want to crash the minion wave. They cannot extend for more. Baron is going to come up in a minute. They need to be looking for a recall time right away, otherwise they will be losing that time to secure Baron vision.
Yeah, it looks like the bot lane will be, actually, not just the bot lane, everybody will be looking for that recall timing. Moving back. Do have a couple of control wards around the area, but they need to get more vision around there. So let's take a look at exactly how Songyun got caught here.
Rakan does a great job of initiating, follows through with Gragas, and Renekton with the flash stun, but unfortunately, I think Jin Air overcommitted to killing the Varus. He was already so out of control that had Umti utilized the cast, not on Varus, but on Orianna, they would have been able to kill 2 carries at once, and that would have been significantly more valuable than overloading everything onto the Varus. Sure, it stalls out the game, but you also have to recognize the windows of opportunity that you can grab more than just 1 kill. They're not that far behind. They're only 3,000 gold, or 2.4 thousand gold rather, behind, which at 31 minutes, it's not a big deal. And they've got 2 Knight's Vows to help both, actually, Renekton and Xayah, so that just shows how important this Renekton pick is for this team.
It's pretty ridiculous. And when you said Knight's Vow, I was actually looking at someone at the same time. He has his own one. He is pure support Rek'Sai, just super tank Knight's Vow for his carries, and his own Gargoyle Stoneplate to just make sure that he stays alive for as long as possible in these fights to get as much utility as possible.
Everybody that has the Knight's Vow inherently becomes just a white knight of the internet.
Pretty much, actually. For
Xayah.
Yeah, for Xayah.
I love you, baby.
The members of their team.
How can Rakan treat you this way? Look at what I bought for you. I vowed for you.
I vow to protect you, to give my life.
And she's like, great, this is my PayPal. And
you can subscribe to me on Twitch. You can go check out my Patreon page.
My Snapchat is actually another extra 10, so your vow's cute, but my Snapchat's cuter, XD, and then bam, they got you.
They got fished, man. Look at Shy. He's actually getting fished under turret here. Counter-Strike will come out. Can he actually turn it? No, is the answer. So on, just a little bit too scary. Trying to slice and dice his way in, but that flash leap strike from Shy will get him to safety.
It's that Blade of the Ruined King. It's so much better at the 1v1s. I really would have thought that Shy would have gone for a Blade himself. Instead, finds a Tiamat, which makes him beefier, but it does not have a chance to fight out Renekton, especially under the tower. So he's forced to burn his flash, and I hope that this means that Umti is not going to be tempted to go to the bottom side again, that it just means that it's a free flash that can now be abused on a 1v1 basis, or maybe on a Baron fight. No matter the case, Sohan is in a great position, and now Jin Air, okay, they're just clearing out some vision.
Yeah. You can see that Umti is close by. They got him on a tight leash after a couple of mistakes like that, so do like that idea that they keep him nearby, not really focused on the Jax. And so on, meanwhile, he pushed down the bottom lane very deep and then went to clear out all the jungle, so trying to be as efficient as possible, farm up as much as possible. And he also pushed Jax way, way back into that lane to make him recall very late. So bought a lot of time. Unfortunately, his team didn't really go for the Baron. no real play around there as the Scuttle Crab was picked up by the ROX Tigers. So it's very hard to do that Baron not in vision. You got to use that Blasting Plant, sneak over.
Instead, they do get a Cloud Drake, which is not a huge deal, but it is something, right? They don't have the Vision Jet yet at Baron. This is completely free. It costs no time as they didn't lose any valuable mid-pressure, and we have our final Dragon, which is going to be the Elder. 35 minutes in, or 34-40, pardon, when it ends up dying. So only a 3-stack Dragon will be coming up to the side of Jin Air, but that objective is quite important because when you're dealing with compositions that don't have a lot of damage, Elder makes you have damage no matter who you are. So if we get to a point where we're trading both Baron and Dragon, I wouldn't be surprised if Jin Air opt out to go for a Dragon and then trust on their ability to go for a hard engage onto a Baron ROX Tigers. It's unlikely that that scenario happens, but I think that that would be the one that would benefit Jin Air if it were to occur.
It's a nice idea. I mean, that's the big thing that we give credit for in Jin Air's composition is their ability to hard engage. I mean, we do have the QSS this time on Songyun, so he's not just going to get charmed into death this time around, but definitely has to be on point with all the engage potential from Jin Air.
The big one is the explosive cast. No QSS, no cleanse can save you out of that one. If you get mispositioned too heavily, you can't even flash to a safer zone. So a lot relies on Umti, and now everybody's got their summoners back up, except Shy, but he's likely just going to be split pushing, so we're going to have some fireworks and some team fights when it happens. Both these teams can pull the trigger once they establish position into the minion waves, but unfortunately the vision game isn't too strong to guarantee us some really nice fights.
Yeah, not quite yet. They need to get some deep rewards. Jin Air's got one kind of at the mid-tier 1 location in mid. That's about it. And yeah, we were talking about the Elder Drake versus the Baron. You know, they're not coming up at the exact same time, so at this point in time, Jin Air, they want to get the Baron first, potentially deny that objective away from the ROX Tigers. But the longer this goes on, the scarier Shy is going to get. I mean, he's level 18 at this point, so is so on. But okay, here we go. Kuzan gonna get death sentence. Doesn't really eat that much damage, as you can see. This is Galio, but you can see also that Jin Air, they're kind of reluctant to take the engage. They're like, okay, that's not on our terms. Songyun is in too good a position, so we're just gonna back off.
It's wise to only take the fights that you are okay with. We've already reached a point where 1-1 fight is likely to take the entire game, as you can get a Baron out of that one and get a little bit further into the base of your opponents. So it's okay for both these teams to just back off and say, no, we don't think our odds are in our favor in this terrain. We'll just wait to have another opportunity. You know, they don't have the excitement in our best interest. And not to say that watching proper macro play isn't exciting, but just launching yourself into the opponent without any reason just never makes a lot of sense. You always want to have purpose to the moves that you make. So when we see Jin Air and ROX Tigers struggle a little bit to find plays, it's not just a matter of them being overcautious. It's a matter of guaranteeing the win. Both these teams really want to win. ROX Tigers want the redemption, even though they are in 7th place and can't make playoffs or relegations. They still need that confidence boost to help them improve for the next season because they are not happy with the results that they've had so far. And then you have Jin Air, who is trying to shoot for playoffs, and they need to win every single match. So they need to be trying really hard from now until the end of the split.
Very true. And for the ROX Tigers, it's very satisfying to win a game with the JAG's composition, just to have him farm up the entire game and say, hey, we went toe-to-toe with you guys for 45 minutes, and then there's nothing you could do, and the JAGs just totally overran you. Looks like Shy will be going for Blade of the Rune King next, so we'll eventually get that item. And okay, someone in an interesting spot. He's taunted up, but the Lantern is there. And so no fight again. And now we're getting close to the Elder Drake spawning. So 1:45 until we have both the Elder and the Baron up. and still no picks have come down. They're looking for Sungwon here. The cask will come out. They are committing to this one. They do want this kill. They're going to flash onto him. They want to knock him up, but there's the Void Rush. He gets out of harm's way. The body slam in the tunnel, and it looks like he's safe for now. The shockwave is going to come down, and they can't get onto Sungwon. Meanwhile, Sowon in the background. Oh, but the big knockup. They get onto Songyun. The heroic entrance. They need to hit one of these guys. Can they get the right side? They're trying to on the left side. This time they can. And that is a huge pick for them. No more smite on the side of the Tigers, and this might mean Baron.
It's so important that Jin Air found a way to start the fight, and ROX was disjointed, but now they're looking to bait the Baron. They have a decent position, but they don't have any flashes. Only Gragas can have a flash to go on this. I think they're going to commit for a steal.
Oh, look at that! Snowflower just disappears, and the taunt is only going to hit Key. They need to be able to kill one of these carries. Another hook is going to land, and there's that burst out of Orianna. They get the taunt out to Shy. Can they burst him? They need to. They do. And that means now it's 3-on-3. But again, they need to keep Teddy in the back. They need to keep him safe. They do have a nice front line. Lava still, though, with a ton of damage. Meanwhile, the top lane is pushing. Nice big wave for Jin Air. They just need to delay. And it looks like they will disengage.
Ooh. At the end of that fight, all the carries of ROX are untouched, but everybody's summoners end up being used except Shy, who did go down to just being CC'd to death. But Jin Air does not have the jungler here. They're going to start this Baron off, but this is a bit risky. They're just testing the waters. Just testing the waters. We didn't mean it. It's okay. That's okay.
They get the TP. It's definitely pretty nice, but it also does mean that Guzan's in perfect position now to group up with this team and go for some objectives once does respawn.
Here is the Elder Dragon. This is going to be theirs. They're going to lose out on that minion wave into the top side, so now Jin Air is propped to be in a great position, and ROX Tigers likely had the choice of do you stay around the Baron and stall out for everybody to make it back on the base, or rush it. They're going for the rush now. is alive. This is all they can do.
Oh, this is getting so exciting. We'll have to see if they can rush down the Baron and if can steal. Okay, we got the Elder Drake coming down. He's waiting in the wings. Nobody really responding to him just yet. He's trying to play him out. He misses the death sentence. He misses that. He goes in and he gets the steal. What a play by He does it. And the heroic entrance here from Guzan means that this might just be Jin Air's game. Nice play by Key, but they are stuck in the pit. That will be Thresh going down. And the perfect set of plays from Jin Air might just net them their game.
A hero! Jin Air go for the trade, but that was never a trade. allows them to have their cake and eat it too. Baron and Elder, that's going to be an inhibitor cracking for sure. Without Thresh, these carries cannot stand a chance. They don't have any way to engage onto this one, so it's likely that it's only an inhibitor turret, but the base being cracked is huge for this team. What a turn of events.
They actually did it. That was the play that they needed, and they made it work.
Wait a minute, they're going for gold.
Well, they got Baron and they have Elder Drake for a long time, so they're going to try. They're going to test the waters, and it looks like now they're going to rotate top. It's a pretty low top turret, and with no minions here, they will be able to burn this one down.
Thresh is back up, but they're not that strong, right? They can get hypey. The gold is there, but they're not that strong yet. It's just the champions. They can take a long time to dive. And Orianna and Varus have already reached some pretty serious itemization. But overall, Jin Air walk away with the inhibitor turret on top side, the inhibitor mid, and now they've got a beeline for this lane for destroying the base and securing what could be a 2-0 victory over ROX. And here we go, the replay again. This is just going for the steal. You know that Key is trying to play him out, but I don't even, like,
the 865 smite.
It was a perfect smite, but I don't know what happened to Key's play. He might have been, it might have been perfectly timed with the cast, but I felt like you can just buffer those, get the flay off, and deny him from entering the pit. So overall, played it to the best of his ability, but I feel like he could have done a little bit more, and so could the rest of ROX Tigers.
I mean, not just the flay, but also the death sentence and the chain of corruption. Everything went wide. The flay didn't land. It was 3 mechanical errors in a row, and then with the perfect mechanical play that led to Jin Air actually securing that. So definitely a highlight reel one for Jin Air. It was looking scary there for a moment. Now they should be sitting pretty comfortable for now. They'd love to take down this inhibitor.
Here is Galio. He's been escorting the wave in mid lane, and Shy looking for a fight at the Sohan. This is like the only opportunity they have. I think he has to try to do this, but Sohan's
getting
already
pretty
got
close.
the advantage of him.
Trying to run to the Galio, and there it is. Shy even flashing out, but now it's 2-on-1. Can they actually land the stun here? You can see that Rakan is making his way down. He'll try to leap strike with that counter strike, and the Lantern, they need to get it. Oh, the taunt, but he leap strikes to the Thresh, and he makes it out. Now Kuzan in a bit of trouble. He's extremely tanky. They're blowing everything on him, but with a taunt coming out, I don't think they have enough damage, and in fact they won't. And there's the cast. Trying to get some of these carries. Sungwon in the front, getting extremely low, but he will survive. Lots of low members on the side of ROX Tigers, though, will mean that that turret goes down.
Now, how the hell did we go from Jin Air pushing that top-tier inhibitor to everybody collapsing onto the Jax to try to take it down the tier 2? So overall, I think that ROX is actually quite happy with this trade. They didn't lose out on that turret or the inhibitor. They only lost out on the tier 2, which compared to what could have been at stake is way worse. So overall, they're like, all right, well, it's pretty much all the Baron, so yeah, let's do that again, guys.
That's pretty nice. I mean, they only lose that one turret. They're just chilling now. All the buffs have gone down. You can see up in the top left that it just says next for Elder Drake, so we don't have the long timer on it. We don't know exactly when it's coming up, but it is a long timer, I should say, to clarify. And still Baron a long ways out. So still an opportunity for the ROX Tigers. We are hitting this extreme late game where everybody's nearing 6 items.
I love how Galio got changed to itemize more AP and nobody gave a damn. They're like, yeah, I'm gonna go still full tank and still be just as strong. Well, not just as strong, but still as formidable.
Okay, we get the taunt down here. Jin Air, they're trying to slowly push in. You can see they're very respective of they're respecting the pick of the ROX Tigers, that chain of corruption, the death sentence, and every so often Teddy will just move on forward and auto attack the inhibitor a couple of times.
Yeah, he needs that rapid fire to make sure he gets a good long range auto so that he doesn't take some harass from Lava or Sangyu.
And all the while Kuzan, he's tanky for days, and you can see they're just buying time. Look at how low that inhibitor is. One more hit from that ranged minion was so close. It's still alive, just barely.
Rapid fire just went out. Ooh. They're looking for it.
That was close. Teddy with the good sidestep, and finally they do get that inhibitor. That's what they wanted. Now Songyun in the front. Sungwon, nice shockwave though, and Shy is in the back. He's looking for that damage, but the heroic entrance keeps everybody alive for so long. Sungwon, he doesn't have any damage himself, so he's forced to get out of there, and the Flay just trying to keep everybody alive. Shy, he can't do it himself. He's getting too low. Key himself can't do it as well, and Songyun just can't get close enough with all the threats from the side of Jin Air. So now Jin Air will rotate over to this inhibitor, probably try to take it out as soon as possible and back, because again, they didn't get any kills.
Two TPs come out. The inhibitor mid does not get taken out, but here we go. They'll have it now. And now Baron in a minute. 2 inhibs before this spawn. That is big for Jin Air. ROX is unable to find it and engage. This shockwave, yes, it connects onto 3 members, but who else is going to be following up? The answer is nobody. Jax is unable to actually offer a significant team fighting presence. He's much better off into the split pushing role, but Renekton has been so tanky and so well has he been playing out the matchup. He's got Galio to help him out, and it feels like ROX Tigers is now just dumbfounded as to how to play this game.
It kind of feels like League of Tanks because there's so much damage that comes out from the side of ROX, but you can see just how tanky and healthy everybody is still on the side of Jin Air, even after all the combos come out.
It totally is, but the key ultimate in that fight was actually Umtis that separated the entire ROX Tigers lineup, where Orianna and Varus were pushed far back, that they were unable to deal damage to the tanks while they were dealing damage to the ROX Tigers tanks. So they do have the damage to play these fights out. It's just that they need to be in position and not be threatened by Renekton and Xayah.
Okay, they're baiting ROX in here. They want to take a fight. They don't want to go for that Baron. They're not going to risk it. Want another good engage, and Shy is going to get taunted up, but you can see Jin Air very carefully going in here, and Sungwon, with how tanky he is, he feels not all that useful at this point. It's just like one knockup and that's about it. You can see what that does to Kuzan, not too much, so He's going to be fine. The Shockwave hits Kuzan alone, and this is Snowflower's key to go in. He's going to taunt up everybody, and there's that heroic entrance. He's going to get 3 members, but is there enough damage? Doesn't look like it.
The base, look at the base.
The base is going down, and you can see that ROX Tigers, they want to go back. That Nexus turret is going down, and so that means that ROX will have to turn around, and this should be Jin Air's Baron.
Now, why would you go for the solo Shockwave onto the full tank? Galio is beyond me. So Kuzan gets to live another day, and now they get a Baron. They get a free Nexus turret out of that one, so all they have to do is rinse and repeat, go straight back to the base of ROX, and then push to end the game. Elder comes up in the minute 30. I think they can risk to go for the push without it, but it's unlikely. The fights have been decently close for Jin Air to feel like we just secure the Dragon, minimize the risk, and secure our victory.
We were questioning whether this lineup that basically only has Xayah for damage would be enough, but the Renekton late game doing a bit more than we expected, and also I feel like the Jax doesn't do much into this many tanks. I mean, you're going up against double Randuins at this point. I mean, they have all the shields in the world. They have fantastic engage. The Jax gets into the backline. He's a crazy carry, but it's like he's hitting a rock wall. You know? If he could get Teddy, that would be nice, but it's Xayah. How are you going to get onto Xayah through the wall and onto a Xayah with Featherstorm and Flash and QSS and everything? Like, it seems almost impossible.
He's like a Master Yi. CC is his enemy, and there's an overwhelming amount on the side of Jin Air. It should have been the Jack split pushing that can get a lead. But I agree. I think that we were underestimating the value of this composition from Jin Air in terms of just straight up team fighting, because we compare it to what KT ran, but what ROX or Afreeca had in that matchup was a wealth of damage. They had the Kennen support, they had the Kalista, Corki mid lane, even Rumble and Jarvan. So they had so much more damage for a team fight than what ROX Tigers have here, and Jin Air is making it work. Sure, the Baron play was huge, and we might have seen things a little bit different had the mechanical plays been in the favor of ROX Tigers. But for now, it appears that Jin Air have full control. Now they're going for that Elder, and after that one, they will be pushing for the game.
Yeah, they weren't able to make anything happen with the Baron just yet, but with Elder, as they have already taken one, they're going to be in a pretty nice spot. But look at Seongwon, he's looking for the steal. They get the hook onto Seongwon. Seongwon's still sticking around, but they are going to leash it out here and take it out. So no hope. This will go over to Jin Air. And now they're a very scary force to be reckoned with, because as you mentioned before, no damage, but you got Elder Drake.
It's just not worth it to try to go for that steal. Your chances are much higher if you just trust that someone can hit a critical flash in a 5v5, as opposed to getting a steal and burning his own flash, which likely he wouldn't have gotten the steal anyways, but burning his flash would have been a significant difference. Here we go, a 5v5 in the base.
They're going for both the inhibitors again. They have this top one that respawned, and looks like ROX is too scared to go for the fight with the Elder Drake up at this point. They're trying to delay as much time, but they're not going to fight over these inhibitors. They still have the bot turret, so they have that to hide behind if they need to take a fight when it gets down to it, but you can see they're just going to give up the 2 inhibitors and try to rotate down into bottom lane.
ROX has no business fighting. They need that Nexus tower, that one last turret to stand to help them out when it comes to dealing with these crazy tanks. They also happen to need the Elder and Baron to hopefully wear off. Their wave clear is there with Orianna and with Varus, but if they get dove with flashes, it's going to get hairy.
Yeah, well, this is this split push you were talking about, a very hairy fight for both of these guys, but having Galio is definitely very helpful, but that means that he can't be down in bottom lane pushing.
But it's actually not just the Galio. The itemization that Sohan has in this matchup is genius. We didn't expect this to happen. He's got Blade of the Ruined King, but actually sold his boots for what else other than a Phantom Dancer. That means that the damage that Jax is dealing to him is cut down tremendously, and he can just 1v1 him. He hits him with those crits, and he doesn't see what's coming.
Okay, there's that flash. They get onto the back line. Lava with immense amount of shields, though. He's trying to get in there for that shockwave, but you can see he's pushed out of the fight. They really just want this turret. He gets a little bit too low. Meanwhile, these guys are going head-to-head. Sohan not going to take the fight this time, but they will pick up this 3rd inhibitor as Jin Air sitting pretty.
Without Dominus, there's no need for him to try that.
And that Featherstorm gets him out in a very hairy situation.
We might see one of these great base defenses. There's enough wave clear on the side of ROX that they can control 3 lanes without losing that Nexus turret. Orianna, the Hydra, Jax, as well as the Varus will have an easy time dealing with these minions. So it's going to be a lot about Jin Air going for the dive, utilizing those minion waves to crash at the same time and simultaneously go for a crazy dive. They did it that time, and here we're going to see it again. They go onto Lava, so it's going to start off with Snowflower immediately onto him, but the actual body slam ends up buffering because he goes for the auto attack and doesn't use the ultimate right away. Orianna instead just gets botched out of the team fight, and instead of killing her and potentially closing out, they simply get an inhibitor and Orianna's flash. Actually, not even her flash. It's right back up. She didn't have it.
Yeah, she didn't have it in that fight. It's just the locket came out, her own shield. Very tanky, for sure, with all of those shields. Just not enough DPS to come through for Jin Air. So here comes that push. You were talking about the base defense. Definitely do have an opportunity to do it here. The Orianna is pretty damn good at doing this. But,
Dominus is popped, though.
Okay, it seems like they want to go for this fight, but they just bait out the box at this point. Still, they need to get the lanes pushing at the same time to have a big enough wave to go in here. For now, they're just poking. You can see Shy, he's getting a little bit frisky there on the right side. He's going to get stunned up into the casket. Uh-oh, looks like he's going to lose his GA. So he gets out of position, Sungwon gets out of position. He will go down. Can they take out Shy is the real answer here. They're trying to get that taunt. It doesn't look like they should get him, but a huge wave pushing in as they try to go for this, and they're going to get onto Songyun, and that should mean it. The Nexus is open, and that will be game number 2, and the 2-0 going over to Jin Air.
What in the world was that shockwave? Okay, I think I've just completely changed my mind on things and underestimated tanks like crazy. That shockwave just tickled them. I don't think the HP bars even moved.
It's like CC.
The Gargoyle Stone Blades are out of this world at this point on. The damage reduction from both Gragas and Galio is just too damn high. And yeah, these compositions that have more tanks, I think that they can truly only be beaten by every member of the opposite team being able to dish out significant DPS to the backline. Otherwise, you cannot count these guys out.
It's very interesting to watch games like this because you know that everybody in LCK is watching and saying, hey, full tank lineups are not half bad. You know, maybe we should bring this in. You know, maybe in some of the next games we'll have, you know, where 2 of the top teams of LCK come in, we could see this at an even higher level in LCK, and then we'll really get a good look at exactly what's going on. I mean, I know everybody says, you know, 7.14, big tank meta, lethality, all these cool changes, you know, Cho'Gath is showing his face, Maokai, you know, whatever, but things are definitely going to change. But 7.13 towards the end here, very interesting with all the tanks coming in.
Yeah, it definitely is, and yeah, I really have to go for a bit of a reassessment there as to the strength of the Gragas-Galio combination with only 2 kind of carries. I do think that ROX ended up misplaying, but just seeing how damn tanky they got in that late game scenario is enough for causing a revisit into the strength of these compositions. I will definitely have a closer look into just how we're going to look at how this all started. Sohwan and Umti playing the map out quite well, starting off with a first blood onto Shy. And then they actually got to zone him off completely, but we're going to cut to the 22-minute Baron bait where they're trying to go into the Orianna. She cleanses out, and the good shockwave gets Renekton even further away. But that was not the end of this story, as Songhwan actually goes in onto Sohwan. Wait, we don't get to see it. You gotta pay. You're not a premium subscriber, are you? There you go. We only get to see the Varus die.
Lava, pretty cool to see him run away from 4 gigantic tanks. This is the big steal. This is crazy.
Yeah, that was a big play because they were supposed to be trading for objectives. We were talking about, okay, I think it's in their best interest to trade the Dragon over the Baron, not get both at the same time. And that was the beginning of the end, because here's where these fights that you know are going to go into a chokehold, but watch how Lava plays it out. He uses Shockwave now, whereas Shockwave could be used, how about now? How about now? Perhaps now when they're all 5.
How about now? How about now?
3 on the retreat. Plenty of other opportunities for it, but Jin Air played them out well with being so tanky themselves. And here's another engage onto lava. Classic Gragas going for an auto attack before utilizing your ultimate. You know, it's lesson like 1 in advanced Gragas mechanics, if you even want to call it that. And it's a little disheartening to see people fail it still.
Lesson 1 in intermediate Gragas mechanics, perhaps, but this is the end of it.
See that shockwave?
Yeah,
that was
doesn't
no.
do anything.
Where is the damage? Did he? It's got to be a bug. He's bugged out, guys.
Look at how much health they all have.
It's Ghost Oriana. She doesn't do anything.
They don't have. The only person who doesn't have health is Teddy, but he has Feather Storming, QSS.
Gragas 18% damage reduction. Gallia with his taunt with the damage reduction. Then the ultimate damage reduction. The Phantom Dancer damage reduction on the Renekton.
They just don't die.
It's sickening.
So, cool damage graph. It was a very long game, 55 minutes, but Jin Air does win in the end. So, they should be happy with that one. We were questioning that Renekton last pick, but their composition was kind of in a weird spot at that time. And they decided to go basically full tank with just the Xayah, and it worked out pretty beautifully in the end.
They had luck on their side, that's for sure, but in the end, the itemization from Sohan, the way that they played the game out early, was refreshing to see.
Yeah, so guys, we are going to head over to the interview. I'll hand you over to Ji-sun to translate.
Hi, this is Ji-sun, your translator, and here we have Kuzan. So how do you feel? Before the game, I thought as myself, I want to make it to 2-0 game. I'm really happy to make it. So how was your condition? I think it was at my best level. Everything was perfect. Then can you tell us about the mid lane solo kill? At first, I wanted him to use his summoner, but he actually didn't, so I tried it one more time and got the solo kill. You seem really confident these days. In the beginning of the season, I wasn't performing really well, but recently, I think I've been working really well. Then let's take a look at the second MVP.
Well, let's see who it is. No surprise here, having the pretty ridiculous steal. We'll see if we get some replays of his plays.
Snowballing topside, making sure that Jack's got denied, going for the steal. Great ultimates at times, lots of good body slams. Here we go once again. And he's just tanky. I guess that's enough to make you MVP.
And we're back with So how do you feel for today's match? It was really hard. I don't think we should make it to this late game. I think if we didn't die two times in the game, I think we could make it to 20 minutes game. So it seems like to spend a lot of time at the top lane. What was your plan? So we're trying to take down Jack's, but Shai has a great skill combination, so we failed for sometimes, so I think I went to the top again. Well, actually, I didn't even think that I could be the MVP because I haven't played Gragas for a while, so I didn't satisfy from my play, so yeah, I'm kind of like not believing that I'm the MVP. Well, but Kuzan said he knew that he would be the MVP. Then how was the Baron still? So we were trying to get the Elder, but we saw them going for the Baron, so we trying to follow with Gallia's ult, and I think I was lucky to make it. In the late game, Teddy sold his boots. What kind of shot calls did you guys have? Well, he said he will sell his boots and buy Triforce. Well, I wasn't really sure if that was the best decision. But in my opinion, I think yeah, buying tripod is better because it's more expensive than boots. What did you think in the late game? Like, how did you sustain your conservation? I wasn't really like happy. I was actually sad because we couldn't perform really well in the late game, so we're trying to cheer up better. Yeah, recently Teddy and Kuzan and also other junior players are in the best conditions. How would you like to give compliments as a teammate? Well, T didn't play well in the spring season, but he's performing really well right now, so I think I'm really satisfied with him. Yeah, I agree that I wasn't really good in the spring. But there are also some games that Kuzan didn't perform really well and we lost the game, so let's just share compliments right now. Yeah, T, you're doing really well. I always think that Kuzan is the one with the best laning phase. And as a jungler, I kind of get a lot of influence by the laner, so I think I'm really happy that Kuzan is really good with his laning phase. Last words for the season? We're gonna make it to the 5th place. Thank you for the support. And last message for your fans. Thank you for your support, and we'll win all the upcoming matches to make it to playoff. Thank you.
So that's going to do it for your translation. Thank you very much, Ji-sun, for helping out with that. And that will do it for the rest of the night. We're going to take a look at the standings here. Jin Air GreenWings just 1 win behind Afreeca. They need that one to have any chance of making it into playoffs.
They did say they're shooting for 5th place. There was a lot of certainty in that one, and I have to say, on a different tangent, I love how wholesome these interviews are. Just always asking the teammates to give each other compliments, and they do. They give them nice, they give them good compliments. A little bit of smack here and there, but overall,
yeah, you sucked in spring, but hey, you're okay now.
Yeah, that's a compliment. That's a compliment-salt. But you were, but he even knows. He knows, yeah. Half compliment, half insult.
Backhanded compliment, perhaps?
No, it's a compliment-salt.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. But who knows? Maybe we'll see both Afreeca and Jin Air go up if SKT keep losing. There's still that chance. They're only 2 wins ahead of Jin Air.
Yeah, there's still that
possible.
chance for SKT to continue down their hole. Although I don't think anybody wants to see that. We want to see these teams do well. We want to see the ROX Tigers find a footing back into the game, even though it doesn't have any implications on them. We want to see Jin Air at least put up a fight against Afreeca so that they can duke it out and decide who really deserves to be that 5th place spot.
Yeah, I'll definitely have my eyes on Jin Air, watching all their games in particular to see exactly if they can make this last couple of weeks of LCK really interesting, because I really hope they do. I hope there's like some kind of tiebreaker or some crazy situation where they come through, because these guys have been taking that Jin Air airplane. They've just been improving, going up and up.
Well, they feel like a team that's just so young, right? Like, compared to the guys at the top field with so many veterans, even though the guys at Jin Air have been playing for a while, not as long as the guys in the other teams. They're younger players. They seem more excited at times. You remember Ixu's pentakill, how happy he was, how happy gets. So this is why we want to see these guys do well.
For sure. Hoping all the teams do well in LCK. We'll hope it's a very wholesome end
we hope
to
both
this
teams
split.
have fun.
Yeah, everybody has fun. That's going to do it for us, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
We ain't never getting over. You look as good as the day I met forget you. I forget just why I left you. I was insane.